Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the penultimate week of the Snapdragon Pro Series. The pressure is starting to build as our teams look to solidify, or in some cases, dramatically improve their positions in the standings.
And perhaps the best example of that is our marquee matchup of the entire season, Tribe against Stamina. Both of these teams come into this clash of titans undefeated, but one of them will have a stranglehold on first place after tonight.
And make no mistake, Trav, these teams haven't cruised to those undefeated records by winning easy matches. They've both topped quality opponents like Batra and Chazmat Gaming.
Speaking of Chazmat Gaming, they've unfortunately not lived up to the high expectations we all set upon them before the season began. Patchy and the boys aren't eliminated from finals contention just yet, but they do have to win every single match for the rest of the season to qualify.
I can't wait to see how everything shakes out, so let's get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are live from Burbank, California. It's going to be a great show today. Only 2 weeks remain in our Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars, and I assume that our teams today will continue to keep us on our toes as they did last week. Of course, Glitter Explosion here alongside Trav and Ash. Are you guys ready for another week of Brawl Stars action?
SBS always has me excited, and that, STMN versus Tribe matchup is going to be so explosive. I'm so excited to see it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this week, but I'm super stoked right now. I feel like we have a lot of exciting matchups today, so I'm really looking forward to it.
It's the energy. It's a good energy
yeah.
here today, right? All right, it's going to be a fantastic day. But of course, before we get into all of that awesome action, first, we have to take a look back at what happened last time around, because we've got some heavy hitters up there at the top. We had a couple of shakeups and a couple teams that kind of surprised us a little bit with their struggles.
Well, sitting at the top, STMN and Tribe Gaming NA both on 3-0, undefeated, and they will be facing each other today to see who takes that #1 spot. West Coast up after those in the third spot with 3-1. Vanguard are going to be finishing 2-1 so far. Vatra with 1-2, which is a little bit of an underperformance in my opinion so far. Raconic and Chazmac on 1-3, and the real ones still yet to get a win on 0-4.
Yeah, and Chazmac, unfortunately, previously last week, struggled heavily, did not win a single game, placed into the 7th seed right now, only 1 win. They're gonna need to win the next 2 weeks, this week and next week, in order to qualify. What do you think of their chances, Trav?
I mean, I think the chances today of winning both the matches are extremely good. But I looked at the schedule for next week, and I'm a little bit scared that Tribe Gaming is going to be their last matchup, and that's going to be one to decide if they make it to those challenge finals or not. And I think that is going to be a very good match between those next week, so I'm really intrigued to see how that one will play out. But so far, they've been really underperforming. The team that they are and the roster they have, they should be near the top of this leaderboard, not the bottom.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And another team, we've got West Coast. Now, unlike Chazmac, these guys have been killing it. They won both their games last week, and now they're sitting at the top, just 3-1. I'm loving their chances here.
As I said, West Coast, best coast, and clearly so far that's holding up as they've been performing incredibly well. Some incredible performance, as you mentioned, 2-0 last week, and starting things off, I think it was 1-1 before. I believe they're sitting on 3-1 after that second week. So a couple more continuous good performances from them, and they'll be able to lock in their space in that challenge finals, which is what all these teams are really thriving towards.
Yeah, I feel like just 1 or 2 more wins and they can clinch it, get that top 4 placement, and move on to the finals. They're looking like a very strong team right now in the NA region.
Yeah, those scary plays from Shine really had me on the edge of my seat last week. He was looking very good. And we're headed for a showdown today. We've mentioned this already a couple of times, or at least I have. It's going to be STMN versus Tribe. Both of the teams on 3-0 at the moment. Undefeated teams going to be facing each other to see who will be coming out on top. And I think if they do manage to secure this one, it should put them in the challenge finals, being 4-0. Even if they lose all 3 remaining matches, they usually do qualify through because of the head-to-head. So it's a huge game today, and they're both going to be wanting to take it home.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Both undefeated, like you said. Both 2 top teams. And I feel like whoever comes out on top definitely could clinch it.
Well, there is tonight's schedule. The matches that are going to be played out. We are going to be starting things off with Chazmac versus Real Ones and ending things off with Tribe versus Vanguard. Up on your screen now, so be sure to stick around for all of those matches.
All right, guys, thank you so much for breaking down all of last week's action. Like I said, the teams really kept us on our toes last time around, and we expect nothing but even more action today. But before we get into that, I know the school year might not have started for some, and it is still the summer, but here, school's in session. It's time for first period with FDOT.
Hello there. Welcome to the classroom, folks. It's Professor Dot one more time. Summer vibes. Still got to do the work. We're week 3 here in the classroom, and so while we've covered a couple of other subjects, this week's subject is history. We're going to take a look at past seasons of Brawl Stars, take a look at some of the top players, how they got there, and this is where we begin. The Brawl Stars Championship Finals 2019. Nova in the purple, and on the left, Animal Shampoo. Now, one of these players will make their way onto one of the top teams known as Zeta Division, but this is a long way from there. Taking a look at how AC does right out of the bat, well, yeah, look, you can see that they have marks of a future champion, but this might be the high point for the East Asian squad. Right now, everybody feeling pretty cute, but spoiler alert, not sure if that's going to continue on as things go forward. Animal Shampoo up 1, but as I said, I already warned you about the spoiler, so take these notes down. Nova, number 1. You can write that down in header font, and we'll come back to why later. You can see they come through and they dominate this match of gem grab, and that pretty much locks things in for them as far as their momentum is concerned. They do the same thing in game number 3. That brings them the gem grab, and then we move on to Brawl Ball. New header, folks. So as you take your notes here, the big thing that you want to realize is how many points Nova are scoring. They go ahead, they score 1 goal. Then they come out AC. No, just kidding. It's still Nova. Here, Cerulean's going to show you some juke boots. Moves to the left, to the right, and then eventually winds up with a nice shot down mid with the teamwork to bring in the second goal. Third time around, guess what? It's still Nova. Spen does great work on the Daryl. One of the stronger content creators in the scene, once upon a time, was on the field. And then, of course, well, why not just do it again, Spen? Number 4 here for the European ball player. Bang! Puts it in, and that confirms the Brawl Ball. Then we head over to our third set, new header, and it's Heist. AC comes around, and, you know, this is often where I kind of want to show good stuff from the losing side, but well, you see the percentage. 12% is basically all it's going to be at. Nova come through. They truck this game. They do the same damn thing again. Don't tell the administrators I used the damn word. And the Nova squad winds up being your champion after this performance. That was 2019, and this is 2022. But in order to be a champion now, you've got to know what it took to be a champion then. We love to celebrate all these players, but we also love to celebrate you. Maybe you could be the champion in the future if you do your homework. That's it. Class dismissed.
Thank you for yet another lesson, Professor Dot. And of course, everybody, if you have any questions for FDOT, you can head on over to his Instagram at f.ny for those office hours on anything you might want to ask him or have him chat about in one of our next lessons. All right, great start to the show, but like you saw in the schedule earlier, our first matchup is right around the corner, and that, of course, is going to be kicking things off with the Real Ones versus Chazmac.
Well, 2 teams who are really fighting for some victories at this point. I think the Real Ones have kind of accepted the realization that they're not going to be making it any further than this phase. Z, Lucky Bear, and Jigsaw, a real star-studded roster, I will say, but they just don't seem to bring home the results.
Yeah, star-studded indeed. These guys are veteran players in North America. Just haven't been able to form a cohesive chemistry or synergy together, and I feel like that's been the main issue as we've been seeing them struggle a lot lately.
Yeah, just haven't been able to bring back the results that they want in this phase of the competition, but there's always something to fight for. There's prize pool in this phase as well as the next, and they want to get as high on this leaderboard as they possibly can. We've seen some questionable picks, I will say, as you've just seen in that one. Taring, Kaboom Canyon was definitely not a favorite of mine, and me and Eftar had some words about that. But Chazmac, these are the ones who really need wins at this point. They still have a chance for this playoffs phase, but they need to win 3 consecutive games, 2 this week and 1 in the next. Fade, Toast, and Minwoo be in the roster here.
Yeah, so must-win scenario for them. Real Ones are not a team you want to overlook. Star-studded roster. These guys know that. I feel like they have to. They know they gotta win this, and I feel like they should be able to bring this one.
Yeah, there's definitely the favorable team in my eyes, but the Real Ones can definitely pull up an upset, and that is exactly what Chazmac need to stop happening. Otherwise, they will be pretty much out of this phase of the competition. And you know, they need to knuckle down and perform as they would do in any other competition, because they've definitely been incredibly disappointing throughout the first portion of this. 0-3 last week. They need to come in, start things off strong today, because they're on the back. They're on the losing end of some incredible momentum for other teams right now.
Yeah, definitely agree with everything you say right there. Especially, you know, with a new team, new teammates, Patchy. Things are still, I feel like, looking up for them in terms of their hopes. Looking at the stats here, significantly less supers than the Real Ones just goes to show how aggro, how aggressive the Real Ones play. Fewer deaths by Chazmac, they play safer.
All right, chat. You heard from the casters, you saw the stats, and now it's time for us to get your thoughts. As always, you know the drill. Let us know who you think is going to be winning this first matchup of the day. Will it be the Real Ones or will it be Chazmac Gaming? You've got that poll down below in Twitch chat, and let us know what you think. First matchup of the day is ready to go, so let's kick things off. Trav and Ash, take it away.
Always pleased when the games start, and that's when the real fun begins, Ash, because these teams are battling it out for quite a bit of money, and a bigger amount of money if they do make it to the next phase as well. Backyard Bowl being the first map we will be looking at today. Carl already first pick, but going over the bans of CMG first. Got the Colette, Crow, and B. Real Ones have banned out Crow, Janet, and Jean. Do you want to talk us through that first pick? And I mean, it doesn't really need much explanation, does it?
Yeah, wow. Very fortunate for Chazmac right there to grab Carl, one of the best brawlers in the game. In my opinion, the best, I feel like, personally. So that's a strong first pick. I can't believe Real Ones kind of let that one slip. At the same time, you have options. Colette being a good counter to Carl in an open area map like this, not a bad idea. They're gonna go with the Penny, another solid meta pick. Not the best matchup against Carl though, doesn't have the range to deal with Carl. So I'd like to see something to counter the Carl, right?
Yeah, I feel like that Jean ban's a little bit unusual considering they didn't have the first pick. The Carl ban definitely would have slotted in a little bit nicer, but Bonnie was left open, and that kind of slipped my mind when reading out those bans. Bonnie's still in the mix, and they've got Penny and Bonnie, some solid brawlers to have on this map. But as you said, I think Carl probably is still the #1 pick across the majority of maps at the moment, and we've seen Bonnie and both Carl lose a lot across this competition. It just needs the right counters.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, one of them is gonna lose this matchup right here. It's either Carl or the Bonnie pick here. Bonnie, I like Bonnie. Got range, got the power, the ability to just go into that aggro form, jump in. So you have a lot of versatility with that. Lola pick, no surprise there. Lola, one of the top brawlers. Now, if you're gonna pick Lola, most likely you're gonna have to go last pick with a Belle. Well, they're gonna go Pam. Okay. Overall, very bulky composition right there. If you're the Real Ones, you're definitely looking at a mid brawler like Belle right now. Great counter to Lola, would be good against Pam, but if I'm the Real Ones, I'd go with Colette. And I feel like Colette would be... Oh, no, Colette's banned. So I guess you have to go with Belle here in this case.
Yeah, I feel even with Belle, though, they're still lacking the kind of DPS needed to stop a Carl dashing in their face and stuff like that. Obviously, Bonnie can have these breakaway plays. I kind of do like the Gale. They bring it in. It's going to be pretty decent when the Carl chooses to go aggressive. You can get those stuns down and real cycle you super quite well, but I feel like they are going to struggle a fair amount in this early game.
Yeah, they definitely had to go with the Gale right there, especially because Colette banned. I felt like the Colette ban, underrated ban right there. I feel like that was a great ban by Chazmac's part, knowing, hey, we got first pick. We should be banning brawlers like Colette that are such a great counter to great first pick brawlers like Carl, or if you even want to take a Bonnie, right? So here we go, heading into the game. We got Z playing Pam at the mid. We got Jigsaw on the lane against Penny. Now, if you're Carl, you should have the range advantage against any of these brawlers. And already you can see Carl asserting himself. Chazmag in trouble. They need Gale in position to defend this.
Well, this isn't the desired start for them at all. They finally got Gale over to that Carl side, and Faye doing a solid job of staying up in this position. Gets the trade with a little bit of help from Minwoo, and they're slowly starting to back them off, but in comes Jigsaw, gets one shot into Toast, brings him low, and he has to retreat into the mouth of his goal. But now, they have some respawns. They have 3 supers in hand, and that's going to make Jigsaw's time a lot tougher.
Yeah, definitely. And the biggest thing here, Bonnie does have super. You can definitely jump in on the low lead if she has Ego. I see the passiveness by Minwoo, definitely taking his time with this, which is a good idea. You don't. One of the things about Brawl Ball, you can't just quickly go for a kill. You want to make use of that kill to get in position to use your 3v2 as an advantage to score.
Very aggressive Pam turret from Z, but not really helping too much out against that Penny, considering she can just splash directly through it. Toast comes in with a nice stun, gets another one off as well. Z stunned and unable to do too much, but Minwoo tries to aggress, backed off by Jigsaw being down his left-hand side. He jumps in, gets one, but gets traded out, and there goes the Ego as well, and Lukey got hit by that, resetting his heal.
Yeah, I didn't really like the aggressive plays by both Toast and Minwoo there. I felt like Minwoo finally using his super, but not at an opportune moment, basically when his team was already being pushed back right here. Z in great position. If he can get his super with his Pam, drop it behind a wall, there's a super, but unfortunately lost his teammates there, and now we're back to square one. Both teams fighting for control here.
Yeah, Toast was on the brink of defeat, but now brings his HP back up and gets Jigsaw back in spawn. He's in a great position, but being pinched in now. Lukey down this right-hand side, and it was Z down the other, but he has also been dealt with by Fade over the left. Restarting from square one, have those supers in hand. That turret is going to clean up Pam's turret quite nicely, bringing that down, and Toast in this aggressive position in front of the goal with his super is a dangerous thing to have. Doesn't quite get the shot off in the super as well. Jigsaw swoops in and cleans up on the defense.
Yeah, very aggressive play right there by Toast. He had an opportunity, but couldn't get it. But I like where Chazmag is at right now, with 15 seconds until overtime. Unfortunately for them, giving up the ball in the hands of the real ones who are able to corner this. If they can get control, they can have a chance at scoring here in overtime.
Well, they still have that body super and Gale super in hand, so Jigsaw can't aggress too hard. Gets hit by a Penny turret as well. They're starting to back them off a little bit by little bit, but now they start to recoup. Lukey gets the super as well. Should place it down when he heals up and use that to tank some shots coming through from the opposing team, but doesn't place it in front of him. It's still going to eat up quite a lot of his damage. The Penny turret is still there as well and providing some good pressure, but eventually brought down. Fade's got another one in his hands though.
Yeah, it looks like the real one's just playing really passively and safe here. As for Chazmag, they're in a kind of a dilemma here, because not only do they need a kill, they're going to need to get that ball out of the corner, and they only have about 27 seconds right now. Not looking very good for them here.
Yeah, and this could actually result in a loss as well. Z's got this healing turret up, 600 HP left on it. In comes that Scrap Sucker and picks up another super, which he can throw a lot more aggressively, but even with this position, they've managed to recoup. They don't have the ball. 13 seconds on the clock now, starting to push forward. Lukey doesn't secure the kill over the right, but Jigsaw does over the left. Has his super in hand as well. Picks up the ball, 5 seconds on the clock, needs to try and get a shot. This is the last attempt they're going to have. There's a shot through the middle, and Jigsaw makes it. The real ones go one ahead after Chazmag dominate the rest of the game.
Wow, I'm kind of speechless right there because of the patience the real ones played right there. They waited until the final 14 seconds. We saw Z finally aggress with that ball in his hands and make a goal attempt successful. Wow.
Well, early pinch winning from Chazmag, and there goes the jump, gets the damage onto one. Jigsaw falls as well. Just Lukey remaining, and they're going to choose to go down his lane as well. Try and get some supers along the way, but they don't need them. Chazmag start off things strong in game 2 with an early goal.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. More aggression. Previously, we saw Minwoo hold on to that Bonnie super for like a minute. Here, right from the get-go, he's going to use it. And this is looking a lot better for Chazmag right now with a strong start, especially in a map like Backyard Bowl. Getting just a single goal is huge.
Jigsaw is knocked back. He's going to be stunned as well. He managed to take him down. Nice super there from Toast to guarantee that kill. Lukey falls low, and Minwoo could aggress once more. Chooses not to, though. Z is low as well, and that would be the prime time to do so, but he falls quite low. Gets the takedown away. Lukey's going to fall. Can't really push onto this Pam turret just yet, as it is going to deal some damage. Jigsaw's going to go in, pick up that ball, probably throw it back in the corner, but this time they can't leave it there. They need a goal.
Yeah, cornering at right now with a 0-1 is just not going to help you much. You need to move that ball up, but it's already over. Minwoo's going to finish it, but I'm not sure what he's trying to do there, but we'll overlook that. And Chazmag now tied in the series 1-1, knowing, hey, all we got to do is play at a faster pace. That's what they did. Get-go, Minwon getting his super. They got their penny super within the first 30 seconds. If they can do that again here, chances are they got a good shot here.
I'm not sure he meant to do that at the end of the game. Slight little bit of a kerfuffle there towards the end, but managed to guarantee the game nonetheless. Now, a good bit of aggression coming out of Chazmak to start things off, from the real ones to start things off, I should say. Aggressive ego thrown off, but it's not really going to do too much against Fade, as he can just splash through that if he wants to. Good stuff for the real ones, though, as Z picks up Toast and starts to get a bit of control, but they're just all too low to manage it.
Yeah, I'd like to see more aggression by Minwon. Again, we're seeing him revert back to what he was doing earlier. There is the aggression that I was talking about. Jump in on both of those brawlers that were clumped in. Huge value. It's a 3v1. Definitely want to take advantage, but at the same time, you don't want to kick that ball towards the enemy, because you know what they're going to do. They're going to corner that the moment they have their hands on that ball.
Yeah, well, they're in a good position now to try and get some damage in. Moon's going to pop back into that Bonnie form. Toast has his super, should push Z back against the wall and gets the cycle along with it as well, but doesn't force out another. Turret is there to defend against it. Jigsaw is the next suspect that Toast wants to take down. Gets the super off and takes him down, but maybe a little bit of waste considering they're not able to do too much with it. But now Minwon comes in. They don't have the HP to force this one in, though. Jigsaw's going to be coming out of spawn. The missed pass, and possibly they could have done there if Fade had committed to it, but Jigsaw was there on the defense, and they managed to get it out.
Wow, missed opportunity. I think Fade definitely, if he had committed, because remember, Penny has a lot more health now after her remodel. She's a different brawler. She's a lot tankier. I think he could have definitely walked down one. Still not looking too bad. He's got the mortar in place. Toast has his super ready. I feel like he's got to play a little safer, wait until his teammate gets back, and try to hold on control here, as that's what he's going to do. Kind of reset back. He's going to kick the ball forward. Fade's going to put it to the side. We got 43 seconds remaining here until overtime.
Well, we are going to want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Snapdragon Mobile, Elite Gaming, should I say. Huge thank you to them, but looking like we're going to get back to the action pretty quickly. It looked like there was a little bit of a lull to slide it in there, but maybe not, as we're back to a little bit of stalemate here once more. Fade has that super, places it back in a defensive position, looking to try and push it up a bit aggressive, and I'm not sure if I like that positioning on it. Should be taken out by Z here, 300 damage on it. It doesn't actually go down. Minwoo has the super in hand as well. Still sitting at 0-0, but they've got full control of this map. Jigsaw the last one alive. Fade should pass this ball through, and a nice little walk will do it, but they're just messing about again. They're going to manage to get it in nonetheless. Chazmak guarantee themselves the set, but it looks sketchy at the end.
Yeah, not sure why he wasn't passing it to Toast right there. Definitely had the health to walk that one in. But regardless of that, they got it done, got the Brawl set. I liked what they did there at the end. Played it safe, played it a little passive, a little too passive for my taste, I feel like. I like the aggression in that second game more, though.
Definitely look to be getting a lot better towards that later period of the games, because they started off pretty poorly, and the real ones looked incredible in that first game, waiting for their opportune moment to strike, and they did just that. What a wonderful shot as well. Seeing the opening, the goal here, and seizing the opportunity, getting that goal in and bringing it back to the real ones. But then after that, it was all Chazmak. Just pure aggression, as you said. They went aggressive at the right times, and the right times were pretty early on in this one.
Yeah, definitely. That second game was definitely the game they want to look at. That's the style that I feel like Chazmak plays the best in. Minwon trying a trick shot in a pretty important matchup like this. You know that Chazmak, this is a must-win matchup for them. They need every single win here if they want to move on.
You see, I don't think it was actually an attempted trick shot. I think he just messed up completely, and I'm not letting him get away with that. That was definitely a mess up and not something that was intended. Chazmak definitely coming out on top of things in terms of damage, and didn't really need to heal as much. Well, they did heal more, but didn't need to heal as much in comparison to the damage taken. So really nice gameplay from them, and considering how aggressive they went, I'm not surprised they got much damage.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with how aggressively they were playing that second game. And the final 30 seconds of the final game, finally making use of those supers, Bonnie super to jump in. I love Minwon getting multiple kills at a time with his Bonnie.
It seemed like in the first game that was the main issue they didn't have. They didn't have him going aggressive with those supers and open up an opportunity for them to score a goal, and that was the main issue, and that's why they lost that first one. Minecart Madness going to be the map up next. Hated by a lot of people, but honestly, to commentate over and watch, it's quite thrilling. There's a lot of interruptions from the minecart, and that can really add to the experience. Bans coming in from the real one, though. We have Lola, Crow, and Belle. TMG are going to get rid of Gale, Colette, and Penny. First pick of Janet, which you can't blame them for, but then in comes the Carl once again, and these are just slipping through it, and so is Bonnie. You add that to the real one's selections, and that's shaping up really nicely.
Yeah, pretty crazy considering neither teams ban the top 3 brawlers in the meta right now. Figuring, hey, we got first pick. Let's try to get at least one of these top brawlers. Colette's out of the picture here, which, you know, this is unfortunate for Chazmag. They got 2 great brawlers that are great counters to Carl. You take them out of the picture and you take Janet instead as your first pick.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get at as well, you know. Banning out these brawlers, it opens yourself up to Carl. You want Carl with that kind of pick, and then they select Janet early on. Doesn't seem too smart to me, but then they take Daryl, which obviously does fail quite heavily against Gale and Colette, but that's obviously, you know, they're playing that as a repercussion to the opposing team getting Carl, which they should have had anyway.
Yeah, and you definitely need a mid-brawler here, and they're going to go with Jean, which, yeah, great brawler for, you know, just a winnable brawl, right? For gem grab, get one great pull, get those gems, and get out. If you're real ones, you're looking at a brawler like Bell right now, good brawler against Daryl, good range advantage against Jean, especially with the magic plus. Oftentimes teammates are going to tend to clump up, where Bell can definitely thrive in.
Yeah, Jean just has that turnaround capability, and that's why it's such a good brawler. No matter what the map or mode, really, it always has that turnaround.
Yep.
Got the 8-bit coming in as the final pick from Real Ones, though, and I don't like it, I don't dislike it. It's going to have the cheat cartridge as an ability to avoid the Jean pull, which is always good to have when CMG are just going to be looking for a turnaround.
Yeah, Bell was banned, my bad right there. But the 8-bit pick, I really actually like. 8-bit is a great brawler against any Jean composition, not only against Daryl, right? A brawler that's going to struggle to make aggressive plays when you've got a turret down with your 8-bit heavy damage. Not only that, Janet's going to struggle to even jump in on any brawler that's within the turret of 8-bit. So I really like the Real Ones comp here.
Yeah, it's looking good for them before we get into the game, but now actually coming into it, we'll see if it does back it up or not. Jigsaw wants to get on the car and didn't pay off for him too much in the last one. We'll see if things change. And it looks like they might do. Minwoo falls really early on, and all control is in the hands of the Real Ones.
That's huge because Luki just got so much value right there. He's about one hit away from getting his 8-bit turret already. Quick aggressive play by Z, and that's exactly what you want to do with Bond. You don't want to be too passive with her. You know you can win pretty much any 1v1 matchup.
You want to get that super thrown out and get it cycled once more. He does have to wait to pop into his bunny form before he can get back into that collide form by jumping in. And has that now. Goes back into the cannon form and gets pulled in. The minecart actually stops it. Turns into a favorable thing for them at that point, but Minwoo swoops in, takes him out anyway, and ensures that they aren't going to get anything off that. In comes Jigsaw though, and the knockback eventually comes out from Toast, but he gets traded out regardless. 6-2, make it 7 as Luke picks that one up from the back, and it's looking quite good for the Real Ones so far.
Yeah, and you know what I really love about 8-bit? That ability to escape at any moment with your teleport when you need to. Here, he's probably going to lose his 8-bit turret, but hey, Luki knows. I got another one in the bag right here. I'm going to place it right now. Minwoo's going to have a hard time making any aggressive plays, mainly because you don't want to rush in on the 8-bit that has a turret on him.
Fade looking like he wants to try and make a move, but backs up quite nicely as he doesn't have any ammo or any HP when coming in. Toast falls low as Jigsaw gets some great connecting shots, hits Minwoo as well, resetting his heals. And now Luki, 8 gems in hand, but in comparison to Chazmag, 6 is not a massive amount.
I feel like now it's a pretty massive amount, having a 9, and you got the Daryl down if Z can grab that. Even, I feel like that's a great pull, but at the same time, I don't like it, because hey, now you're going to give them the final gem, and you're not going to have a pull left, and it's a 10-7 scenario. You're at a tough situation right now if you're Chazmag, not looking good at all, as Jigsaw's just going to go in aggro, and that should do it.
Brings those gems home, and the Real Ones in set 2. Comparable to what they did in set 1, starting off very strongly, but Chazmag did respond incredibly nicely in that last one. We'll see if they do something similar to that once more and take the Real Ones by surprise, but I think their comp might just be too strong in this set.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, because like I said, Jean and Daryl, you just don't have what it, like, you can't pull an 8-bit because of the teleport. You can't, as a Daryl, you can't make aggressive plays because of the 8-bit turret support. And then your Janet just doesn't have the DPS. These are really bulky brawlers, so she just doesn't have the DPS or the range to deal with the Carl on the lane. But great initial start. I like the aggression by Minwoo right there, going head-to-head against the Bonnie, knowing, hey, Bonnie's weakest when she's not near her super and in her tank form. But right now, Z does have his super. Kind of a wasted super right there, which is a big problem because Bonnie's not a brawler that gets her super too quickly. You need 4 hits to get it back.
Jigsaw gets pitched in, he falls down as well. Should have Toast fairly close to a Gene Pool, as he did get a couple of shots off when Z was being pulled in on entry. Minwoo's going to slide in there and get the takedown. Gives him a little bit of a feed, but it's not going to matter too much, as the amount of control they have is just unmatched by anything we've seen from the real ones so far this game. Jigsaw also going to get pulled in the add to that gem count, 8 now to 1. And this is just looking terrible for the real ones, pretty similar to the first set.
Yeah, the good thing is the Gene did open those walls, made it harder for Chazmac to spawn trap them. Now they gotta prevent them from picking that gem up, and as I say, that Fate's gonna grab it. There's a 10 gem. If you're the real ones, you gotta take out the Gene, because you're just not gonna be able to against the Gem. You can just fly away securely.
Well, they've got the Carl, they've got the Bonnie, they've got the turnaround capability there. The jump and the super as well. In he goes. Toast gets the knockback onto him, but in comes Jigsaw and he takes those. Minwoong's behind him though, and he's got 4 gems. Needs to try to escape the flying hook down the left-hand side, but in comes Minwoong, cleans him up once more. The defensive side of the real one should be respawning though, but nothing in time for Chazmac to have any opposition whatsoever. 11 seconds on the clock. Up comes Lukey, but Jigsaw this time, no flying hooks, no entry, no escape. And this one should be all in the hands of Chazmac.
Yeah, that was a very valiant effort by Jigsaw right there. Great use of super, then the hook to almost escape. But Minwoong a little on top of that with the Daryl super to prevent that. I like, this is, as I said, this is where Chazmac is at their best, when they're playing aggressive. You saw what Minwoong did in the previous set in Brawl, how they won when he was aggressive with Bonnie. How they won this game, Minwoong was aggressive with his Daryl, constantly winning his lane against Bonnie. If they can do that, be aggressive, I feel like they have a better shot here.
It seems like Toast was pulling the lanes quite a lot more frequently rather than trying to wait for an opportune moment to get the 8-bit. And this time actually looks like 8-bit's playing the lane, and Z was playing the mid off the start. I'm sure if they're going to keep that going throughout the game, but Jigsaw does fall low. Toast should be able to clean him up here, but might be traded out, manages to avoid that pickaxe and take the takedown from beyond the grade. Z gets pulled in, adds another gem to their count, and there's 1 laying on the floor too.
Amazing pull right there. This time he didn't mess up with the pull against the minecart that kind of saved Z in the first game. Looking really good in favor of Chazmac right now. I love what Minwoong doing again, being assertive on the left side, imposing himself behind that wall. And if he can constantly do that, he knows that he's got the matchup advantage in the Carl as well. Woo! A bunch of exchange of events right there. Minwoong, I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get out of there. No, and wow, Lukey able to teleport safely with those 5 gems and have another super recycled back in his bag right here.
A lot of gems did remain on the floor though, and that's what Chazmac have picked up. They've managed to replenish their gems, even without the 6 that they did manage to take. Z gets pulled in once more, taken down, but they don't have much control. The minecart might assist them a little bit, but no. It's pinning them in spawn just that little bit longer and allowing the real ones to add to their gem count without any repercussions whatsoever. Minwoong has this super though, but Lukey on the gems with 8 of them now. It's pretty similar to what we saw in the first game. He's got the TP still, the cheat cartridge is still there, and that's the extra he needs.
Yeah, and this is Chazmac's opportunity. This minecart, and as I'm saying that, Z with a great aggressive play prevent that. Lukey should be able to pick up that gem, and if he can pick, no, he doesn't even need to right now. It's just 8 seconds, just play it safe with Z just backing up. Real one's definitely gonna take this one, as Gem's just not gonna be able to stop him right there.
The DPS output is not there for Fade when he does land. The real ones bring home set number 2, equalize the score, make it 1-1 against Chazmac, and keep Chazmac on the edge of their seats, as this is a much-needed victory for them. And the real ones just don't want to give it to them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love the draft pick, right? I love the 8-bit final pick. Great pick against them. That teleport came in so handy. That moment right here. Check this out. Lukey with just 7 gems, and then gets 10th one here, 10-7. This was big where Z got pulled, but hey, sometimes losing your pull leads to those situations where you're just not going to be able to grab the final gems. And right here, aggressive play by Jigsaw and Z jumping in at the same time. It's so dangerous, giving a Bonnie and a Carl to the enemy, 2 brawls that can make aggro plays. Carl being able to jump in with his flying hook, Bonnie being able to jump in with her super. It's just too dangerous.
Well, when the real ones had the gems, they kept them. Only 11 gems dropped to them. That's a real big statistic to have, and I think the majority of the time it's because they didn't really have the gems. They actually took them off their opponents, and that's why Chazmac did drop 32 of the 45 they had overall, which is just a massive amount, and not something you want to be doing in a gem grab game where you need to be collecting them and keeping hold of them safe.
Yeah, it just we're not able to safeguard them is the thing. When you're dropping 32 gems, that means what that means is you're able to pick them up, but at the same time, the later stages of the game, you're just dropping them. You're allowing Bonnie to jump in on you. You're allowing Carl to flying hook on you and just take you out, force you to drop those gems.
I mean, it was that synergized play that we saw time and time again. Jigsaw flanking around, in comes Z. Jump in, flying hook in, super, and then they've just got the abilities out to get out as well. And we almost saw Jigsaw turn around that second game as well, but he just couldn't make it out. It was a great heads-up play for them to make, and you could have seen it coming a mile off, but there was just no answer to it whatsoever from Chazmak, and there isn't an answer at all. There's nothing they could do about it, but managed to recover them nonetheless.
Yeah, moving on to Shooting Star, one of the most open maps in the game. Chazmak with the first ban, Stu, I'm not sure why a Stu initial ban, but looking at it, most likely they're going to have the first pick. Remember what happened last time when you nope, never mind, there's no Stu ban. That was a discrepancy, we're going to ignore that. They're going to go with the Carl, Max, and Jean ban. The real ones going with the Bell, Nani, and Crow ban. And whenever you're banning a Nani, you're allowing the other team to get the first pick. I would have personally taken Piper, but you're also leaving Bonnie on the table. And Bonnie is a good brawler against any Piper matchups because of the health, ability to just jump in, just do a lot more versatility.
Yeah, I think if they pick Piper here, it just adds up too much to, you know, an aggressive comp being able to be played, and that's just not what they want to have. With Nani obviously being out of the mix, it makes it a little bit more able to combat people at a long range, but with Bonnie being there and stuff like that, with the ability to just swoop in and take them out, it's not the easiest thing. But in comes Piper as a first pick from the real ones, choosing to go the long-ranged route. But it's going to be difficult with Belle, Nani, and Jean out of the mix.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. When Piper's on the table after Bonnie, you have to. You just can't give the enemy team both Bonnie and Piper on this map. They're going to go with the Tick pick here. Now, if you're Chazmak, you still have Brock that you can use. You can just open those 2 layers of walls and you don't have to worry about Tick too much. I think that's the route Chazmak might take here, is just go with the Brock and another long-range brawler. Maybe couple those 2 brawlers with like a Fang would be a great brawler, I feel like. Or Byron if you want to go with Byron plus Bonnie. So there's a Brock pick. And let's see what they're going to go with the final pick. B, interesting. So I'm guessing they're worried that maybe the real ones are going to go with the Nagro brawler like Fang. Let's have a B to prevent something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I'm not 100% convinced by the B, you know, at the moment. But obviously with that final pick being in the real one's hands, they have to account for something a little bit more tanky, a little bit more aggressive, as you just did mention. The Leon is going to be there, and I think this is, you know, a really solid comp from the real ones and Chazmak. In their own ways, they have such good range or aggressiveness to be able to really clutch up these games.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're going with 3 single targeting brawlers, Bonnie, B, Rock, you're just not going to have that ability to, you know, utilize Vision Gear, for example, against the Leon. Leon, if he's visible, got a lot of opportunities to go aggro into any of these brawlers. So I love the Leon final pick there. Even without walls, Tick has range, so it's not the worst situation to be in.
Yeah, well, Z going to be slotting onto this Leon over on the side of Minwoo on the Bonnie, who's getting some very convincing early shots here. Receiving some of his own as well from both the Tick and Z, keeping him low. Fade's going to break his own wall and slot in for that early blue star, and getting a perfect start for Chazmak.
Yeah, I would not want to be Bonnie against Leon, mainly because you don't want to feed this Leon. Leon is a very passive brawler on the map like Shooting Star. It's going to take him a while to get his super, but the moment he does, he becomes a very, very big threat here. Jigsaw's going to move to the left side. Luke's going to move to the right, seeing, hey, I got that, you know, 4 tiles of walls on the right side that I can utilize, forcing Chazmak back. Now, if you're Minwoo, you do have Bonnie super that you can use to jump in. Ooh, got a little close right there, taking out Luki. Dodged the rocket from Brock as well. Chazmak still looking good right now, getting control back with the. Actually, no, what am I saying? Real ones are in control with the 2-1 with the blue star.
Jigsaw sitting on 3 stars, but he needs to be a little bit worried about them increasing the star lead over and then doubling up, so they only have to get 2 kills in return. Toast with the 3k over this left-hand side, looking to try and find Z, but also does have that lollipop drop to be able to tank a big 3k if it does come in. Minwoo has the super hand as well, but can't really jump in. Jigsaw's got jump as well, and Lukey's got that defensive measure of both the last hurrah and his own tick head. So Chazmak on the back foot here, 20 seconds on the clock, their move needs to be made, but there's a lot of measures stopping it.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough for Minwoo to jump in here with both Piper and Lukey, with his tick having super, but they're going to need to make an aggressive play right now. There's the push, and wow, Minwoo did manage to take out the Leon. If Fade can, yeah, he's going to avoid the tick head there, and they're going to be able to escape with that win, and thanks to Minwoo's patience in the final seconds to get that Leon escape.
Chazmak looking good in the later periods of that game, and it's difficult to see them not defending that Bonnie better. You just expect it to be able to quickly get out of the way, and especially with the lollipop drop on the floor. They already had invisibility, and they had invisibility with Invisiheal on top of that. I was quite surprised to see him go down and not be traded out, especially when Clyde jumps in and only has around 4,000 HP.
Oh yeah, definitely here. This time, a lot more assertion by Chazmak. I feel like this is something we've been seeing a lot. They tend to play passive in their first game, and then they then turn things up. So now we're seeing them playing at a faster pace. This time, more assertive, not getting spawn trapped within the first minute, like the previous game.
Throw a shot over to the right side. Jigsaw gets connected with it. Lukey not putting himself in the best position considering he is quite squishy, but Toast over this left-hand side with the 3k makes the connection. Z chooses not to tank it. He's savoring these lollipop drops for the later game, and although it didn't really help him in the last one, it might help him in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Still looking good for Chazmak. This is what you want to do with the lead. You want to be assertive. You don't want to let the enemy team push you to the spawn trap, because that's what we've seen Chazmak struggle. Last week, they lost every bounty set because they kept getting themselves spawn trapped and losing that lead in the final seconds. And again, right now, we're seeing them being pushed back here. Even though they got the lead, you don't want to be in this situation. I like the super by Fade. You just got to destroy those walls. You don't want to leave a tick behind a wall. Nice kill by Toast. It's going to give him a 3-star lead. If I'm Minwoo, I'm going to be assertive. I'm carrying 2 stars, no blue star. If I can be assertive, get a kill here, I can secure this win without giving the enemy any chance at getting a comeback here.
Wait for that opportune moment. In comes Z with his invisibility. Pops that lollipop drop and tanks quite a lot of stuff, but not able to do more than that. Jigsaw makes connection with that homemade recipe onto Toast, but nothing more. In comes Minwoo, gets the takedown, and he should be able to clean up Jigsaw as well. Securing the set. Chazmak move up 2-1, and the real ones just did not look on point in that set.
Yeah, definitely was difficult for Lukey right there. Like I said, you leave a Brock. You take the tick, but you leave Brock. Now you have no walls to work on with your tick. Definitely puts you in a tough situation.
Really does. We saw Minwoo drinking out of his fine china there, celebrating such a big win, or a big set for them, should I say, in terms of being able to get momentum and move on to win this next one as well, because we've said time and time again today how much these wins today mean to them. And not only today, they need to win next week as well after really disappointing 0-3 last week. This is the kind of response we needed and what we expected from Chazmak, and they're really providing it with us.
Oh yeah, definitely. Still need one more set to finish the job here. Real ones. They've been pushing them though. They've been pushing them. Chazmak right here, wow, 14 to 2 stars? Is that real?
I mean, they only managed to pick up 2 stars across 2 games. I'm not sure the real ones were really up to the challenge of defeating Chazmak in this set here. A really disappointing statistic to see, really, considering the real ones definitely weren't out of the games at all. They always, had a bit of a foot in the door, hit some shots, but couldn't finish off and make those connections. And Chazmak were able to punish them for going aggressive, or being able to, in the first game, go aggressive and punish them for being so defensive. Yeah,
definitely. I would have liked to see real ones play more of a matchup-focused game there. Have your Piper on B, because you have the projectile speed range advantage against B there. Could have had more opportunities. You just got to switch more, and that's something we don't see from real ones. Is unlike other great teams, they don't make those key switches. They don't play with the matchup advantages that we should see them do.
Well, the real ones bands are in. We've got the Brock, Ruffs, and Crow. And Chazmak clearly not got the first pick, and we see it already because of the Carl, Colette, and Bonnie bands. The real ones quickly picking up really versatile brawler in this map, going with a Lola. It can play lane, it can play mid, bit of everything.
Yeah, definitely. And knowing Chazmak, they love the Bell mid, so we're looking at Bell, which would be a good pick against a Lola. And not only that, 8-bit is still on the table, but if you can securely pick Bell here, and that's what they do here, you don't have to worry about a 8-bit pick like the real ones did in Minecart Madness. So a good pick right there. Now on the lanes, you still have options such as, well, Rico, but then again, you got to go with the Colt because you need a wall breaker, I guess. If you're the real ones. But here's the thing about Colt, though. Risky pick. High skill cap brawler, of course, but at the same time, a brawler that you can definitely take advantage of.
Yeah, but you see, this is I'm quite a fan of this Colt pick, and also at the same time, I think it could be a real mistake because with that, I mean, real ones have just provided them with the Rico pick. I wasn't sure if they were going to be forced to take the Rico to take it out of Chazmak's hands, but they didn't choose to go for that. They're going to take that Lola on the lane, the Daryl on one of the lanes, Piper through mid, and now they've been pretty much provided this Rico pick, and that's going to be a really, really good comp for Chazmak.
Yeah, if I were the real ones, the Daryl was a great pick, but you got to take Rico just to prevent the other team from taking Rico. And not just that, if Chazmak, you know, took Daryl, you're okay with that because, hey, you got a Rico versus Daryl matchup. So I feel like, wow. But Chazmak opting to not take Rico, instead are gonna take Spike. I'm not so sure about that. Why?
I have no clue whatsoever, and I don't even want to try and explain it because it's gonna be one of those outlier picks that Chazmak just do and just hope works. Because the Rico can deal with stuff just as well as Spike can on this lane, and if you can get into that top right corner, damage rains down like no other.
Yeah, for sure. And not only that, you don't have the best DPS other than Colt. So you're gonna be, you're putting a lot on your Colt overperforming here to win this lane and get you that DPS against a comp that has Piper, Lola, and Daryl, lots of DPS. So I'm not too sure about the draft by Chazmak. Good strong start by them. Is gonna take advantage of the Daryl lane with the Spike. Already took him out right there. Big kills right there. Toast gonna get some additional damage on that save, and we'll sprinkle in some damage as well.
Wonderful start for Chazmak, but you'd have expected, we'll just say you expected a Rico to have done something similar to what Minwoo's doing with this Spike, but also added some more damage to the safe and some better positioning along the way. Jigsaw almost taking down Minwoo, but gets cleaned up. Z is marked, gets taken down by the Colt, and only Lukey's really pushing up. Minwoo taking some pressure off, throws down that Spike super, and with his death, manages to assist Toast in getting a kill.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the most important things in a map like this is the mid position. That ability for Toast to already win his mid control against a Piper, which I feel like is a mismatch, because if you can get a single hit with Piper, you can get quick control. Jigsaw, a little too careless right there, got taken out quickly. Fade with a great laser. It's a 3v2 right now.
Yeah, it wasn't just that one, but Fade also absolutely lasered Z as well on top of that, getting the double there. With some really nice Colt plays. They're putting Piper down on the lane. They've got Fade taken down, and now the positioning should start to come along with it. But Z just managed to get hold of his super, and it might be a little bit too late to really get too much out of it. So the Colt should be back and putting some presence on the map once again.
Yeah. Jigsaw hitting some nice shots, getting position. Now, if you're the real ones, you're not out of the picture. Yeah, you have plenty of time, and you have a comp. It definitely has the DPS to get back in this game, for sure.
Lukey holds over that Bell 9 and gets taken down because of it. The bear trap's there. Z moving over to the Colt lane once more, but no matter where he goes, he's taking heavy fire massively, and Minwoo able to get the swap off whilst he's healing up so he can't provide any pressure. Fade getting the takedown, but it's only a trade onto Lukey there. Z gets cleaned up, and it's only around 11% in it, which isn't a massive amount considering how much control Chazmak have had. And that's just purely because of the breakaway plays that real ones are making.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time here, though. There's 15 seconds. If the real ones can capitalize right here, make use of this final few seconds just to grab 12%, they can definitely take this. Jigsaw still alive, and there it is. There it is. Z making use of the final few seconds to make an aggressive play and get the percentage points right there. And that's what we were talking about from the start is, hey, you've been backed up so much, but the problem here with Chazmak is DPS. You don't have as much DPS overall as the real ones did here.
I mean, it seemed like the Colt was the one getting all the trading blows, which really isn't what you want. You want to get your kill quickly, get damage on the safe, and move on quickly from there. A little Bellmine being placed down once more from Fade in this top portion of the map, stopping them from pushing through the mid as aggressively as they'd like to. But this is looking like a great start for the real ones, and better than last time, and they were on the back foot early on.
Yeah, and another point with the Spike, sure, you're winning your matchup on the lane and stuff. But overall, Spike from a range, from a distance, this doesn't have the DPS, and that's what Chazmax have been struggling. Had they gone with the Rico, better position on the, behind the walls, could have gotten a lot more damage. Again, being pushed to the brink, you have to really rely on Fade here to not only win his lane, but get you that damage on the save.
He's going in, gets some damage taken onto him heavily. Fade might be worth just using a super and getting him out of this position here, but chooses not to and takes some damage as a return because of it. The bouncing bell shots do help out though, and another mine placed in mid. Here comes the Chazmac damage. Fade coming down the left-hand side as well, adding a bit to it. Also, Nimwung gonna throw up a super, try get a bit of value onto Z with it as well, but Z comes in, lifeline goes down, and they should be able to take him down once more. Damage is still not massive though.
This is my concern. Chazmac getting team wipes left and right, yet you only managed to get 30%, now add in 33%. Still not enough against the comp like the real ones. They got a lot of high damage dealers. Z's gotta win his lane on the right side and be able to safely get behind that wall to recover back. Looking good for the real ones here, but still a lot of time to work on the clock.
Trying to defend as best as he can, tanks a shot onto the safe, and that allows them to keep the lead. There's Toast as well, tanking another. Fade over the left-hand side, trying to prevent Luki from adding to the damage they've already got. Now respawning off the start, and with a little jump back from Jigsaw, a little bit of pressure should be relieved. Z comes in and gets taken down.
Wow.
Should do, but not for a while. Luki now trying to get the trade onto Toast. Toast forced to use a mark at close range on him. Fade raining down damage and taking the lead back in their favor, but Piper is still down the right side, still getting some damage on the opposing safe. Fade back into a defensive position because of Z's super once more, and Luki's moving over there. Ego thrown down, freeze frame there as well, and damage starts to come down. They've already got the lead, and they've got the control as well.
Yeah, definitely real ones in control right now because there's no time left for Chazmac to get any additional damage as real ones showing you that, hey, overall control, team wipes are not going to win you in Heist. And I feel like the stats are going to show us that. They're going to show Chazmac get more of the damage on your brawlers, perhaps more kills. But overall, objective-wise, the real ones had it done right there. More damage on the save, had multiple pushes where that's all they needed with the overall DPS of their comp.
Well, you can see from the face cams as well, the nerves are hitting. They did not look happy about that set, and rightly so, because that was pure dominance from them. But in terms of damage, and that's what really matters in Heist, there was nothing going for them whatsoever. And you see at times like this where the damage just starts to rain down. That's all they need. One push with a Daryl and a Lola, and it's done.
Yeah. And like I said, you really had a lot. You had to rely on Fade to get you that overall DPS. It just didn't happen with his Colt. He had a few moments where he was able to get the safe, but nowhere where he needed enough. You needed more damage. Bell's a low DPS brawler. Spike from a distance is very low DPS.
Nice.
Those are brawlers you have to capitalize on, and I feel like the real ones really took advantage of that situation. Just look at right here. Stats. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Almost double the damage. Chazmac almost double the damage against the real ones, and they still lost.
I mean, it is double the damage. They've got that double and the tiniest amount more. They're clearly not healing as much, though. They haven't got the heals in, and therefore the real ones gathering control bit by bit and moving forwards. And it's 28 kills as well. Not only the damage, but they've got the kills along with it. But without the Rico, there's no damage to go along with the Colt. Colt can get all the kills in the world with these supers. But if you don't have a Rico up that side dealing the damage, then it's just not the right compromise.
That was the perfect match, perfect example of what Heist is. It's not always about, hey, get control comps. You know, we're gonna go with brawlers like Bell and Spike. We're gonna win lanes. We're gonna team wipe you, right? But those are not good. That's not gonna like win you the game. Sometimes all it takes is just damage, just reckless plays, reckless abandonment, get to the safe, deal the damage, because that's how you win in Heist. Is the objective, get the safe damage. And that's exactly what the real ones prove right there.
I mean, they couldn't have done any better, to be honest, just defending when they needed to, which really didn't need to be happening too often. They just could have just soaked up all the damage that they were raining down and still probably managed to win. Bell's Rock going to be the deciding one, though, and it is going to be knockout. So there's no, well, I mean, technically there is some draws in this, but you don't expect them whatsoever. So this is going to be pretty much the deciding match of, there's going to be no more than what should be on the table. And Real Ones, Chazmac, both looking for wins here, but it's more influential for Chazmac to take it.
Yeah, looking at it here, I feel like Real One's most likely going to get first pick here. You just can't give brawlers like Tick and Carl as your first pick to the enemy. If you're the Real Ones, you'll have Sprout in the bag here, but then you also have to consider a Grum, which, you know, making his way back here into the meta, especially in a map like Bell's Rock, very deadly. If you're the Real Ones, though, I would probably pick something safer instead of a first pick thrower. Maybe go with, actually, Chazmac gonna go with the Piper first pick. Now, I like Piper, but I'm not a huge fan of Piper, maybe because I feel like she's a bit exploitable as a first pick. Go with the bulky brawlers, high health. So like, you know, underrated brawlers like Pam would be great matchup. Lola would be pretty good as well. Bulky brawlers where Piper's just not gonna have an easy time sniping them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the Piper is just purely because the Carl's out the way, the Fang's out the way, the Bonnie's out the way. There's a lot of those brawlers that would usually aggress onto the Piper, whether it be full of flying hook, a jump, a super from the Fang. Anything can get towards it, but a lot of those banned out the way. It opens up to be quite a nice pick. Bow going to be the second pick from the Real Ones, though, and I do actually really like that. Ability to throw down these bow mines in such influential choke points is going to be massive to have for them.
Yeah, and speaking of bulky brawlers, Lola and Bo, these are brawlers you just can't two-tap with the Piper, even with damage. You're gonna go with the Sprout with your second pick, and then with your final pick, definitely something else. But at the same time, you gotta be worried because you know Real Ones are most likely gonna take a brawler like Rum, possibly, or maybe, you know, if they want to get fancy with it, they can go with a Mortis, or even another aggro type brawler that can, you know, roll in on you like a Daryl, or maybe even go with the, oh no, you're gonna cancel out those tanks thanks to your beat. But still, your comp is a little fragile, and there it is. There's the Grum pick. The Grum would be great matchup against the Piper, against the Bee, especially when you don't have walls. Brawlers, low health brawlers, which Grum can definitely take advantage of, and also not a bad matchup against Sprout. I like the comp by the Real Ones. I feel like it's gonna be a tough one for Chazmac.
I think it's very solid. Usually I'm heavily opposed to a Grom, but in these certain circumstances where you need a thrower to combat the Sprout, and you also have lower HP brawlers on the opposing side, it can take advantage of those situations really nicely. Throw out a gadget, 3 bombs rain down, and it increases in damage one by one, then 2 of those connect, and it's pretty much game over for one of the players.
Yeah, if I'm Chazmac, I'm really relying on this Sprout because he does have the range advantage. Sprout's one of the most dominant brawlers on this map, so you really want to be assertive. And Luki already being assertive. Luki, one of the best thrower players, by the way. Shout out to Luki in North America here. So not a player that you want to ever count out. Z, although losing his lane and then being taken down by the Sprout, this is the aggression that Chazmac really needs to play in. The pace, unfortunately, caught Piper off guard, and it's a 2v2 now, which is huge for the Real Ones because if you give Luki super with Grum, the table can turn very quickly here.
Yeah, Luki needs to work towards. I'm not sure if he's even connected a singular shot yet, which is definitely not the one, but he hits a 2-in-1 there. Mimim's going to continuously get hit by him as well, brought low, but Jigsaw needs to retreat a little bit. Toast has that 3k shot with the Honeycomb activated as well. The Honeycomb, should I say. Able to do quite a lot of work with that. The Sprout wall is placed down, and there go those bow mines. In an influential position, they're going to get walls down for the next bit as well. And he does pop that wall, tries to block them out once more. He gets a successful blackout on Jigsaw, and it's all on Luki now, pretty much.
Yeah, Luki's like 1 hit away from getting super. Unfortunately, caught by the smoke right there, thanks to the Sprout entrapment with the walls. Fortunate for Chazmac to get out of life here, because Luki was just unable to get a single super with his Grum.
Toast now down this open lane against Grom, and Luki's not going to be having a good time at all. Already taken out, and the thrower of CMG should now take advantage of these opposing players. Toast is absolutely popping off, getting the shot through. The slows there as well, and Jigsaw's just going to give up. Come back next game and try once more as Chazmac moves to match point.
Yeah, I didn't like the Grum versus B lane right there. It didn't really make much sense. Why not utilize the lane with more walls with your Grum and go after the Sprout? Toast definitely took advantage of that misplay by the Real Ones. The Real Ones want to win here. Like I said, they gotta play their matchups. You gotta play your matchups right now. Z already getting shot by Fade. Luke's gonna try to assist. Good thing for Z. being able to heal back. Jigsaw, though, receiving and taking too much damage by the B. And if you're Luke, you don't want to get trapped here. You don't want to be in this position where you're going to get pushed back by a Sprout.
Able to avoid one shot and get out of that position, but still very, very low, and one connecting shot from Minwoo right now will bring him down, but managed to heal up once more. And I don't know if they're just giving him too much breathing room and playing it too passively when a bit of aggression should come down, but I feel like that should have been a secure kill.
Yeah, we have yet to see Luki get a single super with his Grum. Just shows how safe Chazmag has been playing here, just not giving this Grum any hits to work with. Grum is very, very dangerous when he gets his super, but when he doesn't have it, not so much.
Well, Sprout shots continue to rain down and make the double connection there on both Luki and Jigsaw. Sprout walls incoming as well. There goes the shot down the mid though, and the gear almost brought down Minwoo. Toast gets hit by the zone on one side of things. Jigsaw still in a tough position now. They need to bring down Toast, or at least one of them before the Grom Bomb comes down, and the takedowns are there. The real ones are still in it as they bring back the first round of the second game.
There it is. There is the Grum super. That's what you need here, Chazmag. I'd like to see Luki be a little more assertive, use his gadget more. I want to see him using his gadget more because you're going to get so much value with it. You're going to be able to charge your super. If you're Grum, you definitely need to use this left side wall. At the same time, Jigsaw kind of struggling against Toast here and his B. Z gonna be pushed back. Fortunate for him, gonna be able to stay alive. Unfortunate for Luki, caught right there in the midst of that trap, which Minwoo taking advantage of. Now has his super. This should definitely be in favor of Chazmag right now, 3v2, especially with Sprout having his walls as well.
Sprout should be abusing them right now. Toast looking for the pinch, and Jigsaw is going to be caught directly inside of it. Staying alive though, but now brought down. Z as well. Chazmag Gaming take the second round, and now only one round away from the entire game.
Yeah, this is huge. If you're Sprout, you got your walls ready. You can also recycle them with your gadget. But if you're Luki Bear, you really need to get your super. Because this is the only way you're going to get control back and be able to compete against the Sprout. Z getting his super finally down against the Piper just to hold him back just a bit. There's the recyclement of Sprout super by Minwoo. Can also trap him if he wants to. If I'm Minwoo, I'd be more assertive with it right now and just try to push him back as much as I can.
Good gadget from Jigsaw though, placing down the gadget, soaking up with the super and a shot. The 3K returns into Toast's hands once more, and Jigsaw's pretty much on 3K, which is a dangerous spot to have. Now those mines being placed down, trying to break up some of these walls, but Luki's not going to be able to do anything at all. Sprout staying out of his range, pinching the opposing players. And the wall's there, recycles it again. Gadget being popped by Luki, he makes no connections at all, and the 3K comes in. Wow. It's up to Z and Jigsaw to try and clutch the game up. The wall is there, they're blocked out. What's more, there's the bone mine though. Toast gets connected by it, Jigsaw is slowed. Z has a small amount of HP, tanking maybe 1 or 2 Sprout shots, but a Piper is going to be dealing a lot more than that. There's possibility, he gets the super, but not quite enough. Chazmag Gaming stay alive on their run to the Challenge Finals. Another 2 games needed, but they're still there.
Wow. Real Ones really, really pushed them to the brink right there. Huge shout out to Real Ones right there, showing what they're capable of. It was just unfortunate for Luki right there, getting caught in the final seconds. That big kill by Toast. Having the charged B-shot to quickly take him out. Not just that, not connecting with his Grum gadget as well. Not getting his Grum super in that final matchup as well. Those are some key things that Chazmag kind of dodged a bullet in, but also played so well in the matchup that was not an easy one.
Yeah, so difficult towards the end portions of these games here. And when he had the Grom Bomb, it clutched up, but when he didn't, there was just nothing to be seen from the Real Ones in late game. Just a small slither of a chance that Z could have clutched this one up with his super here, but with the splash damage of Minwoo, just wasn't quite enough to be able to tank it.
Yeah, he almost had a shot right there. If he had just
walked into the gas too.
Yeah, if he did not walk into the gas, dodged one more shot against Sprout, definitely a winnable game right there. Real Ones though, wow, just forced into the brink. This time, Chazmag again, double the damage. A lot less heal.
Heal more than they've done damage as well.
Yeah, and this is disparity we've been seeing these two teams. Chazmag, more aggressive, Real Ones a little safer. But they do play to the objective, and oftentimes they get very close thanks to, you know, big plays such as the Grum super that won them that game. It was just unfortunate again, like I said, Grum just not having his super to make a difference in that final game.
Yeah, it's a tough closing few seconds for the real ones. I was really thinking they were going to be able to take that one and bring it back when we saw some of the drafts, but the Grum pick was just not enough to combat the power of that Sprout. And alongside that as well, you know, the rest of Chazmac's comp was just that little bit better. The bow versus B lane is always going to be a losing one of that.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough matchup, and oftentimes we saw Jigsaw just bolt out. He's like, I can't deal with this B. I'm just gonna switch to the right, go to the middle. But at the same time, when you switch like that in the map like Bell's Rock, you just can't. You can't make quick switches like other maps because in the game mode like Knockout, the moment you switch, the moment you make that decision, I don't want to face this matchup even though it's a disadvantage. I want to move to the left. The moment you do that, you give up control. All of a sudden, you get pushed back. You get pushed back into spawn. You get pushed back. We saw, how many times did we see that Grum be pushed back into that bush area where he's just trapped in there and get caught by Sprout multiple times, right?
Well, tough game for the real ones to start things off, but Chazmac keep their hope alive, taking it in set number 5. We'll be back with some more games just after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's...
And just like that, Chazmac Gaming, well, there's still a chance, folks. It's going to be tough for them, and we'll take a look into the future in a matter of moments. But as usual, we got to look into the rear view mirror first, and we'll go over some of the plays that made them look pretty cool. But as for now, Stamina and Tribe still undefeated, the real ones with the 0-4. Oh, man, nobody wants to be friends with Owen, but TRO, certainly you're making new ones.
No, it's 0-5 now for the real ones, unfortunately. They're just dominant performance. Final set of that knockout. I loved what Chazmac did there. Just dismantled Grum.
Destruction.
Yeah, Grum was a powerful pick. Let's look at the replay here. The final 60 seconds of the final set. If we can get that, that would be great. But what happened was, check this out. Right here, Toast, full control against Jigsaw, against Bo. I love the wall placement by Sprout, preventing Grum from aggressing. Just can't move up. And then recycling back his route super. Again, just blocking him, completely shutting that portion of that area. Luki being pushed back to the brink, just 90 health. The biggest thing here, Luki just unable to get a single hit with this Grum. Couldn't get his super, right? And then Jigsaw, just getting abused by the beat. Just a big mismatch right there. But here's the big play. Another Sprout super to trap him. Z kind of struggling because he has to deal with two brawlers now on the right side. Both the Sprout and the Viper, right? Forced right into that. Check this out. Big, huge shot. 3,000 health. Grum done. Just like that. And that's a 3v2. Toast gets caught by one of the mines, unfortunately. Gives the real ones a sliver of hope. Z now 1v2 gets his super right about here. Almost had it, almost made it,
I saw it,
but just couldn't get it. Wow.
If you find the ego in a little bit of a different position, all of a sudden you're blocking stuff. But no, I mean, we heard Trav earlier say that Bo B lane, you're not going to win, so you're going to need help from your mid laner. So Sprout made sure to make sure the mid laner wasn't involved. Just 5-head. Great stuff. Great thinking coming out from Chazmac. That's why they wind up punching their ticket and, well, keeping their ticket alive. We'll see if they can punch it in a matter of moments. But as for now, it's interview time. Standing by, Glitter Explosion. She's going to chat with Toast.
Thank you very much, F. That's right. I've got Toast standing by, ready to hang with us. First of all, Toast, we've got to talk about it. I mean, congratulations on the win here. A big bounce back from last week. So talk to me a little bit about where the team's mental is at right now.
It's all right. Last week was pretty rough for us, I think, going 0-3 in one day. I think it was hard having 3 matches in one day, especially having a really, really bad first match. So we kind of went into the rest of the matches pretty tilted already. And then obviously getting reverse swept sucks no matter what. So then after getting reverse swept and losing a match that we thought we should have won, it was very, very tough for us. And then we lost a third match too. So just not a good day for us, but I'm happy to win today. And we still have chances to make the LAN. So looking positive to the future.
Absolutely. And we got to kind of see Ash break down the final moments there of the final round of the final match. I mean, at what point did you guys kind of feel like you started to have that game in the bag?
I really liked our draft. I think we arranged them pretty well. I know Minwoong's like one of the best Sprouts in the world, so I was very confident having him on Sprout. And then Fade's a very, very good Piper, and I love B, so I feel like we're all on pretty good brawlers. And I think we outranged them. I think we had a good comp, and I think we played it pretty perfectly. Just some small misplays, but I think we played it pretty well, so I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier. Obviously, you know, this is but one of a couple other games you guys have to kind of make your matchups that you have to make your way through. Are you ready? Are you worried about any of those matchups? I mean, you've got Raconic and then Tribe, so they could be close.
Yeah, I'm definitely nervous about Raconic. We played them today. We've been practicing. We didn't really scrim these maps at all, to be honest. We really only scrimmed the Raconic maps because we know they're a very, very good team, and I'm very, very nervous to play them. Alianis, especially, he's an excellent player on their team. Gatsby's another great player, so I'm very, very nervous to face them, but it's going to be a very, very exciting match, and then obviously facing Tribe is always an exciting battle, uphill battle, but hopefully we can pull that out too.
Well, you guys started off the day strong, so it's definitely going to be helpful. Before I let you go and continue that prep, I'll give you a couple moments here to do some quick shout-outs.
Shout out to my team again. Shout out to Charlie Mack. Shout out to Lukey Beer, who we just faced. He's a very good friend of mine, so always a pleasure facing him. He played amazing, and thank you everyone who watched and supported us.
Oh, thank you for jumping on and talking. Congrats again.
Thank you.
All right. Nice to be able to chat with Toast there for a little bit of insight on what happened in that first match. I mean, we talked about it a lot on the desk. This was something they needed. They could not afford to lose if they wanted to keep their hopes alive. So this was huge for Chazmac.
I mean, definitely so, and I'll always say it when Toast does an interview. It's just absolutely incredible. His his ability to talk is just incredible. But yeah, I mean, it's such a big match for them to have, and admitting before you're going into a game like they are going to be going into against Raconic that you are very nervous. I think that's a very big thing to do as well.
I wasn't sure if he's going to answer me on that one, Ash. I'm kind of surprised. He gives fantastic responses.
Yeah, definitely, and they know, hey, they still have a lot to look forward here. They got Raconic, another strong team, and then of course their ultimate matchup, Tribe, next week.
Right.
Best of luck.
Well,
they're gonna need it.
They are going to need it, but we've been talking about him a little bit. Brought up in the interview because next matchup is actually going to be Raconic versus Vatra.
Well, here is the Raconic roster to start things off. Alyanis, as Toast just mentioned, incredible player. He's been playing absolutely amazingly, and he said the same about Gatsby as well. But the third is going to be Nathan, who is a great player as well. We've been watching him, and they've taken some disappointing defeats, especially that one last time, double match point against Tribe Gaming, to just fall short has got to hurt. But at the same time, they're going to want to bounce back, and they've had a little bit of a taste of victory, but haven't yet managed to bring one.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Raconic. These guys, amazing synergy together, and what I really love is they bring in unique stuff to the table. They don't play the conventional way, and a lot of times that works, and it almost got them the win against Tribe. That was going to be one of the biggest upsets that we've ever had. Almost had it. Brought Tribe to the final set, final game of Brawl Ball. Just a few seconds from winning as well. Just check this out. Tribe against Zulan got the goal with his Ashe, but they knew they should have won that matchup, having a comp that built to counter Ashe.
Well, Vatra Gaming, a real big up-and-comer this year, and they've made huge strides with Chino being added to the roster. Juan Carlos and RBM going to be paired with him to make this absolute powerhouse of a team. Yet to really prove themselves, I feel, in this competition, but here are a couple of them now. They really do need to make that move in this competition. I think it's that they were 1-2, 1-3 or something like that, which is it's good so far, but they're nowhere near yet securing their spot for the next phase. And being a team like Vatra, you expect to be making it that far.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. They're currently at 1-2 right now, but these are very winnable matches for them. Raconic, they really need to win because they know that they're the better team in this region. They have more experience, just higher standing in the world. This is a matchup that they know they gotta win, and they have to if they want to make it.
It's been a difficult run for them so far, but I'm sure they'll start to make some strides over today. They're against a team who they, in reality, in theory, should beat in Raconic, who have had an even more tough time than them, as you can see with a few of the statistics here. 4.45, which I feel like is incredibly low in terms of kills in comparison to other teams we've seen statistics for, but they're still up there with the amount of deaths, which is never a good sign.
Yeah, the stats have Vatra looking pretty bad here, but a lot of it has to do with, hey, they've been playing in some really difficult matchups, such as Tribe last week. But I feel like for them, they probably have one of the easiest remaining schedule in terms of matchups. They're going to be facing lower standing brawlers, so standing teams, so they should have a better shot at redeeming themselves and their stats, hopefully.
Spicy desk today. Of course, chat, we want to know your opinion on things. Which team's going to be winning the second matchup of the day? Will it be Raconic or will it be Vatra that comes out on top? Let us know in the Twitch poll down below, because match number 2 is ready to go. So once again, boys, take it away.
Well, I think this is going to be just as good as a game as the last one, and we went to set number 5 in the last, so if we can expect some more of that in this one, we're up for some more spicy Brawl Stars gameplay. Deep Diner kicking things off, Raconic banning out Stu, Janet and Jean, Vatra coming out with the Gale, Barley and Squeak bans first pick in Penny, which is just a phenomenal pick on this map.
Yeah, definitely the best mid brawler on this map, lots of choke points. But my main question here is, you leaving Carl off on the table here? So here's the other thing though. Vatra has very good aggro players that are really good at tanks, and best counters to Carl are tanky brawlers. So Rakana, they're gonna take the second best mid here, which is gonna be Bo, and they're definitely gonna take Carl with the next pick. If they don't, then it's just gonna blow my mind.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they don't pick Carl, they're providing a really, really solid comp to Vatra, starting things off with a Penny, and then a Carl second pick would just be pretty much too much for them to handle. So it wouldn't surprise me if they do go it, and there you go. We're now throwing it back to Vatra, and we've seen Chazmac playing this map a couple of times, and I know they absolutely love that Crow, and it seems to pay off for them every single time.
Yeah, and another thing you want to look at here, Vatra, they banned Gale, they banned Squeak lane here. When you have these sorts of bans, and you give Carl, you want to play an aggro style with tank. So I'll be surprised if they don't pick a brawler like Ashe, or like another tanky brawler. I would be surprised if they don't go that aggro route here.
Yeah, it would surprise me as well, especially being the team that Vatra are, but they take the Colette, a bit of a counter to the Carl on the lane, but I don't think overall the best brawler on this map to have taken. Definitely a direct kind of, I'm going to send this Colette straight over into the Carl and deal with him that way. But I don't think, you know, it's one of the best lanes on this map. They're going to have to be consistently swapping lanes over and over again, and that can really disrupt the team play.
Yeah, I don't think Colette counters Carl on this particular map because of the choke points and the walls. So you got to couple Colette with the wall breaker. You need wall breaker. You don't have many wall breaking options right now, but you really need to destroy those walls. Ruffs, which, you know, great lane here, and I guess his super can be utilized to open the walls, so it's not the worst pick there, but it's not the best pick against the Carl lane either. And now you're going to give Rakonic another lane option that will definitely take advantage of the Ruffs here. If I'm Rakonic, I'm looking at a Barley, I was going to say Barley, but he's banned right now. But maybe, another thrower such as Sprout maybe, but not the best, not the safest, but still would be pretty good against their comp.
Yeah,
and there it is.
You go, there's the Sprout. I mean, I wasn't 100% convinced about the Sprout, and I'm still not, actually. I think Carl can do a good enough job against the Ruffs on his own if they can enforce and, you know, make sure that matchup is going to be the Carl versus the Ruffs, and there's even possibility that he won't even bring the sandbags to the table. Sprout against Colette is going to be pretty decent if you can avoid the gotcha gadget and not let her get up close.
Yeah, I also love the bow mines that you can utilize to place in that one layer of wall that you can, if you can destroy the walls with your mines, then one, less ideal placement for a mortar for Penny. So overall, Sprout should be able to hold both lanes. Bo can also go lane if he wants to and have Sprout play mid. So a lot of versatility in terms of what Rakana can do here.
Well, immediately we have the Carl versus Ruffs, and we have the Sprout versus Colette, which is surely not favorable for Vatra on that side of things, but they've managed to pick up the first 3 gems, even one off Rakonic's side, so definitely got some good control regardless of these kind of matchups they've been provided with off the start. But now RBM does fall, and Nathan starts to put himself in a good position.
Yeah, and you really don't want Sprout to get position, and now also having his walls, he can completely blockade this area, but a misplacement with his walls, but hey, he's got the gadget to recycle that sweeper if he needs to. Right now, quick switch on RBM, who's going to use that heal gadget, heal up. Big, huge plays by RBM right there, who's still alive. And Vatra in control. Wow.
Juan Carlos coming down the right side with the auto aims onto the Carl, and successfully so as well. Now in he comes, but the wall break is going to come down. Try and get some help out from Chino, but Nathan has cleaned up the left-hand side. But that's not without them having a 6-gem lead, making it 8-2. Bow mines go down in this mid and start to blow things up, but he's placed the wall on a bow mine.
Yeah, these are very, very questionable Sprout wall placements. And they're going to need to be aggressive here. They can't give you got to take RBM right here. You got to take advantage here. You also can't give Vatra the next 2 gems. Nice, I was going to say, but at the same time, it gets taken out. You got to be aggressive here, because if you allow that final gem in Vatra's hand, your chance of winning this is going to severely diminish.
Great plays all around from both teams there. It was inevitable that Gatsby was going down, so he placed those mines, and also there's a wall there from Nathan to account for these gems being down. Almost goes down there. Chino narrowly missing that mine on the floor, and the last one remaining there. Gatsby trying to slot for these next 1 or 2 because that will allow them. Actually, they can't get the reset. That gem does spawn just in time, and possibly they would have been able to if he didn't go down. RBM still got that damage gear activated, gets some hefty shots onto Alyanis, but Alyanis eventually clears up. 9 gems in hand. If it spawns now, they got a chance, but they don't. That is going to surely be it as the super comes in from Colette for Raconic in this game, and they start things off strong for that.
Yeah, man, huge plays by RBM throughout this game, fully utilizing the heal gadget, just showing you how powerful that gadget can be when used correctly. You just can't die. Just constantly hit your enemy, keep them low, heal back off of them. This map just got completely opened up. If you're a Gatsby right now, you gotta change up your game. You can't open this map up with your minds, because that only hurts your teammate. It hurts Nathan. And Nathan, you gotta clean up those supers, man. You gotta hold it. That was the biggest problem. He was the misplacement of those walls, allowing the enemy to get control back.
Oh, BM over this left-hand side, cleaning up the car once more, and I mean, it's his matchup to lose. He's going to be winning that 90% of the time in that auto-aim range with Gotcha activated. Alyanis coming for round 2, and I don't like his chances unless he gets a pinch from Gatsby, which he is attempting to do. Bone Mine's up there, breaking up the walls. Chino going to bait out the second one as well. But RBM still holding strong on this left. Alyanis coming in now, but the super's there. He doesn't have push it back, though, and he does get taken down by Alyanis, who now starts to establish control, and the gem lead isn't even there anymore.
Yeah, fortunate for Alyanis being able to win that matchup. He's got a heal though. He decides not to win that matchup. There's the wall placement. Not the best, but it's gonna be enough to form a choke point where Nathan just can't. He's not gonna miss from that choke point. Surprised that he didn't recycle that super. And here's the other thing: this map opened up even more. Raconic, even though they're commanding here with a 7 gem to 4. Make that almost 8 right there, as Gatsby should be able to pick that up soon. Alyanis having a difficult time against the Colette, just not able to use his super in time and not getting pinched by both the pennies. That was amazing teamwork right there. Gatsby unable to grab that 10 gem. Wow, big missed opportunity right there.
Well, there's one mine onto him. The swoop in comes in from Alyanis, who goes for the super, gets a good connection. The Gotcha gadget's there as well. Can't quite get the reset on Alyanis, who survives on 5-2-2. Chino trying to make an aggressive play as as their Colette's just not going to be back up in time. Both of them low. Juan Carlos falls, and the choke point is being spammed. Chino can't make any moves. 2 seconds, and Raconic even things out in the second.
Wow. I feel like a big reason they were able to win this, Sprout winning his lane, but also, again, utilizing those walls better. And on the left side, Alyanis won his lane against the Colette. That was huge. The moment he won it, he was able to maintain control and prevent that Colette from getting control back. Now here's the other adjustment I want to see from Gatsby still. I don't want him to open up the map with his mines. Took a heavy fire. I can't believe RBM actually won that matchup so readily with his Colette.
Well, Carl does the same over the left-hand side to the roughs, but RBM in a good spot to pinch back. Now doesn't manage to get any connections, but the super's there, and a gadget also went down along with it. Alyanis falls in the aggressive position, but RBM remains. Nathan can't make any connections, and the penny turret is up and fighting as well.
I just can't believe what RBM is doing right there. Double kill and then be able to survive against the Sprout, which he should have died right there. Still staying alive, not dying a single time. RBM, just a machine on the Colette. Juan Carlos pushing Nathan all the way to the spawn. Look at RBM go again with the Colette. Oh my goodness, and then 8 gems in the bag by Vacha. Not a single gem by Raconic here.
I mean, the mines are there, but it's just delaying the inevitable at this point. Eventually, they're surely going to get those gems, but Alyani comes in. The protective pirouette's there, and RBM can't quite get a pinch just yet, but Juan Carlos is there to pick things up for Vatra. And RBM could have probably got that last gem if he'd have realized how many gems they had, but didn't want to risk that one as well. Break comes in from Juan Carlos, and there's actually one piece of wall remaining, which means he might be able to cycle us back once again. Chino picks up that last one, but the gems are spread completely out across the Vatra team, and any takedown will reset.
Yeah, so if you're Raconic, you're just looking for a single kill here. Nice use of that Ruff's gadget at the end here, just to keep them back for a few seconds, 5 seconds. There's a flying hook by the Carl. Are they going to get a kill? They're unable to get a single kill right there. Vatra staying alive right there. Definitely had to work for that one. RBM, no doubt right there with the star play. Just insane with the Colette. One of the best Colette plays I've seen in this matchup. It was not an easy matchup. Lots of walls to work with. Getting a double kill and then staying alive against the Sprout. I don't know how he did it. That was insane.
I mean, his positioning was just so good. Whenever the call came to his lane, and usually it was because they were trying to swap.
There's the replay. Check this out. RBM. A few seconds prior to that, he was just killing it, just alive at every moment. It felt like. On the left side right here in the second game, Allianz did win that matchup against RBM, and that was the biggest difference maker. But after that, RBM just cleaned it up. Fixed the issue right there. Did not die a single time, it felt like, and took that one home.
Well, it's kind of seemed like in the third game, they were just kind of accepting the matchups a lot of the time. Having to play roughs into Carl a lot of the time, and RBM was thriving. Even against Nathan down that right-hand side, it looked very, very good, and they weren't forcing those matchups, not swapping a lot. And that's what really brought it home for them, as that second game definitely looked a little bit more flaky.
Yeah, when you're winning a mismatch like that, you're a Colette, and you just instantly defeat a Sprout on his lane in a map like that, closed map, lots of walls. Good things are going to happen right off the bat right there. Stats-wise, Rakonic dropping a few more gems. Overall, stats show that it was a pretty close game. It was a pretty close game, but RBM just a monster on the Colette, and that was the biggest difference maker in my opinion.
Well, we almost saw the turnaround there from the Carl as well. Protective pirouette and flying hook going in, swooping in, getting the takedown. But there was always someone covering.
Yeah.
There was someone behind him waiting for that to come back up, and we saw something pretty similar in Minecart Madness as well. The ability to go in with Carl, get the super and get out, but both times there was always someone there to retrieve those gems and stop them in their tracks and ensure that the win came back to the right team. Ring of Fire up next. Rakonic straight away getting the bands up and running. Janet, Stu, and Crow. Vatra getting Penny, Colette, and Squeak. So they've used the Colette.
Yeah.
They've used it for a win, and now they're just going to ban it out of the way.
Yeah, because they're going to get first pick here, and they know that they're going to have one of these overpowered brawlers as an option. And hey, going to get Carl in their hands. But Carl on a map like Ring of Fire, very strong, but not as dominant compared to those closed maps where you have multiple junctions to take advantage of. Here, Carl, I feel like definitely you can... There are definitely ways to hold a Carl here. Options for Rakonic, they're going to go with the Amber pick. We know Rakonic loves Amber. They play Amber a lot. They even picked Amber with their first pick last week on this exact map, and it worked out for them. They forced Tribe into a 5th set, and they're going to play with what they're great at, you know, picking these unusual first and second picks. That works out.
I do worry for the Amber if Carl does choose to flying hook towards her and get a super and get a takedown quite swiftly like that. But other than that, if you can get some early control, get the grass taken down, and pair it with some great brawlers who thrive on this kind of opened up map. I mean, Lou's always going to be a good pick here, let's face it. No matter if it synergizes quite well, you throw down that super and it pretty much covers near enough the entire zone, and you're able to get stuns and stuns and stuns with it.
Yeah, and these are brawlers that are just, you know, just standardly good in hot zone. A game mode like area control. Amber, really good. Area control. Lou, really, really good. So that's what Rakonic's playing. They're trying to play the objective here. Let's get area control. Let's get that zone. Whereas Vatra's like, hey, let's bring in the aggression here. Carl, now we got B, who's got the range to also deal with Amber and Lou. So we're going to try to play with what we're good at here. Now B and Carl, not like the best. B, not the best brawler for hot zone, but in matchup situations, pretty decent against this type of matchup. Rico on the lane, always solid on this map. You're gonna have a good time with Rico without having to worry about the lane. But if you're Vatra, main challenge is gonna be the mid here. Now if you're Rakonic, we know Rakonic loves roughs, by the way, and there it is. There's the roughs. They always go with the roughs. And no, oftentimes it works out for them, but let's see.
Honestly, I'm quite scared for the lanes, to be honest here, though. That's the thing. Like, with Carl and Rico on lanes, they're, you know, two of the lanes who you just say they're incredible on this map, and they can pretty much put up a fight against any brawler on their lane whatsoever. So it's going to be a battle of that early game, I think. If they can get those early matchups and gather control of their opponent's bush, then it's going to be a walkover. But if it's the opposite, then I think it'll be a closer game. Yeah,
hot zone, especially single zone hot zone maps, early game is just so important. Against the B, you don't want to let that B pop off, because once B gets control and spawn trap, it's hard to get out of.
Well, you expect both of Vatra's lanes to be going aggressive here. We're looking at a swap actually early on, and Chino should be able to get control of this bush. But Gatsby's preventing it. Now he has those bounces around the corner, and some good positioning here to avoid the shots of Chino too.
Yeah, and nice use of the fluid by Nathan to charge the super at the same time, and if need be, destroy those bushes to prevent Vatra from spawn trapping. Juan Carlos though in control with the B mid. Eliana is having a hard time getting those hits to charge up his super. Doing a good job staying alive, but gotta get that super, because once you do with Lu, you just have really good area control. Gatsby having a hard time in the 1v1 against a Rico against Chino, who's just thriving in that situation. There's a Lu super, but I feel like it's a waste, because you're gonna respawn back. By the time you respawn back, you're gonna, that super, as you saw, just gone.
It's gone, no cycle, and Juan Carlos stand right on the edge of the zone, avoid the super, and get percentage at the same time, which is just phenomenal work from him. Still surviving as well. RBM not going as aggressive as you'd expect him to against Nathan, but these sandbags being placed, pretty much being sliced up instantly by Carlos. It's not something Juan Carlos wants to deal with.
Yeah, if I'm Gatsby, I'm just not going to focus too much on the Rico on the lane. Focus more on the mid. Now, this is what wins you the game here. The objective is the mid control. Oftentimes, you know, if you're in a mismatch, if you're a Rubs, you just don't have the range to deal with the Rico. Just try to not allow the Rico to flank, and don't try to 1v1. So every time you try to 1v1 the Rico on the lane, as you can see, Gatsby just struggling. If I'm Gatsby, I'll be more focused on the mid, whereas holding the Rico, just preventing him from flanking. Just not looking good for Reconic here. Way too far behind him. Remember what I said? Once you give B control and you're in a spawn trap situation like this, it's just so hard to come back.
Yeah, I mean, RBM doing what you expect of him now. He got in that aggressive position, the same as what the Rico was doing. And then all map control was established for Vatra, and that's what they need. Possibly a little bit earlier on, but they were playing it rather passively at the same time as well. Don't want to be feeding loose supers, and they only got one throughout the entire game, and it was useless.
The adjustment I'd like to see Reconic make there, Ruffs against Rico, just don't do it. Just go mid, allow the Rico to even possibly flank your lane. You just got to play it differently. If you play the same way right here, Chino's definitely going to win this matchup against the Ruffs. You're just not going to be able to. You don't have the range, you don't have the bounce capability, and that's what I like to see from Gatsby. Support your mid, shoot at the mid, shoot at the B, allow Nathan to win that mid position, because if you do, good thing will happen. But again, Chino catching you off guard with your Ruffs and just dominating that right side lane.
I mean, both lanes were dominating until Alyani's managed to get some shots in. He didn't actually manage to get the finish, although he was stunned. Nathan taking heavy fire down the mid, and it's Alyani's down the lane who's actually managing to get his super. The stun goes onto him as well, but doesn't get the finish off. Now, Juan Carlos does fall, and they start to get some mid control, but maybe it's too little too late unless he can start to get these recycles of super a bit earlier on.
Yeah, the Lu cycles are going to be imperative here. Nice super by Nathan right there, just going to force Carl back and also force him to heal and get some additional time right here. Alyani's got his super back. This is huge, because now he can just completely block this mid portion of the map with his super when he needs to right about now. Also, Gatsby doing an amazing job winning that right side lane. As I say, that is going to go down by Juan Carlos. And this is bad because now you're allowing Chino with his Rico to flank in on the right side, forcing Alyani's to react and just prevent that. But that Lu super keeping some control, allowing Nathan to hold on to that mid position. Nathan doing a really, really good job juking these shots and just holding that mid forward.
Nathan with his power up is absolutely nasty, and Reconic taking 30% lead now. Juan Carlos barely able to hold this lane at all, but they do a quick little switch. Chino's over the left now, RBM's over the right, and that should fix things quite quickly. Gatsby falls low, damage gear activated, he gets the finish off, but Lu Super's there again, and Nathan remains on the zone.
Yeah, very fortunate for Gatsby to exchange kills right there, preventing Carl from even flanking through the right side. And this should secure a win for Reconic here, as Vatra just running out of time, running out of opportunities to get control. As I say that, Alyana is still right there. If he can get his super back, that would be big. But if you're Vatra, you still have a mountain to climb with 49 seconds.
Juan Carlos just being pushed back by Nathan now, needs to connect shot after shot and avoid feeding Alyani's at the same time. Slow comes in, and that should allow some shots through onto Nathan. Gets one, but not able to follow up with the 3K. Down comes the round side from Alyani's, gets the stun, gets the finish. Wow. Reconic push on, and that's going to be the game, as Reconic should even things out. Chino nowhere to be seen, pretty much being useless down that left-hand side in just a 1v1 against Gatsby. Not able to push up like he did in the first game, and Reconic are going to even it out.
Got great adjustments made by Reconic right there. I like the mid support right there. I liked how Lou actually won that matchup against B. I felt like that was huge. B is a pretty risky brawler because of that. If you're not hitting those shots and you lose your mid, if you're the only mid, and like right here, you're not hitting those shots, you're gonna need support from your teammate. That's what RBM is doing right now, supporting, helping that mid lane, and also winning against Ruffs. Ruffs against Carl, not a lane you wanna deal with. And now already Reconic losing control. Nathan kind of a wasted super there, being forced back. But Reconic again, take it slow, get your supers, get that rough super. Once Nathan gets empowered by the Ruffs, I'm not sure why he threw it there. I feel like had he empowered Nathan, it would have been better because you don't really need that open area on the left lane as much as you need Nathan right there to hold mid. Aliana is getting doubled right there. Nathan taken now, and now Vatra in full control.
I do think it makes it a little bit easier for Gatsby over this left-hand side, though. With that broken up, it stops the Rico from being able to spam this lane as effectively. It actually looks like he's not helping him whatsoever. RBM's going to go in, get the takedown, and the lead starts to lengthen by the second. RBM slotting back over this right side, retreats with the super instead of staying in an aggressive position because he doesn't want to risk his life for the sake of a little bit of extra control.
Yeah, if you're Reconic, you gotta be very aggressive right now. You gotta get control back very quickly, and you gotta spawn trap. You still have an opportunity to win this. It's all about getting the spawn trap on a map like this, and all that starts with getting one kill. If you can get a single kill right now, use a 3v2, get control back. You still have a shot here, but as I say, that Aliana is forced to the back, double teamed. And that's a 3v2 in favor of Vatra, allowing RBM to 2v1 Nathan, forcing him back.
Well, all of them are kind of being forced down the mid at this point. Gatsby actually picks up his lane, though, and now that burn comes down. Lou Super's there as well. A minute on the clock and time for a comeback, but RBM over this right side gets a good connecting shot to Gatsby, brings him low. Algani's trying to stay through the mid. And Juan Carlos just gone down the lane. He wants to try and get these pinching shots with the spray of Chino through the mid, but the percentage is creeping closer and closer. Juan Carlos gets the slow, though, not able to connect onto Nathan, but brings him down on the other side of things. Gatsby just throwing out some shots, and RBM just dodging everything. That's all he needed to do. Take the ammo off the opposing team and just waste time.
Yeah, and critical hits by Juan Carlos and B right there. 37 seconds. It's not over yet, because if they can maintain control right now, get the mid here with 30 seconds, if they can force a spawn trap right here, Reconic not out yet. Nathan gonna drop his fluid right there. Can also open up the mid if he wants to. Taking his time. I love the patience. Aliana needs to be a little more aggressive right here. Nathan's gotta go down. He's gotta be aggressive. Oh, but just not there. Quite a heroic effort right there by Reconic in the final 30 seconds of this game. But Vatra coming on top right there for the win.
I mean, as soon as Gatsby was cleaned up down this left-hand side, it was pretty much all done for, because even if they left another couple of seconds, evened out the score, the Rico pinch comes in from back left-hand side, and you're going to be done for regardless with a little pinch from your teammates as well. Vatra continue their domination with the second set in their bag. Only one more required for them to bring another one home, and these are the performances we've been expecting from Vatra throughout the rest of the season, and only now are we getting to see them.
Yeah, definitely, and I felt like Reconic played to their strong suit with the Amber pick, the Rust pick, these are even the Lou pick. We know these are brawlers that are, you know, not the most prominently seen brawlers on these types of maps, but they make them work, and Nathan doing a great job at the mid. Got taken out in the final few seconds. Had he just stayed alive for a bit longer, they could have stolen this one.
Yeah, definitely so. You see how close the scoreline was getting towards the end, considering they had like a 50% lead.
Yeah.
That was a great attempted comeback from Reconic, and you know that game in their bag would have changed things hugely. Momentum switched their side, making it 1-1, and that could have brought a world of good for them. But here are the statistics, and it's all Vatra. 28 kills to 12, getting the finishes and the damage along with it as well, so it's not just finishing off those kills when required. They don't really need to heal as much. I feel like a lot of the plays that they're doing with suicide plays, Carl going in time and time again, and just getting percentage by getting it and going down in the mid is, it was really momentous for them.
Yeah, I mean, the stats, it just don't give justice to what Reconic was doing there. It was a lot closer than what the stats were depicting there. Very, very close game in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of those things where in Heist, we don't care about the statistics. In Hot Zone, we don't care about the statistics. It's all about that inside zone.
Yeah.
Like, if people are playing triple tank, they're going to get a lot of damage coming onto them, And they're not going to deal a lot other than on the safe, because that's the main aspect of the game. And it's the same with Hot Zone and Heist alike. It's all about that percentage.
Oh yeah, definitely. As we're moving into Gold Arm College, knockout time. And in this map, we've got Raconic banning Bo, Rico, Brock, most likely telling us, hey, they got the first pick here because you want to keep those strong, powerful brawlers in hand. They're going to go to Piper, which is interesting because you're leaving Carl on the table here. For Vatra, you're going to ban out those powerful brawlers, Bonnie, Janet, and Jean. But we know they're going to definitely take Carl, most likely. Here.
Should be definitely.
Should be definitely. But if you're Raconic, you're not too worried because you still have good counter options such as, Colette. We've seen be a pretty strong counter. Vatra's going to go with Pam. Now, here's the thing. If you're going to go with Pam, and then if you're also going to go with Carl, you're definitely inviting a Colette pick by Raconic. So I'm not the biggest fan of the Pam pick here. If you're going to pick Carl on top of that, you're going to go Fang. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I like it. But at the same time, now you're allowing Raconic to take Carl plus Colette, which I would definitely take against the Fang and Pam matchup.
Yeah, I feel like that's quite a good shout as well.
There's Colette.
It's got to be a Carl, surely. Just being able to slice through this Pam as well would be really nice. But you've got to be a little bit wary against the Fang as the Carl. He's got the ability to like lunge in, stun you as well. And also, if you go aggressive on him, he can stun you. So
I wouldn't be too worried if you go with the stun gadget on Piper, and then you also go with the pushback star power with Colette. You definitely have ways where your teammates can assist you against the Fang trying to rush in. But I really like the Colette pick here against the Fang and Pam. Interesting to see if they're gonna go for the Carl. They don't need to because they got a Colette. So that tells us Vatra most likely will not take Carl here because you don't want to pick a third brawler that's also weak to Colette. So knowing that, Raconic says, hey, I'll go with the Tick. But I'm not a big fan of the Tick, mainly because it's not the best matchup against the Fang, bulky brawler, Pam, bulky brawler. And now Vatra also has the final pick. And we know they're probably going to go with the something that can take advantage here. It's like, Ash, you got all the answers. There's the Bell pick, which I like it. Bell against... Bell overall is one of the best brawlers on Gold Arm College. Top 3 brawler pick here. You just get one hit. Shots are going to bounce. Late game, Bell is just so strong. Against Tick, you don't have to worry so much because, hey, your comp isn't really weak to Tick because you got a Fang that's got a lot of health. You got a Pam that's got a lot of health. What do you think?
I kind of like the Bell as the last pick. I'm a little bit worried about what the Tick's going to be able to do against this kind of composition because they're surely just going to keep Bell as far away as they can and have that face-off against the Colette. And then force these heavy-duty brawlers to go towards the Tick. But it seems like Raconic are going to be sticking together quite heavily, whereas we've got a bit more of a split for that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You don't want to group up like this if you're something. Quick kill! Are you kidding me? We just started commentating and be like, oh, no, it's okay. Colette, just look at the damage, though. The damage outburst by Colette. One hit. It's about 37%. It's just gonna completely just... That was so quick. That combo. Colette weakens, Piper snipes. It worked out beautifully there.
I mean, with the assistance of Nathan as well, he got the first kill, him throwing out even small amounts of damage when they're at max HP is going to be massive when they're a bit lower. And that's the kind of play they need to go with. As you said, Colette goes in with that entry, gets a few shots on, takes massive amounts of Payne's HP, and a follow-up homemade recipe there might have finished him off as well. So they've got to be a little bit wary. The homemade recipe misses, Algiani's falls down, but still, it's a Colette and a Tick. They've got the ability to clutch this up.
This is huge for Vatra right now, though, because now they can start charging their supers. Once you allow Pam to get her super, once you allow Fang to get a super, that's where things get really dangerous. But what we know about Vatra is Fang's not going to use his super. Bell's not going to use his super. Pam's going to work to get her super, and Nathan's going to try to avoid that. But if you're Vatra, you're very happy of the result here because you got what you needed.
You got that Fang super, and that's going to be pretty useful when going in towards a couple of these brawlers, but wants to stay away from Gatsby. Looks like they're playing the range game, waiting for this late game to come in, Gas forcing the opposing brawlers to into a favorable spot for them, but they slot behind this wall and can kind of ignore a lot of Nathan's damage, which is always good.
Yeah, RBM could go in if he's at full health. We know Alianis does have his Piper Super as a way to escape. RBM's going to take his time. Pam's going to take her time with that Super. RBM's got to be careful. He's got to heal up here. Alianis going to open up a bit more of the map, but opening up the map doesn't really help you out too much because your tick wants those walls.
There's a reverse polarity from Juan Carlos over that side. Doesn't make a connection, and neither do many other shots from Vatra at this point. They're definitely just waiting. Another reverse polarity popped, and it misses once again. Makes a bounce back towards their position. In comes the super from RBM. 3 connections. Gatsby gets caught on the way back, and Alyanis falls too. That was quicker than anybody can speak, so forgive us for missing it a little bit. But Vatra bring home that first win.
That's why I love Fang, man. So dangerous in those situations. Just wait for the opportune moment. You see, hey, they lost position, right? Piper opened up the map. Thank you. Fang says, okay, hi, I'm gonna just rush right in because you have no walls to protect yourself anymore. And that's the other thing about opening up the map. If you're Piper, you empower Fang. Fang has more room to work with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Gatsby was even using push it back there either. I think he might have been using the shield star power on that one. Unusual he does, especially with something like a Fang on the map, but down rain these tick shots. Not making too many connections so far, but RBM not in the best positioning considering this pinch, and Alyani's waiting for his opportune moment to help.
Yeah, definitely great pinch work right there, and RBM gonna be caught right there. Not the position you want to be in. Tick head coming in, doesn't even need it. Alyanis has a super. Gatsby has his super, and now Nathan, he's gonna work to getting his super as well. If you're Juan Carlos, you kind of want to just throw in the towel here rather than give Tick his super, because that's what you're gonna end up doing here, as Nathan just feeding off of this bell. If I'm Gatsby, I'm just gonna allow Nathan to get the final hit here to get ever closer to the Tick super. So looking good. Did Piper just use your super there? I think she did. I'm not sure why she opened up the right side, but I felt like having that super with Piper would have been important, especially because Fang, we know, is getting closer to his super. So you want to have as many escape measures as you want.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the ability to go completely down this right side now, which it makes it a little bit more difficult for Fang to hide in those places. But Juan Carlos with a nice little reverse polarity gets a connecting shot to Nathan, brings him low, resets his healing, but with a tick, you're going to be pretty much topped off in no time.
Yeah, and again, if you're Vatra, you've been, this is what happened in the first game. You lost the first matchup, but it's all about working for the later stages. Get your supers, have your Fang super ready. Pain a little too early with the drop right there. Got very aggressive against the Piper. Not sure why he tried to go up against the Piper like that, but didn't work out very well. But if you're a Fang, you still have an opportunity here. Get your super. I also like that Piper didn't open up any of the walls this time, which does make it harder for Fang to work with. It's a 1v2 right now. RBM is gonna be taken out right there. Very well played by Reconic right there. Definitely cleaned up a lot of the mess that they've had in that first game.
Close towards the end though, that Piper did receive a shot but had a tick of healing along with it as well, so kind of evened it out. Fed him super, but he wasn't able to get anything off, because if he supered left, he's going towards a tick head, and if he supered down, he's going towards a Piper jump. Little route for escape for him there, and that's why they just weren't victorious. Too many aggressive plays from both Pain and RBM in different situations of that game there, and Pain looks like he's doing it once again. He slotted himself in a bad spot, feeding some super and getting nothing out of it.
Yeah, you have to be careful. You don't want to get into that position right there, because we know what Reconic does every single time you do. They're great at pinching and double teaming. You don't want to put them in that situation. Right now, again, you got to play it passively. You can't rush, especially in knockout, this matchup. You just got to take your time. And we've seen every single time Vatra lose that first game. Let's see if that happens again here. Reconic always starts off strong. Pain, again, taking hits. Piper does have her super, but we know Piper's not going to use it, mainly to, you don't want to destroy walls, because it's only going to make it harder for your tick player.
Well, that shot hits, and Juan Carlos falls low, but Pain now in a tough position as well. Starts to come in, but there goes the super, throws it down, gets some healing from it as well. In comes the Scrap Sucker, gets some shots on, but there, he still stands tall. Needs to try and pinch across. Gatsby goes down, outweighs the super. It's a Pam versus a Piper. We know who should win this. And Alyanis holds onto his super. Vatra now 1 round away, and they do manage to bring home the first one this time.
This is huge, winning that first one by Vatra, and now also having everyone with their supers ready. Look at RBM just not hesitating on that. Unfortunately traded, but hey, You got a Pam and Belle versus Colette and Piper. I like my odds here if I'm Vatra.
Yeah, they've obviously got supers as well. One connecting mark from Juan Carlos could give them a world of good right now. Payne still got his super in hand as well. If he wants to throw that aggressively towards Alianis, he'll need to be a little bit closer as it'll be a quick 2 snipes to take it out if not. Slots into this position, and now with no tick,
Yeah.
it's a prime position to be. Even if he gets pinched in, he's going to have Bell assisting him on that side of things. Gatsby's going to take a few shots, and Payne still has a super to tank as well.
Yeah, and best part here is Piper doesn't have her super to open up the map, allowing Pam to place down her turret right behind this wall. Late game, it's going to be so difficult to take down this Pam. Juan Carlos got to be careful, though. He's got to heal up here, work for the later parts. I'm not sure why he threw his turret like that, but hey, going to be able to take down Piper there. Works out for Vatra, and they're going to clean it up and take it in this knockout for the sweep against Recon.
Well, a little bit of an anticlimactic ending there. The Piper just walks into the gas, dies to that, along with the Pam, and then he finishes back in. Great finish for Vatra, though, and that is a wonderful position for them to be in. Eventually bringing home some wins into Vatra's pocket and pushing them, hopefully, a little bit up that leaderboard, which I'm sure they'll be very pleased about, especially with the possibility of still heading to this LAN finals.
Yeah, this was a huge, huge win for Vatra, especially a confidence standpoint as well, because it's a sweep against Reconic, who's actually ahead of them in the leaderboards just by a bit. But hey, beating them, overtaking their position, getting into that top 4 now, because we know the top 4 is full of teams with at least 2 wins. And now, if you're Vatra, you got that second win, you're getting ever closer to getting into the top 4 now.
Well, they did look very good in that one, and with a sweep comes a thoroughly deserved win for them, and they look very good. I mean, regardless of, Colette being a counter to, Fang at certain points and Pam at certain points, throughout that last game, they looked very good, and Reconic with vast amounts more damage, but it means nothing if you don't get the kills. It's where Vatra come in with a triple Fang super, or some damage from a Pam, which just sprinkles you down, damage from the gas, which is also going to bring people down as well, and look at that. The damage to healing is just ridiculous for Vatra. They've only taken about 1,000 more damage than they've healed.
I feel like much of that stat is based off of Tick. Tick just safely behind a wall, dealing a lot of damage, forcing Vatra to take their time to heal, and that's what we've seen. But having a bulky composition with Fang, with Pam, right? These are brawlers that a Tick just can't take down. It's going to take a million hits from Tick, which is going to be great for control, but not for the overall objective, which Vatra again capitalized. Great aggressive plays by RBM right there with the Fang, and then of course the great patience by Payne and Juan Carlos there.
Sometimes it's clearly better not to take that call, just leave it out there, leave it out in the open, and play some counters as well, because early pick of that Colette, we've seen it time and time again, early pick of Colette prevents the call in late game, and that means they can pick around it, and they give themselves a better comp.
That was a great point right there, man. The Carl story of this matchup. Carl was not banned. Carl was not picked. This is Gold Arm Gulch. And it shows you, hey, it shows all the pros. Hey, we know Carl is one of the best brawlers in the game, and he's overpowered as well. But at the same time, there are ways to deal with him. And you saw it right now. The Colette pick, and the other reason they didn't pick Carl either is knowing, hey, the other team has ways to, counter it. I don't need Carl, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good-looking Vatra at the end of the day. They managed to take home their first game of today, looking to try and continue this streak from now on. We'll be back with more matches just after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Hello, welcome back. It is a 3-0 this time around. Vatra is victorious. A nice look coming out from them. Rakonic, unfortunately, unable to hang, and so Rakonic finds themselves at not so lucky number 7 at 1 and 4. Vatra, Dos, and Dos. We'll see how they dance a little bit later, as they are the number 1 on the second half of our top 8. Welcome back to the SPS. It's your boy F. Dot and Trav. And Trav, as usual, ready to go deep diving. We saw some cool games over there, some cool sets and stuff, but ultimately, what always captures me is knockout.
Yeah, I mean, that knockout game was just absolutely phenomenal, to be honest with you. Some of those Fang Supers that were really being played out, just absolutely incredible, and I believe we're going to see one of them now. I'm hoping I've picked the right round, guys, because if not, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I believe this is the one where we saw a quick little three-piece super that did connect with all of the players and make an absolutely incredible play that I couldn't even commentate over because it just happened so fast, so I'm pleased to be back and watching it once again. Any second now, RBM tries to work for his super. We get a nice little pinch around the bottom from Pain. Frank Carlos still playing quite defensively, and that's all he needs to do. He needs to try and keep this Piper off his teammates. Little few shots going on to RBM here. The takedown's there from Alyani's, from Pain onto Alyani's, I should say. And RBM now has trying to make a few moves around this bottom side. Gatsby still unable to make too many moves, and the shots just continues to come through. Bell bounces are there as well. Shots. RBM picks up his super, and I guarantee I've picked the wrong round. I think it's in the next one. So, I mean, looks like we're just going to see this one finish out. Nathan will go down. Actually, we'll just keep rolling, guys. We're going to carry on with this one, and I'm hoping it's even in this one, to be honest. I'm getting some laughter from across the studio now. Clearly being bullied for other things than being English at this point with some of the things going on. But this one, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, he's got his super, and I mean, if it's not this, then I'm just going to walk off set at this point, because I feel like it should be. Payne has his super, RBM has his as well. Gatsby sitting there with his, but it's nothing compared to what RBMs can really pull out the bag. Now sitting behind this wall, getting some heavy fire from this tick, and Ash was saying at this point, he can't make that aggressive move until he's fully HP'd out, should I say, and now Ham Super as well up there. Gets some connecting shots, and Alyani's going to jump away, make some openings with this map, and I think this is the one. I actually do think it is, because we saw the Piper opening up the map and making some shots through. But now Juan Carlos pops that reverse polarity, gets the shot, misses it, as it seems a bit of a recurring thing here. RBM still stood up there with a super. Reverse polarity pops once more, misses again, it bounces back, and this time he's here, he comes through, the super's there, and I did get it right. Juan Carlos going to help him clean up there in a 3-piece super. The longest monologue you've ever heard in analyzing history here at SPS, but I think it was a good play nonetheless, and worth the wait for all you guys at home. Great plays from RBM and some wonderful assisting play from Juan Carlos over there on the bell as well. But I believe we'll be throwing it over to the desk so we can continue. And this is the match you've all been waiting for.
Listen, a little extra time with Trav is never a bad thing, okay? Fantastic breakdown, even if it was a lengthy one. I learned a lot from that. I feel like you guys enjoyed it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
What?
Okay, 50% sold. 50% sold. Ash is on board. But now it's time to switch gears, because this might be this is the matchup of the night. It's time to start talking about it. It is our heavy hitters, Stamina versus Tribe. Someone will have to finally get a 1 in the loss column.
That's the thing. Listen, you don't need to be like any sports genius to really find the storyline here. Undefeated team goes up against undefeated team, and as we just said, there's going to be an L in the column for somebody. So right here, we've got Bobby in the squad. We'll see how these guys do. Sans has been a great addition to the team, Ash. Really enjoyed what we've seen out of him with his brawler selection specifically.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This is the first time we're seeing Sans with Stamina versus Tribe.
Big.
This is huge. This is like, hey, we know Tribe with their new position as VV has worked wonders for them. But how will Sans right now, in this edition, will it be enough to now have them eclipse Tribe as the top team in North America? We'll have our answers
You are dummy
today.
excited. You are so, this is the most amped up I have ever seen Ash.
Of course, this is the matchup that I've been waiting for.
Like,
right?
this whole time.
Yeah, two of the best teams in North America battling it out. With those Tribe though, like they're the definition of perfect in North America. These guys always come up big, and undoubtedly still the best team in North America in my opinion.
My man Zulan always flexing that chain. Need to point that one out right quick. What I really love about this though is in North America, Tribe Gaming has just been the team. Nobody can kind of dance with them. Stamina are fan favorites, but don't always find the victories and the W's.
Yeah.
Well, this year's a little different. Stamina's sort of climbing the ladder. We're seeing something where like normally this is like, all right, Tribe takes this in 5. Okay. But now I think we see a world where like, listen, I put Stamina down in my predictions, dog. And that's like, listen, shout out to my man Handicap, but this is not a friendly prediction. This is because I legitimately think the green and yellow org can beat up Tribe.
No, they definitely can. They have done it before. Maybe not as consistently.
Sure.
But they've done it. They've defeated Tribe multiple times. Tribe, on the other hand, just more consistent. And I feel like that's what makes them the best team in North America is their consistency. They always find a way to play the game in a consistent fashion. Even their play style is consistent. They don't play as aggressive as other teams. They play more control-based because they know, hey, we got the mechanics, we got the overall just skill.
To just kind of play it by the book. Here you can take a look at the numbers out of Stamina and overwhelmingly higher ones in that first category here. When it comes down to it, we see a number of other Stamina leads here. This is Stamina against the world.
Wow.
And Stamina finds themselves on the good side of things
that is
the majority of the time. And this is what I mean by saying STMN, they've leveled up since the last couple of years.
That is huge. 2 more kills, 2 more supers, average. That's about 25% more kills that they're getting compared to the rest of the world. Just showing they're not just a great team in North America. They're one of the best teams in the entire world.
I think this is the only matchup that we had a 50-50 split on when it came to our predictions, with F. and myself on the side of Stamina and Trav and Ash on the side of Tribe. So it should be interesting, but of course it means we also have to ask you guys in chat your opinion on this one. This one's probably going to be the hardest one of the night to call, but still let us know your predictions for who is going to be taking this one home. Because like we said, this will be the first loss for either one of these teams. It's going to be a fantastic matchup, so let's just get right into it.
Well, fine. Let's do just that. Thank you so much, Glitter. We are jumping into this one. Stamina versus Tribe. If you've been in the scene, you know these names. If you're new to the scene, well, frankly, you also know these names because they're always on top open zone, safe zone, center zone stage. And then we'll do double swoosh and Canal Grand if we need them, which I think we might, Ash.
Yeah, we see Tribe going already with the Stu first pick, and I feel like a major reason they went with the Stu first pick is because you don't want to put Sands on the Stu. You know they're going to take the Stu, and Stu is such a dangerous brawler in an open map, hot zone, single zone map like this, where he can place his speed gadget behind that wall safely. Stamina going to go with one of the best brawlers in Lola on this map, and then couple it with the B. Now, B is a strong option. Now, the main reason you're going to go with the B here is because you don't want, and you don't want to give the enemy, like high HP, bulky brawler options like Pam. You want to kind of mitigate that. And that's what B kind of brings to the table here.
I mean, Pam is like, even though B is selected, you are suggested not to take through the tanks. But who do you want to see here paired up? Bell.
Yeah.
Okay. And then another aggressive character you want to see.
I want to see, I want to see another aggressive character. Like, personally, I like Leon as an option here, especially with Crow being banned, Squeak being banned. You got Amber being banned, preventing you from opening bushes. I feel like a brawler that can utilize the bush with the speed gear and be just a pest, like a Leon, which can also place, his lollipop gadget behind that wall. I feel like could be a great.
I've seen your tier list. I know you like Leon.
I love Leon, one of my favorite brawlers, but I'd like to see that. But they're gonna go with the safer pick because that's what we know.
This choice.
That's what we know about Tribe, is that they love the safe consistency, and they're not as aggro, they're not as aggressive as other teams. That's why we're gonna see Penny here as their final pick.
You brought this up with the Stu before. Penny can also kind of like put her stuff behind the walls and safely enable that. If I'm across the way on Stamina, last selection here, we know we're probably going to see Bobby on the Lola.
So right now, Stamina is contemplating. Do they want a wall break? Because wall break would help out a lot. But they're going to go with the Bonnie, which is, really strong option, obviously, left on the table here. My main concern with Bonnie here is Bonnie, strong brawler, but she's very passive at the start. She's not going to have her super. She's going to be pretty slow. So you got to get those hits. Hits are going to be critical because it takes 4 hits to charge Bonnie's super. And the other thing is you don't have the best super usability because you don't want to jump in on the Stu that can dash away. So your options are limited there. Not just that, my main concern for Stamina is how are you going to deal with the speed gadget that's going to be placed most likely behind the wall? How are you going to deal with the mortar behind the wall when you don't have a single wall break?
Yeah, you don't have any wall breaks, Stamina. No throwers either, so that's something you're going to be concerned about with that wall up north side. But we'll jump in here. Stamina coming in the blue on the bottom side of your spectator UI. Tribe Gaming in the red trunks, matching their org colors. So far, the one hot zone in the middle, split between the two. Stamina gaining a little bit more ground here, but yeah, I was just about to say, nothing permanent. They're just going to have to back up once Tribe Gaming reloads real quick. So tied at Bad Luck 13. Here comes Stu, and there goes Stu. Bobby on the good side. 2-2-2 on the clock. Nobody in control.
Well, Stamina now in control, but Tyrant, he's just going to place down his gadget. He wants to place it safely behind this wall, and that's why he's going to do a quick destruction of B's Honey Molasses there. And now the additional speed, it's just going to be hard for Stamina to just hit those shots, especially against some mechanically oriented teams such as Tribe. Bobby, one of the best mid players as well. He's just a safe player to always have because you're not going to see Bobby die much. He's so good at just staying alive. And that's why I love having him in the zone.
Want to take the opportunity to thank our partners. Shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. Definitely a big part of what we do here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Tyrant comes in, finds a kill off the back end, and that opens things up for Zulon to follow suit. Now, Tribe Gaming trailing, but building. 41 and counting. Zulon on the point. Here comes Bobby. No super available, but Czar's here as well. They might be able to find a little bit of aggression onto Tyrant. In goes Bobby, and down go two different players. Czar and Bobby combined for the double kill, and that opens things up for Stamina, 74% and counting.
Yeah, that was an amazing super by Czar with the Bobby. On point, Sans trying to hold position right here on the right side. He's having a hard time against Stu, which is not surprised. If you're a B, you're just gonna have a hard time. Fortunately for Tyrant, he had another one of those speed gadgets in store, and this is where it's just gonna be so hard for Stamina to, even though they got the lead, it's gonna be hard to get back control here when you have so much to work with, especially with the mortar down. Czar not getting close to his super. Bobby's gonna quickly get taken down. It's a 3v2 in favor of Tribe with 35 seconds left. They're definitely gonna get control, and if they can just hold control with the spawn trap, they're gonna walk away with this game.
Well, here comes the Stamina revive. One player goes down already. Bonnie jumps in, falls to the wayside, and Tribe Gaming are able to steal this one in the end.
Here's the thing. Stamina played so well, but Tribe just played it better. They played it smarter. Tyrant didn't rush. He was patient. He held on to one more of his speed gadget, which came in so
That was
handy
huge.
in the final few seconds of the game. A lot of people don't have that poise, that patience to do something like that.
Patience, consistency.
Yeah.
Not passivity, because sometimes that's posed as a negative, but just the choice, they're choosing, they being Tribe, of when to execute. Really, they're never pressured into a situation, which I think is a really big deal here. Tribe Gaming have the pressure despite being down a little bit, but ain't no thing, they were down in game one as well. Trouble on the top side for Sans.
Yeah, Bobby's always been doing great with the Lola at the mid position right here. Czar, not the best super right here. Jumps into the bushes, but comes up clutch right there against Asleep. He should win that matchup. And if Czar can get into that bush position, he's going to be a demon. Bonnie is so fast, especially with the speed gear in the bush here. Tyrant going to win that matchup. Going to place the speed gadget. Quick destruction of it by Q-Town. That was huge. If you can get rid of those speed gadgets, it's going to make your life so much easier, especially having such a lead here, 69% to 24%. Czar, if he can get a couple of hits here, can get back his super, have another way to get back control.
Tribe Gaming on the back foot, trailing 38 plus versus Stamina's 69 static. Bobby trying to change that 69 to a 70, gets the kill and will do so. Stamina on the point. 3 players alive, and they're doing the good stuff. Tyrant falls down to the hand of Body. Body goes in and takes out Zulon as Livy next on the menu. It's Stamina chowing down, and that's game 2.
Yeah, I gotta give a big shout out to Czar though. 1v2 them right there, Zulon and Tyrant. Got his super, dodged a million shots, and then jumped Zulon right to take him out to secure that win. That was crazy plays right there.
That was fun, and like that's the stuff. The very first time I was casting Bonnie on BSC, I was like, I can't wait till players start to long range left side, jump in right side, and then we get a chance to see it. Thanks, Czar. Young man doing the big plan. And we're jumping in here to game numero 3. Stamina leading as per usual in the beginning. We'll see if Tribe can take back as per usual in the mid game. The difference here has been the late game. Game number 1, Tribe Gaming hung on from that mid game to the late game. Game number 2, Stamina retook. Here's Tribe coming through in the mid game. It's up to STMN to take care of things now.
Yeah, Czar being patient right there, but man, he's such a great Bonnie player, long-range player because of that, because of his patience. And right now, just taking his time. Bobby gonna need to heal up here. There's that mortar placement, but it's gonna force Czar to jump in, but definitely not what he wanted there. Because not only did you fail to take down the mortar, you got taken out, you lost your super. You don't have a way to get back control right now because you need 4 more hits now to get back that recycle back Bonnie super. So you're in a tough position if you're Stamina right now.
I said earlier, Tribe Gaming are never pressured into a situation. They make their choices. That to me felt like Czar was pressured. He needed to hit that super. And because of that, he winds up on the bad side of things. Scoreboard check, 76% here for Tribe, but Stamina just retake They just passed the 50% mark, but they're pushing.
Yeah, a big reason for that is Q-Sense winning his lane right there, assisting on from the left side. Right now, Zar, if I'm Zar, I want to be aggressive here, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to jump into the mortar. Not what I would want. I'd rather get a kill rather than the mortar, because you're so far behind. You need full control right now.
And Bobby's low.
And you're just not going to get it. Tribe is definitely going to walk away with this one. Good effort, but Tribe definitely on top of this game pretty much throughout 90% of it.
Absolutely. Stamina stood tall, and they did some good work. But this, I mean, this is befitting of what we should expect out of the top 2 teams. Tribe Gaming Tribe Gaming wins game number 3 off of precisely one definite mistake of the super, and then that second one, maybe we can agree to disagree. I didn't like it. I think some of the players might kind of stick to it, but here we'll take a look in the rearview mirror. Game number 1 was all about Tribe Gaming taking advantage in that late game. Game number 2, however,
was Zar right there with the jump, getting control back, and just being a demon on the right side with his Bonnie. But Tribe, what they did, they cleaned it up.
Yep.
We didn't see that from Zar anymore. He had multiple jumps, but they were bad jumps.
Yeah.
Every time he jumped on the mortar. You realize that, right?
Which, like,
Yeah.
that's. I'm sure if we ask Stamina about it, they're like, yes, that was the choice, and sometimes you strike out, and I'll respect it. But for me, don't love that. Like you said, go for the player kill, because Bobby was so low that he was essentially dead anyway, couldn't engage.
Right.
That lost the last presence on the. And so again, this one comes down to a mistake or 2 at maximum. That's what we're talking about here when we talk about these top 2 teams. And so Tribe Gaming, they've got 1 point in the punch card. We'll see if they're getting their free sub in 3 games or if Stamina's going to find some punch tickets themselves.
Yeah, and we kind of go back to the point where they just didn't have any brawler to open up the wall or deal with the mortar and speed gadget of the Stu, right? And that forced Bonnie to be the brawler to jump in, and it just didn't work out.
So on the other side, that's the one I will agree with. I think, again, if you go and ask, well, you had no wall break or throwers, was that a cool... Stamina, I think, goes, yeah, we chose that.
Yeah.
And I'm more okay with that. I think there's an idea of playing around it. So, unfortunately, doesn't go their direction, them being Stamina in an open zone. But we'll go to safe zone here. Heist time. The bans are out. We will not see, well, many of the same stuff.
Yeah, Tribe definitely is going to get the first pick here, because if you're Stamina, you're just going to...
You're banning Carl.
Yeah, you're banning those powerful brawlers. And there we have Tribe taking Brock. Now, Brock is a safe first pick. You don't have Rico, though, because you ban Rico, which is a good idea, because you don't want Rico first pick. But at the same time, you don't want to give the enemy Rico, because if you do, you give him a wall breaker option, such as, maybe Coles or any other brawler. Open up the lane. Rico's just so dominant here. Now, if you're Stamina, your options have been severely limited right now with Rico out of the picture, Daryl out of the picture, Ruffs. So you're going to go with Piper, because you got some really, really good Piper players.
You have dirty Piper players on this team.
You got Bobby, you got Zar, who are both amazing Piper players. And now, you want to go with a lane that can take advantage of Brock. Now, if you want to... the options here... Lola.
Double it, okay.
Lola is a good option, good lane. You want something that's bulky and not weak to Brock here. So I'm definitely looking at Lola. That's the best option that you have right now on the table, and that's what they're going to do. And if you're Tribe, you're looking at a mid-brawler like 8-Bit, which has so much help that can deal with Piper and has great synergy with a brawler like Brock in terms of DPS. You're never going to be shy with DPS when you have an 8-Bit plus Brock. So I would love to see an 8-Bit being drafted here.
I agree here. I think 8-Bit is almost very rarely is there a correct choice, but I think 8-Bit comes as close to it as you could. You nailed all the variables for sure. Outside of that, we grab a Crow here. Crow, a nice...
It's always a safe pick.
Assassin here, yeah.
It's always a safe pick, and also, like, make sure, hey, our Brock is weak to aggro tanky brawlers. Let's have a brawler that can handle that. And that's where Crow comes into picture. You don't need the overall DPS. If you go 8-bit your final pick, that's what I would like to see. But they might also go with Bell, which is a good, decent mid brawler pick against Piper and Lola matchup. So you have two options as a mid here, Bell or 8-bit. And they're going to go to 8-bit. That's what I want to see.
There it is.
There's the DPS. You got the DPS in store with the 8-bit plus Brock, and then you don't have to worry about aggro brawlers that will give your Brock a lane any trouble. So I feel like this is a very perfect composition by Tribe. So, they did a masterfully right here.
Completely agree there. I think you've got all the equation of the competition is balanced perfectly. And we're gonna, we got an Eve coming out here.
So the Eve pick was mainly like, hey, Spawner's good against Crow. They just ran out of options.
Sure.
Eve doesn't have the DPS is the problem, but she's got to get those hits against a slow brawler like 8-bit. And she could be a pest against Brock, having that gadget utilization to just jump over and also utilize the walls, have more breathing space. But in terms of DPS, Stamina's gonna have a hard time, and they've also got outdrafted by Tribe.
Look at Sans' face. I think Sans is going to be the one playing Eve, and I don't think he's happy about it.
No, I wouldn't be happy if I'm Eve.
I don't think he's thrilled, bro. Czar is over here. Okay, interesting. I know Bobby's the Piper player, but I figured we would see Bobby on the Lola and Czar on the Piper, considering they're both. But all right,
no problem. No, they're both really good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Nice first hit by Bobby right there, but it's not what you want.
Yeah.
Because if Tyrant gets close to the control, gets his super, you're done. And with that second gadget by 8-bit, he's gonna deal an immense amount of damage. There's the super, place it behind this wall. Good game, good luck against this, because look at the damage dispersal right now. It's just gonna be insane.
Disgusting.
How are you gonna overcome this if your stamina? You need so much just to get 30%. And another one. Oh, that's out of this game. I'm out of here.
He's literally leaving, folks. I mean,
I'm leaving.
And I don't blame him. I mean, this is the thing: is usually to get to 48%, this requires a lot of chip away, chip away, chip away. I'm
just gonna call it right now, F-Dot. I just don't see how stamina can come back from this. It's gonna be so difficult. Bobby's gonna need to hit every single shot with his Piper.
Yep.
Q-Ten's gonna need to dodge every single shot and hit every shot, because Eve is he's just gonna tickle the safe at this point.
So why couldn't Sans play Bell and let's just watch them play sharpshooter all day?
Bell would have been decent, but you don't have a way to get through the right side. You're just gonna be forced. You're gonna be closed, because it's a map where you need breathing space. If you don't have a wall breaker like Brock that can open up an entry point, you need to find a way to utilize the entry point, and that's where Eve comes in, because you gotta water to walk through. Now, Stamina doing a good job holding control right here, but great patience by Zulon to wait for that super, and now taking advantage of it. The Tribe is just too smart in this situation. They're not gonna give you any opening.
I think this Eve was
bad pick.
A loss.
Yeah.
Like, not a great pick. I think that you could have picked a bad brawler and still have been in a better spot.
But here's the thing though, that's the thing though with Tribe. They just had the perfect draft. There's literally no brawler that you could have picked with your final pick.
No way. You can't tell me that Eve was like.
There's literally nothing you could have picked. You can't go tank, you can't go aggro, because 8-bit's just gonna feed. Crow's just gonna take advantage.
Sure.
You just didn't have a single brawler that you could pick against Tribe's comp right now with the bans and draft that they had.
I can't. No way.
Yeah, no. It's checkmate. That's what it is.
What about? Okay, Sprout's bad because you've got the wall break on the other side.
Sprout is not going to get you DPS though. You're not going to do
Very
it.
true.
And Brock's going to open up your walls.
So what if you go a thrower?
No. Again, Brock's going to destroy your walls. You're not going to have the DPS. Throwers are not very good on safe zone because it's too open. So it's tough.
And you can't go tank because of the Crow.
You can't go tank because of the Crow and 8-bit. You're checkmated.
Oh boy. That's insane!
Yeah.
Well, right now, technically speaking, Stamina in the lead. We'll see how long it lasts.
No, now they're not in the lead.
Oh, woof. Caster's curse. Uphill battle here for Stamina, as we kind of set the table with. And Czar, left side.
Nice shot by Bobby with the Piper right there. But again, it's just going to be hard to overcome. This is what you need. Your stamina, you need Bobby to pop off with
Win
Piper.
the game, Bobby. Win the game for us, Bobby. That's what you're saying.
We know he's one of the best Piper players in the world. And if he can hit every single shot like he is right now,
yeah,
he can turn the tides even in a disadvantage like this.
Well, again, Stamina technically have a lead here, chipping down to 80% on Tribe's Heist Box. Of course, if you remember game number 1, all it took was some mid lane presence. Good thing for Stamina, though, there is no wall to hide that 8-bit nonsense behind this time around.
Yeah, definitely good awareness of that, knowing, hey, if we can destroy those walls, we don't have to deal with the 8-bit turret. But again, it's still difficult. We got Stamina in the lead, but it's going to come down to the final few seconds of this game here. Tyrion does have his super. Control's going to be imperative here. And we know Bobby is still popping off with his Piper, hitting so many shots. Sam's doing a great job this time on the right side against the Brock. But again, Tyrion, with the kill right there, the patience. I'm not sure why he didn't drop his turret there.
Big play. That's
kill.
huge.
And that's the game. Stamina overcoming this huge mismatch.
So that is the fun part, and that's why we play the game, because Stamina lost this X's and O's. Stamina lost. Oh wow, that look from Bobby's a little frightening, folks. He's
no.
He in the zone.
He's in the zone right now. You can see it,
bro.
He hit like almost all his shots with Piper.
You see him looking up to his eyebrows. He knows, because what I was saying is that Stamina lost this one on the board. They simply have to be better at Brawl Stars than Tribe to win this game. What I mean by that is hit every shot, win every lane.
We need more Bobby carries here with the Piper.
And to be fair to the rest of the team, Bobby, in that last moment, gets the kill, dies. Czar and Sans combine, and if they don't get both of those kills, Tribe might be able to answer back in those final moments. So we find ourselves at the rubber match. A nail-biter here for Stamina. They don't want to be down 2-0. I think when you ask me about a best of 5, I think game 2 is the most important.
Yeah.
I think it's super important for Stamina to tie up the series right now.
Definitely. Again, Bobby doing a great job destroying that wall right there. Zulan trapped right there on the left side. Nice double team. Tyrion going aggressive this time with his turret, and that's what you want to see. You just want to be aggressive with it, get a lot of damage value out of it. He's definitely going to be taken out, but he got what he wanted. He got 20% with that initial push, which is huge against the competition of Stamina right now. You come back, you use yourself as a shield against the safe. You can definitely hold on.
And that was how Tribe Gaming found their first victory, was just
aggression.
Real aggression in the early stages. We were reeling at how quickly they found 30%. This time around, they pretty much do the same thing. So now it's up to Stamina to bite back little by little. They're finding some damage on the right-hand side, 7%, but not counting. Tribe Gaming in defensive position, and right now, all they have to do is vibe.
Yeah.
Tribe don't have to do anything for 40 seconds. If they just stick their ground, it's up to Stamina to be the aggressors here, which is tough given their comp.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Bobby, you want to get rid of that turret as well. At the same time, you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're going to get triple pinch, forcing him to use the super to get back. But here it's going to be very close. Nice kill by Zulan right there, trying to get some additional damage, but the clutch super by Zulan to destroy Czar. It's going to be close. If you're Stamina, you need full control right now. You need a way to get to that save, because you need at least 12% to win this one.
Well, here comes the jump. A little bit of trouble on the other side. 58% in
It's not going to happen.
Oh, Stamina finds some damage, but it's not enough. And Tribe Gaming 2-0 in the big picture so far, despite Stamina's best efforts. And I say that again, best efforts, because this is one where, like, sometimes you look at the scoreboard, Ash, and you go, all right, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0. They got 3-0, easy peasy. But Stamina's playing a lot better than we're seeing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the good thing is that first game, the reason they lost was they lost their lanes too quickly. They allowed 8-Bit to get his super, get in position, and they did 50% within just 30 seconds. And when that happens, you just can't come back in a matchup like this. And that's what Stamina did better, cleaning up, winning that second game. And the third game, they got better at it too. They only took 28% that time. They almost made a comeback and made it happen. Tribe just, again, one step ahead. and also had the draft that they wanted as well.
This makes sense to see Stamina win one because, like we said, this team is really, they're that good, folks. And so against all odds, against the, I mean, in fighting games we use like 9-to-1 matchup, right?
Yeah.
Like this was a 9-1 matchup as far as draft was concerned. Tribe was feeling good, Stamina wasn't, and Stamina still found the victory just because they pressed their buttons that good.
That good.
But they couldn't find two, and that makes sense.
Yeah, you can just see it. Stamina a lot more assertive right there. 23 kills, more damage, 30% more, not 30,000 more damage. But objective-wise,
well,
you just couldn't get it done. Because why? Because the 8-bit turret plus the damage boost, it was just enough to put Tribe over the top.
And it was in that last one, the big problem was the fact that we saw staggered deaths, and that was all by design out of Tribe. They were like, fine, we'll allow you to kill us one by one, and then you brought up, well, they're going to respawn just in time. As soon as Stamina was able to step forward, the enemy team, Tribe, gets a respawn. Dude, I'm in front of the safe. You can't do nothing about it. And that was a big deal. Tribe never let themselves get killed 2 at a time. It was always once, and that's why they find themselves winning twice. Center stage, Brawl Ball time. It's up to Stamina to bring us the double swoosh. Can they? That's the question.
Yeah, so looking at the bans right here, if we got Janet banned, that means Stamina. Most likely first pick here, I would say. You got Carl in hand, but Carl, strong brawler, but on the map like center stage, I would not say as impressive. There's lots of ways to deal with them. Aggro type brawlers like tanks are just so strong here with the speed here. Surge being banned, it's a good ban, especially because if you're not going to pick Surge first pick. I like the
pick
M's. You gotta, but you think you have to, because tanks are just so strong.
Sure.
They're just that strong. You don't want the Ashe to, utilize the speed bushes here and not have a tank counter. That's why they want the safe pick M's, forcing the enemy Tribe to think about taking Carl. Because if they go Carl, we know what Stamina is going to do. They're going to go with the tanks.
It's funny to see that first selection, but you're right. You're basically you kind of like toss 2 weapons to your opponent, and you're like, all right, pick one, bud, because we'll just counter what you're bringing. Squeak, one of my personal favorite brawlers in the game. Definitely a lot of area control, which is super important. That's why you have the M's as well.
Yeah, Squeak is a Tribe specialty. As Vivi, one of the best Squeak players, you know he's going to play it. So when you're Stamina and you're not banning Squeak on this map, you are basically you're inviting them to go Squeak. You're like, hey, as Levy, go with your Squeak.
Which isn't necessarily, like, this isn't us pointing out a mistake by Stamina. No. It's a choice.
It's a choice.
They are, as Livy, you're going to get Squeak, and we're going to try to deal with it. Gale as well.
Yep.
So far, Tribe has 2 of my personal favorite brawlers, especially on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, they went with the Gale because knowing, hey, if we go Squeak, it's just not going to be enough.
Yep.
But going with Gale plus Squeak, that's going to completely nullify Stamina in terms of picking any tank. So now this completely cancels that, forcing Stamina to play, hey, we got to go with passive brawlers, maybe like a Ruffs on the lane. We got to go Control. We got to pick some. They're going to take the Carl, knowing, hey, Carl, okay, good matchup against Squeak, but not the best against Gale.
Not great against
so overall,
Gale,
I'm not a big fan of the Carl pick.
I don't love it.
But here's why they went with Carl. Do you know why? It's because they don't want to give Carl last pick, and they can't.
That makes sense.
And they can't go with any Carl counter because all the good Carl counters are tanks, which you can't pick because of the Gale. They were forced. They were forced by Tribe, playing into Tribe's hands, forcing you to pick Gale.
Which at the end, which at the end of the day, I mean, Colette being locked in here last pick, at the end of the day, you could be in a lot worse places than being forced to pick Carl.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that this isn't exactly, Carl has been dictating the meta.
But here's the thing. I love the final pick with going Colette here, because knowing, hey, if we're going to go Carl, Tribe, M's not going to be enough. We need to have another brawler that's good against tanks, so they can't take advantage of our Carl, forcing them to go with the brawler that Carl can take advantage of.
Yep.
If Carl can take advantage of a Squeak lane, he's going to definitely be able to take advantage of the final pick by Tribe here, which is Lola, which is not a good pick against Carl.
Great Carl.
So that's what I like. This is just brilliant drafts by both teams. I'm just mesmerized by their thought process and drafting. It's just so good.
Dude, this is really the fun stuff. Yeah. I mean, honestly, when you really get down to it and you bleed a game like this, you want to see teams like this go head to head, because the draft is as exciting as the game itself.
Yeah.
You've got mind games on mind games. You know that I know that you know that I
Yeah,
know that
exactly,
you know
exactly.
that as Livy is going to be able to play this character, so I want you to play that character.
It's a chess match.
Dude, it is so much fun. Let's hope there are no draws, folks. Stamina versus Tribe here on Brawl Ball. And we'll see what these players give us. Check out these lanes right away. It's Carl going up against the Squeak in the mid lane that ends.
Yeah, if you're Carl, you want either of these lanes. Mainly you want Lola, though, and you want Colette on the Squeak. But overall, Zar definitely going to win that matchup against the Gale 100 out of 100 times because you got the range advantage against Gale plus the speed gear advantage as well. Great positioning by Stamina right now. Having that mid control was just imperative on a map like center stage. Concealment with the bushes plus the speed gear.
Right now, the ball returned into the center by the old man. Colette on the right-hand side. Can't finish the kill, but goes for a different one. Bobby on top of the world. Sands passes, and in goes goal number 1. Bobby with the score there, and Bobby does the hard work up top right.
Showing you how it's done with the Colette. Man, Bobby killing it with the Colette. See if he can do it one more time to get that final goal here. Sands, knowing he's got the matchup advantage against Lola all the time. Got the range advantage, got the ego. I can pierce that through with my pickaxe.
Bobby, we showed a slate last week showing Bobby's stats versus the field, and it was as impressive as the one that we showed earlier today with Stamina versus Global. Bobby has been doing work in 2022 and has been a big part of this team's good stuff.
Zulon,
right now,
though,
on the bad
position.
side, frozen, and just like that, Zulon's able to find the answer. I believe that is the textbook version of the Caster's Curse. My bad, I suppose. Tied at 1, 40 seconds to go.
No, Zulon played it perfectly right there. Having that super with Gale in that situation, just too difficult to stop. Right now, Tyrant using that Lola just to hold control right here. Push Bobby back. Bobby being forced into that pinch. He's got to heal up. Zar as well getting out there. I like the aggression. Bobby's got to pass that up. But
it's too late.
It's too late, so they're just going to reset, hold the ball, good position of the ball right there to place it behind the wall. Not give it to the enemy because you don't want them to corner in this situation. 10 seconds until overtime.
We're gonna wait it out here, I think. Actually, Bobby wants to get going early.
It's over.
Takes one down, gets in position, and here comes the pass. See you later.
Yeah.
Stamina, number 1, and an emphatic win. This was
emphatic.
I know that Tribe got a goal here, Ash, but this looked all Stamina.
No, I mean, Tribe definitely had their moments. Zulon with the Gale. But if you're going to overtime, Colette is just a monster without walls.
Which, by the way, I want to mention before we get too deep in game number 2, Bobby did a lot of work for that first one, but Zar's cleanup right before OT, that's the important part. Stamina, yeah, Bobby's going to steal the spotlight every now and then, but you need all 3 players to be working in order to be up on top. In that game, we saw some of that. This time around, Stamina on the back foot. Here comes Sands on the Carl. Nice shot, but not enough to kill.
Tribe are just so dangerous when they lose a game. They just turn it up, and then here it is. Zulon gonna push Zar back. Unable to capitalize, though. Bobby's gonna push up as, check out the Carl. Might be able to, almost got it, but Bobby still has a super. Fortunate for Zulon, got his super back on time to hold position. As Levy probably just gonna keep it in the corner, and that's what he's gonna do.
I think Bobby needed to trust Zar there. If Bobby doesn't Colette super, he might score the goal. But they both combined for that kill on the left-hand side. Zar might have been able to get it themselves. So instead, Bobby winds up missing a goal opportunity.
But here's another opportunity. Bobby definitely not going to be able to. Like, you're just gonna, as a Squeak, you're just not going to do much against that. Bobby with the goal. Plenty of time, though, for Tribe to get back here.
This is, you said Tribe are scary when they get beat. This is something new out of Stamina that I'm a little less used to seeing.
Yeah.
Stamina in a good position one more time. This is a team that I am used to seeing tilt easily. And seeing them kind of stand up here down 2
When you said the word tilt right there, Bobby just hit the wall with his Colette.
But this is they have their heels in the mud here.
Yeah.
Stamina look much better than I expect to see them at 2-0. Carl up top, trying to open the window, fails.
Good decision, though, to retreat and not suicide, because you want to hold control. You don't want to die with 30 seconds left on the clock. You don't want to give Tribe any opportunity to score here. If I'm Stamina, I'm just going to hold. I'm just going to try to hold it. I don't even need to score here. As long as I just hold, there's just no time left for Tribe to get this game.
Sands gets a super interrupted, still finds the return kill. Bobby finds a kill of their own. 8 seconds to go. And like you said, not even going for the goal, throwing it around, having some fun. Stamina brings us to a set number 4.
A much-needed victory, and very deserved right there. Great plays throughout. Like, the whole team played it so well. But the draft process is what I'm just so impressed by. Tribe forcing you to play by their hands to have you pick Carl, but then you pick with that Colette final pick was just brilliant. Having another brawler to deplete your options of, having any counter to Carl there at the end.
Which was a big change after the last set where Tribe Gaming, as you said, just checkmated Stamina.
Yeah.
They just couldn't win the draft. Here, Stamina, they don't fall in Tribe's trap. They go fine, we'll pick Carl, but we know one better. But I want to double up on the point that I made in the game number 3 here with Stamina. I am used to seeing this team kind of, I don't want to say crumble, but they don't deal with pressure super well. They don't deal well being down 2-0, historically speaking. And so to see this level of play, this level of prowess, this level of stick-to-itiveness coming out of this team in this position, I think we can talk about new players and new strategies and new stats all we want. That, to me, the intangible, we're not tilted down 2-0 that won't wind up on this scoreboard that we're showing you, that, to me, is the biggest upgrade for Stamina this time around. And that's why I don't think this is over. I think we might even see all 5.
But here's the other thing you have to look at if you're in Stamina's point of view, is it's 2-1 in favor of Tribe.
Sure.
But had Stamina won that final game on Heist, there was a 10% differential. Had they just won that one game, that was a very close game, it would have been, or we've been talking about Stamina being up 2-1. That's just a huge loss right there for them. And they know they should have had that. It's a very tight, close game.
Which, again, that would have tilted Stamina, and they would have been 3-0'd in 2020, 2021. You know what I mean? Like that, big change here. Big change here as we go to double swoosh, gem grab, and right away, Stamina, a team after my own heart, picking the Amber first and foremost. Now, I love this character on double swoosh. She's going to get rid of a lot of the bushes that we see. She's going to deal a lot with that.
Yeah.
First pick, though, huh?
Yeah, Amber first pick is basically just safety.
Sure.
It's just to limit options, preventing you from picking brawlers such as Lola, preventing you from picking brawlers such as Pam, forcing you to go with these aggro type brawlers like Stu, knowing, hey, Tribe is not the best. They're not known for their aggro style. Let's force them to use brawlers where they have to go with these types, and that's what you got to do if you're a team like Stamina. You want to defeat a brilliant team like Tribe. You got to have them play out of their comfort zone.
And that brings me to another point about watching top tier teams like this. Your tier lists and what you're used to seeing kind of go out the window, because now you introduce a new element of individual play, like his living on the squeak. That's not going to happen in any other matchup. And play style. We know what Tribe likes to do, so force them to do what they don't like. What you just said, Ash, this is another variable that, like, we only get tickets to this game when we see these two teams. It's so cool to see that next level.
Yeah.
Colette again here selected for Stamina.
I like that Colette's been working out very well for Stamina. They've been just playing it so brilliantly. And again, forcing Tribe to go Stu, Bonnie. This is what Stamina wants. They want you to pick these two brawlers. That's why they picked. That's why they went with the Amber first.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah,
That's what
forcing you to play your brawlers that you're not fully comfortable with. And now if you're Tribe, you're thinking about, hey, do we go Stu mid here against Max? It would be a good idea. I think it's a good idea. If you're Bonnie, you definitely want a lane here, and going with another brawler as a lane. You don't.
Do you like the Max?
I love the Max, mainly because of the Crow Band, one of the biggest counters. So that forced Tribe to go Spike. Now, Tribe, they love the control playstyle. That's why I went with the Tribe. That's why they went with the Spike lane. Not the best lane matchup against an Amber, but pretty good against the Colette and Max. So overall, not the best pick, but with the limited options, Spike was a pretty good pick.
This is the first time I've seen Sans smile all day. And he gave us the anime glasses fix as well.
Yeah.
And so I think Stamina are feeling comfortable here. I saw at the end of their game last time around, they didn't look comfortable. Bobby was talking to them like, yeah, I know we won, dog. We're still in the hole. I think after this draft, Stamina feel content. We'll see how it works out. Stamina on the bottom side in blue. Tribe Gaming from the top, already trying to put themselves in position. Watch out for Zulon on this right side. He's going to be fishing for these supers and diving in early, because as Ash, as you said, Tribe's going to be looking to be aggressive.
Yeah, fortunate for Bobby, was able to get that super, open up the right side lane. Unfortunately for him, didn't get the hit on Zulon. Zulon already got his super ready right now, but well done by Q-Sans on the left side to win his lane against the mismatch, which was a spike. There's a speed, and it's gonna, you really want to capitalize on the speed right here, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Q-Sans assertive with the Colette, winning his matchup, which is also pretty awesome to see that Q-Sans playing Colette very well, knowing Bobby can also play Colette at such a high level.
7 gems in the pocket here for Tribe. Only 2 for Stamina.
Yep, and here's the thing though, if you're Stamina, you need to start getting control, especially knowing Tribe 2 gems away, and this is where it works. 3v2 right now in favor of Stamina. Capitalize right here, nice super by Sans, although not the best out of it. It was definitely enough to hold control, and I love the aggression now, loving the aggression by Q-Sans.
He's barely going to
still
make
alive.
it out.
That is huge, being able to stay alive right there. Bobby assertive, but it's good because with Q-Sans alive, you still have the 2v2, and it just gives Bobby enough time to get back and play as well.
And you had the stagger there, so Bobby could go all the way, find themselves, you know, in the enemy zone, no big deal, because he gonna die, but so is the enemy, all well and good about the mid control. 9 gems for Tribe, 7 for Stamina, and Tribe now stepping forward. Is Libby dodging and weaving? Looking real good in that bush.
This is bad though. You don't want to give that final jump to Tyrant, and there it is. But the good thing for Stamina is it's an 8 to 10 gem here, and that's going to force Tyrant to be a little assertive. But he did manage to grab the 11th gem, which is absolutely huge.
Insane.
Absolutely huge, because that secures the win. Had he not been able to pick up that 11th gem, it would have been a totally different game right there.
Completely about the little things. Tyrant there. Oh, man.
That was so ballsy of Tyrant saying, hey, I need that 11th gem. If I don't grab it, I don't secure the win.
Because if he goes down,
it's over.
That's it. That was, we say for all the marbles often, but that was literally for all of the gems. Either he takes 11 and wins the game, or he drops 10 and gives the opponent the game. Big plays there from Tyrant. As Bobby starts us off here again.
I like the adjustment. This is what you want. If you're an Amber, you want the spike matchup. Your shots are going to pierce through the cactus, and you're going to be able to double team. And I'm loving the adjustment here. And not just that, you always want Colette on the Bonnie. You're going to have the advantage there all the time.
You're also seeing a lot more aggression out of Stamina this time around. I think last time Stamina was kind of content to play kill the gem carrier in game 1, and they just couldn't kill the gem. So now they're looking for maintain mid. In comes Bonnie, and
oh, I didn't like that super by Zulon right there. Didn't really get much value out of it. You know he was targeting the Max, but it's not a good idea because Max can just dash away with her gadget. Right now with the speed advantage, again, more aggression. This is what this is the pace that Stamina must play with if they want to win this. Holds control with gems, but also speed things up. You want to play at a faster pace because what we know about Tribe, they don't like playing the fast pace. They like playing in the control pace.
You got to force your opponent to get out of their comfort zone. That's what Ash told us earlier, and that's what Stamina is doing right now. 10th gem grabbed, but this is not safe here, Ash. Tribe Gaming are up close and personal. Zulon jumps in, takes down. No, Czar answers back.
That's a huge kill right there. That's going to force the reset, but fortunate for Stamina, if they can grab 1 gem on time right now, they can force a 10 to 7. right now. If they can get the next gem, but Tribe knows that. They're just too smart.
Yep.
And if they can get one more gem, they're in the safe zone. So there it is. Tribe's now in the safe zone.
So basically what Ash means by safe zone, if Stamina does get 10 and starts to count down and they go hide in the corner, Tribe Gaming can just match their 10 gems by sitting in the middle. So you don't have the luxury of playing clean and clear. In fact, it's Tribe Gaming that are going to be able to grab, and now we count down from 13.
Fortunate for Stamina, they're going to be able to grab the 10 gem here, reset the countdown. Tyrant's been burned. He's in a bad position, but here comes Zulan with the kill, but traded kills, forcing Q-Tan to pick him up, and now he's in the range of getting one-hitted by Spike. Fortunate for him, coming out alive.
This could be it.
It could be it. I don't think there's enough time to grab two gems.
You got to go for the kills. You can't go for the gems. 3 seconds away. Colette misses. Stu dashes, and that be that. Tribe Gaming are the only undefeated team in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Great stuff coming out of the red and black. They earned this victory. Stamina, though, man, they have their first loss. They don't love it, but I got to remind the boys, they're still number 2, and they look pretty damn good doing it.
Just one small misplay by Stamina.
In all of the games, too.
It was because Colette was holding 1 gem.
A single gem.
Bobby was holding 9. So what they do, they go after the 1 gem, force the reset, and that just turned everything around in favor of Tribe.
Brawl Stars is equal brains and brawn, and when you start playing at the top level, you see that brains section start to overtake the brawn. You just gotta be smart to win these matchups when you're talking about Stamina.
Right here. Bobby caught 1 gem with his Ember. That's all they needed. Put him in the position where, hey, I'm a Stu, I'm Tyrant. I'm gonna go aggro, cut him up, force him up, and then cutting him off with that 1 gem, that cost you the game. Because that reset the countdown. You were holding the 10th gem.
Rough, as a dog would say. Not going in the direction of Stamina. You know, like I said, though, they played fantastically. Tribe winds up being the top card here, bringing home the dub, and the only remaining undefeated team in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Definitely something you want to take a look at if you're Tribe. Watch those VODs back and see how close Stamina got to you. And if you're Stamina, you also got to kind of take this one and learn from those lessons.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I feel like Stamina played that matchup really well. But at the same time, they did get outdrafted in Heist. Definitely going to be a learning process for them here. For that gem grab, they got super close, but they learned something there. They learned, hey, if we speed things up, we got a better chance against Tribe. Had they done that in that first game, they also would have had a better shot, right? So they know that, and not just that, mismatches, knowing, hey, we want the Colette on the Bonnie, we want the Amber on the Spike, we want those matchup advantages. So Stamina, even though they lost, they learned a lot right there against a team like Tribe.
That's what you got to do. You know, you don't wind up being one of these top-end teams if you don't keep learning from your mistakes. We saw what happened in the early sets and how they were able to kind of turn things around after figuring out, all right, this is your play style, this is what you're going to be doing. And so a great look there for Tribe. They now sit, or a great look there for Tribe. They now sit themselves at 4-0, undefeated. Stamina earning their first loss here. Both teams, I think, are in pretty good position.
No, they're in very good position, both of them.
Yeah, keep going towards the future. I think they are pretty well solidified towards the bottom side. We might see some teams that need a little bit of work for sure. But as for us, we need a little bit of rest. So we are going to jump to a break right quick. We'll be right back with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission.
And a singular undefeated team remains, and their name is Tribe. They outrun Stamina, and this one, honestly, listen, can I just be me? This was dope. This was fun to watch, right? I mean, real talk, we do have some analysis for you. Better said, Ash has some analysis for you. But again, this is where, like, every now and then as a caster, you just return to being a fan, and that's what happened this time.
Yeah, it's a 3-1 win in favor of Tribe, but it was a lot closer than the scoreboard showed. Check this out, final 60 seconds, Stamina looked to be in control, 9 gems to 4, right? Czar, play it safe. If you're Stamina, you know you just need one more gem because you don't want to put yourself in a 10-8 situation, right?
Right.
Tribe, just too smart, knowing, hey, we just got to hold on just for a bit. Get the 8 gem. Once you get the 8 gem, you've securely placed yourself in this safe zone where, hey, we don't have to be aggressive anymore. 9-9 right now. Q10's doing his best on the left side to hold control. Tyrant's gonna pick the 10th gem. There's a speed boost from Czar. Bobby knows he's gotta grab, well, his team just gotta grab one more gem to prevent the reset and prevent the countdown.
Right.
Aggressive jump by Zulan, which was huge because he just respawned back, coming back, giving them control. And check out Tyrant. He knows 11 with just 8 seconds left. If I can grab that last gem, which he did right there, 12, that's gonna secure it. There's just no chance for Stamina to come back from that one.
So important too. That's the kind of, that's the one that we were talking about where Tyrant, if he doesn't go for that last gem, well, it's the other teams, right? And so he goes in and he hits that gem, we win. If he gets taken down, we lose. It's binary in this situation, and the gall, the audacity of the player to find themselves that aggressive, I think, was really, really sick. Ultimately, it comes down to it. I think before we went into the segment, you were talking about how strong, how the scoreboard did not reflect how close this one was.
Yeah.
Stamina really stood up. Fun to watch. Absolutely fun to watch. Day's not done yet. Still got a lot more Brawl Stars to go. But first, let's check in with one of the brawlers. Glitter standing by with Corey.
Thank you, F. Dot. Nice breakdown, Ash, like always. Of course, yes, I've got Corey ready to hang out with us and chat. I mean, first of all, this was the matchup of the season so far. Obviously, the two undefeated teams going head-to-head. So talk to me a little bit about what the game plan was heading into this match.
Honestly, we didn't have much of a game plan for this one. We kind of took a little bit of a break the last couple days just to kind of enjoy ourselves. But you could kind of tell in some of the maps like open zone and center stage, we weren't too comfortable. But our game plan was just simply just to win and just play our best.
I mean, if this is what you guys look like after taking a break, I'm scared. Okay, now, you obviously have one more match on the day. Got this one out of the way. Taken home the dubs. Then now how are you feeling heading into that next one?
Honestly, we're feeling very good. I don't know the exact numbers, but we are definitely close to qualifying at this point. So, you know, just one more, hopefully, I'm not going to jinx myself. Hopefully we can get one more win today, and that would, I think, guarantee our spot in the playoffs. So, again, we're feeling pretty solid right now.
Yeah, that's got to be a nice confidence booster. Now, we got to see a little bit, obviously, in the breakdown there with Ash, but walk me through what those final moments are like for the entire squad. I mean, what did the comms sound like when everybody kind of starts to realize this is when it's in the bag?
Well, the columns were a little bit chaotic. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Livy actually couldn't connect to the game for a good portion of that last game there, and so we were just trying to like keep our focus, and we knew that we had to play aggressive on the other two lanes as Livy was a bot. So we were telling, you know, or Tyrant and Zulan were like, all right, we got to play aggressive here. We can't let them get too much of a gem lead until Livy reconnects. And once he did connect, we just like focused up and we got those gems.
I mean, faced with a bunch of hurdles and still coming out on top. I'm not going to hold you too long because, like I said, you do have that other matchup. But before I let you go, more shout outs here. Give me some shout outs.
I mean, absolutely shout out to my teammates. Again, right now I'm not even playing, so I love doing the interviews as I'm the bench, and I can kind of just say what I want, and the GOATs, my teammates, just keep winning. So it's kind of fun, and shout out to the fans, I guess.
Yeah, you guys absolutely crush it. Corey, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting again.
Thank you.
Can you imagine? I mean, did not know any of that, so now I'm glad that we got to talk to Corey. Still coming out on top with that type of a situation?
That's what the boys do.
Okay.
That's what they do.
Okay.
That's
why they're number one.
It is. I mean, getting a chance to watch the two top teams go head-to-head, always super fun. We got to see some great stuff out of the boys here for Tribe Gaming. They wind up with the dub. And I like how Corey's like, listen, I just got to come up here and talk. They're the ones doing the hard, heavy lifting. So shout out to my teammates. And you know what? Corey shouted out the fans. And I always appreciate that. So shout out Corey.
I mean, Corey, to be fair, always gives fantastic interviews. It's always nice to have Corey up here chatting with us. But now that we got that match out of the way, we still have 3 more matches on the day that we have to start talking about. And if I'm not mistaken, I think up next we have Vanguard and West Coast.
Oh, that is absolutely right. Vanguard Gaming, Frixie, Charles, and Luffy. Why don't you tell us a little bit about these guys, Trav?
Well, as Vanguard Gaming, me and Ash have been saying all day long that they're very similar in terms of playstyle to Vatra, who have been succeeding today. So it'd be nice to see these succeed as well. Definitely up there when it comes to BSC. I believe they're around top 3 at the moment, which is a really great achievement, and such solid players all round as well. Charles is a really, as you saw him in a Chazmac jersey there as well, so clearly moving across teams, and it seems they're doing better than Chazmac at the moment.
Just a little bit. Chazmac having some issues, but Vanguard on the other side. We'll get a couple of looks of how they play. You were talking about their similarities to Vatra. Give me some more. Like, why do you see these two teams playing similarly?
I mean, you know, it's Ash's analysis that brings it down to they play a lot of tanks. It's just tanks. They love the aggressive style play, and it counters a lot of these teams who love to be in control of the matches like Tribe and STMN, who know they're really solid mechanical players. But when you've got tanks running at you and just aggressive assassin brawlers, it's really worrying no matter what.
Troublesome for sure. So we'll keep an eye on the tanks and see if that's the direction they choose to go. But we choose to say hello to Shine, Alec, and Jack Chepo, who make up West Coast. This team has surprised me a little bit. They surprise me when they win. They surprise me when they lose. They just keep me surprised a little bit here, Trav. Alec, very excited for today's gameplay.
Shine as well. I mean, I think he might need to back up. Back up for his camera as well. But they're sitting at 3-1. They've been playing incredibly, and we saw last time as well, Shine making a bit of a highlight reel on that stew and just showing how much of a solid player he is. He's been flying under the radar for a really solid amount of time, but pairing himself with some veteran players in both Alec and Chepo has really made him shine that a little bit more.
I agree. I think that, you know, when you're with players like Alec and Chepo, who have been spotlight players, you know, at various points in time, and also for Alec and Chepo, a return to this level of competition, so to speak. These were players that we saw once upon a time in the standings of the BSC. Now, not so much. So you grab a player like Shine, you try to like make that triumphant return. I think there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of headline storylines you could write about TRO here. Which one are they chasing? That's the question you ask. But as you said, 3-1 so far for this squad. Very impressive. Here's the head-to-head.
I mean, it's looking good for West Coast, to be honest. They've got more kills and less deaths, always finishing with an average positive KD here, 6.86, 5.91. And they're getting just a couple more supers as well. And I think about 30 supers came out of Shine with that stew, so you can't really blame him, to be honest with you.
No. I mean, he gave me, when we did the last week's vocabulary lesson on first period, it was just Shine stew. That was the definition of cycle, so it was nice.
It's always nice when they provide the exact example you are looking for. But now that you guys have all the information, we want to hear from you, of course. Match number 4. Who's going to be taking this one home? Will it be Vanguard or will it be West Coast? We need to hear from you with that Twitch poll down below in chat. Because like I said, match number 4 is ready to go. So let's just keep this thing going.
All right. That was quick. See you, Glitter. Let's get into this one. Vanguard taking the field against West Coast. My shirt feels very West Coast today. I'm enjoying the Burbank vibes so far. We'll see how these squads do. Out in the open beach ball and then heist. And we'll go to Dueling Beetles and Minecart Madness if we need to. So starting off with Knockout, we've got a Brock out first pick. Love to see that. Brock has been... What brings Brock in and out of the meta? Because we see him and then we don't, and then we see him and seemingly untouched.
I mean, it's a lot of the maps really just rely on his wall break. You see with Safe Zone in this map as well. Open up the map and you have a route through onto lane you wouldn't usually have in an early period of the game, and that allows you to have complete domination. Here, you're opening up that mid wall and allowing someone to rotate over to the left side without having to have an Eve or a Carl who can just go over that water. First pick on the other side of things, though, they've got Vanguard for the Bell. It's a very solid pick. You're going to be able to combat a lot of those longer range brawlers, and with Jean and Piper, Bonnie out of the way, there's not too many of them left.
Well, there's Eve. I'll be honest, I very rarely like Eve, Trav. I think it's pretty obvious that I very rarely. So I'm going to ask you to talk me through why we see the little alien in a ship. I just don't even like the character design. Like, why Eve here? Jokes aside, why Eve next to the Bell?
Well, I mean, it's pretty similar to the Brock, to be honest. We see her on this and Safe Zone and occasionally Canal Grande as well. Her ability to walk across the water and being able to do pretty much what Brock does. He opens up the map, she can just slot across that water on the left-hand side and be able to combat that lane early on. We've now seen a Crow pick coming in from West Coast, and I really do like that. It's the ability to slow down a lot of these brawlers and pick off the prime target with your sharpshooters, with your Brocks, with another one they'll probably add to it as well. You slow them down, and there you go, there's the Penny. You get a lot more turret connections as well when slowed.
That's exactly where I was going to go. Once you slow the players down, Penny can kind of really make use of that turret for sure. The mortar, so to speak. So one more selection here next to the Eve and the Bell. Will it be a ladies' night, or will we go somewhere else? That is the question. Look across the way at what West Coast have. What would you desire to see locked in here?
I mean, I think you've got to take something a little bit more long range again. I wouldn't mind a Leon or something like that. You know, going the assassin route, popping that lollipop drop down really early on. They've gone for the Squeak though. Obviously, Residue able to be thrown up into that bushy area at the top of the map and allow for the slow and also the vision of the bush that it's covering as well, which means rotations becoming increasingly hard.
This one will be tough to call. I think off the top, West Coast have the better, more active draft is what I'm going to specifically say. I think the world of Squeak, Eve, and Bell can absolutely work, but they're going to have to be a little bit more strategic about how they find their kills. Whereas the other side, I think Alec and the boys can kind of just jump on in and see what happens, since they have a much more traditional draft, in my opinion. Hi, Squeak. We heard you. We'll see how this one works out, as everything's starting off pretty cleanly here. Top side is where you'll find Vanguard, and God, Squeak makes so much noise.
Not just that, but it's really annoying too. The residue already running out of that mid bush, so don't have that down just yet. And obviously the wall break as well. You can see a Shine flying through there. Bell bounce has almost come out, but not quite enough to bring either Shine or Chepo down. The middle of the rotation, Shine going to be playing the mid, and Alec over this right-hand side, able to connect a few shots onto Frixian with those spawnables coming into. The splash through is going to be a magnum.
Mid lane, a lot of damage going out, but all right, we're safe and sound, no problem. Luffy, on the other hand, looking to wrap around here on the left-hand side. Not going to find the connection. Nice dodges again out of Shine. Easy peasy. No smog just yet, but here it comes. And now players are going to have to really act quickly because there's nowhere to hide in the middle. Alec is the first one to act, and Chepo follows it up with Shine. It's a 1-2-3 for West Coast. Move on to round 2.
Great start for them then. Chepo easily straight over this left-hand side once more. Down comes the rocket fuel and breaks up a little bit more of that map. No grass left now on that side of things. Charles slowed as well. And he's got the jump, but he's marked up.
Tough stuff there. Really, really, really liking what Vanguard was able to do here to deal with West Coast. Because I was just going to say, West Coast pushing forward, that's what they want to do. When the smog comes in, West Coast jumping in, that's what they want to do. That's not what they want to do. Chepo misses the jump, and Charles is able to find the good stuff.
Shine trying to get that auto aim onto Charles, but he scouts him out quite nicely. Another connecting shot onto him as well. It's a 1v2. He has the ability to do it, but the Bell shot connects, and Vanguard even it out.
Charles likes it. Oh, man. A good pin? It really, I love that. Reset here for the rubber match. And Vanguard playing a very different play style. Much more aggressive than we saw earlier. Luffy in no man's land. But because of the prowess of right lane, Shine and Alec unable to find that damage into mid. So Luffy was able to get away with it, but much ado about nothing, folks. Luffy didn't find anything, so oh well.
Trixie gets connected by that Penny Mortar, also a shot from Shine as well, but his ability to disengage and go back across that water is just too much for Alec to handle on this lane, but he's hitting a couple of shots. One more might finish it off, and he does just that. Gets to take down the spawnable falls as well, and the Parasites are not going to be doing anything for them just yet.
Parasites? That's rude. Oh, you mean the... Got it.
The babies.
I thought you were talking about West Coast, who are coming in and just chowing on the host body. That'll be number 2 for blue team, and so they grab the game. We'll do it again.
Great start for the side of things of West Coast here. Definitely looking a lot better. Few little mishaps in there as well. Look, that crow jump in the second round really wasn't too much, and it resulted in a loss of that round. But Chepo coming back, has those 3 gadgets in hand once more, and wants to make more of them this time.
Hello, Squeak. Good to see you. Right side. Alec trying desperately to get super up. And I think that's a big deal coming out from Vanguard to deny Alec that super. And so far they've been doing a good job of it. Here comes Chepo. Surprise, Fricks. They're able to get on out of there. Just kidding. Shine from a distance. Finds it. And a great look here for West Coast. Vanguard 2 alive.
Shine with the super as well. Doesn't want to break up this mid wall, as that's too much of an easy entry for his opponents through the next round. Charles going to jump in straight into danger as well. Chepo and Alec 26 are there to pinch him down. Gets his super for the next round, but taken down pretty quickly. Bell bounces almost bring down Chepo, but not quite enough. A 3v1 is surely going to finish it off.
So that was a big point there, I think. So I'm looking at 2 things. That jump in, obviously it was crazy, right? But 1, you said secures the super for the next round. And 2, if Squeak can distract everybody and you can find that long-range kill on the backside, maybe you find yourself in a 2-on-1 you can maneuver out of. But the safe part is getting that Squeak super. That's why we see that jump in. 3v2, listen, it's almost over. Just get what you can get and move to the next round here. So West Coast trying to end this one now. Big damage out of Squeak. That's what he was looking for. And it forces Chepo to super defensively.
Yeah, 2 follow-up shots from Shine, though. Gets the takedown as Chepo uses his slow to the best of his abilities. Alec going to throw down a salty barrel and get some splash through it. Charles in a bit of a tough situation, but Chepo too low to pinch with Alec here. Mortar shots coming through now, but none connecting just yet. Shine with the super in his hand. Residue being thrown down over this right side, cutting off a path through. But in comes the pinch. The super's there. The salty barrel, and Luffy falls. West Coast are going to take the first set.
And that was as close to textbook as you can get here from the West Coast boys. A beautiful, beautiful game number 2. Love to see how they were able to kind of just execute the playbook. There really wasn't anything fantastical. There wasn't anything monumental. There was no innovation. We've seen this play, and this was just them executing it clinically. Love to see that type of stuff here. Let's take a second look.
I mean, it was really the basics that the West Coast just had down.
Yep.
It's all the pinches. They're playing so well as a team at the moment, and you know, for a few players who just come together for a tournament like this and seeing the synergy they have, makes you wonder why they're not succeeding in more tournaments.
I mean, like we kind of set it up earlier, so let's finish the conversation. You know, the idea. I think these are players. You look at Alec and Chepo, and these are players that were here once upon a time. What's kept them out? That's a larger conversation. But you bring in Shine. Not only does Shine do what his name says, he shines, but he brings up the the old guys, right? Haha, everybody here is man young. But like Alec and Chepo are the old heads for lack of a better term. And so you bring in this hot new young talent to come in and kind of soup everybody up, and all of a sudden Alec and Chepo, I'm seeing flashes of yesteryear. And maybe that could be maybe this is that squad that brings them forward. Maybe they remove themselves from the squad, but that energy revival here is super important. 1-0 here for West Coast. Love what we're seeing out of them, but it's up to Vanguard to kind of stop them in their tracks. I said earlier that when it comes down to a best of 5, the science of the set, I think game number 2 is the most important. And I'm down to argue. Some people like to say, no, you got to win coming out of the gate for number 1. Or number 3 is the most. I think number 2. Because if you win the first one and you win the second one, your opponent's in an 0-2 hole. That feels bad. I'm going to write about it on my blog, and then we lose. Or we tie it up, and now it's a best of 3. Let's go. So this beach ball, brawl ball, I think is super important, Trav.
No, I'm not going to argue with it. I completely agree. I think that second one is the most influential because if you win the first one, you can bring it to 2, and that puts your opponents in a really weak mindset. Yeah. And if you lose the first one, you can bring it back to 1-1. Momentum's back in your favor, and you're ready to go once more. Draft is in, though. Well, in terms of bans, that is West Coast getting Bonnie, Jean, and Squeak out the way. Vanguard getting rid of Janet, Squeak, and Carl. Pretty basic brawlers banned out from both sides of things. Not much variation. We just got that the Carl, Janet, and Bonnie variation. We got pretty solid Squeak ban across both.
Beach ball. Talk to us a little bit about this specific map and what you're going to be looking for as far as brawlers is concerned with the bow locket.
Well, I mean, with beach ball, consider it's Brawl, you've always got to have some form of aggression, or you just go for all-out control. And both of these compositions really aren't starting off with something too aggressive because Carl, Janet, Bonnie, all out the way. You kind of got to go for that control aspect. And Penny and Bo, to start things off, I think is kind of going straight to where they need to be. Mines
lock down a lot of areas. Then you've got the mortar, which you always kind of have to worry about. And then, as I've been kind of saying, you know, Penny's change was in her in-hand, her projectile shot. The mortar didn't get any love, so you just got to watch out for Penny in and of herself. I like this Stu pick. I might have even wanted to see Stu picked first, because I think that what Stu does is just so hard to kind of like deal with independent of map and game mode. And so here we have Stu selected next to the bow. West Coast has to answer, and they go for the dog man.
I think that's a pretty solid answer.
I like it.
The sandbags are going to be able to tank a lot of those Stu shots and prevent him from cycling and charging this super in the first place. But I think Vanguard, you know, they're taking that Stu to take it away from Shine. Because this is the map that he played it on, and he played it so perfectly. West Coast finishing things off with a crow to be able to stop this Stu's mobility and slow him in his tracks along with the rest of his team.
Nice counter response, nice answer to what Stu's going to be bringing here. We've got the bow, we've got the Stu. So I take a look across the way of a West Coast. And if I'm Vanguard, well, I know where I can't go, and you're going to select the character to make sure that West Coast can't go some places as well. A Sprout, one of my favorite characters. Love this brawler, so does Reddy. how do you feel about the Sprout selection? Because you are not swiping right here.
I'm not liking it. I think with the bow, you kind of wanting to place down mines and open up a lot of that map, and the Sprout's going to want to keep the map closed, throw down walls and block off these choke points. And I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. Yes, it's going to be good against Crow and Penny early game.
Sure.
But I feel like if they can just delay it, maybe even throw the ball in the corner early on, then it's going to be a pretty tough game for them to win.
We'll keep an eye out for the castle. Right now, we start things off pretty quickly. Bo finds a nice and early kill. West Coast up 1-0 in the big picture. But now we're into set number 2. Everything clean and clear. Shine triggering all the bow mines, not falling down though, which is a good look. Ball recentered, a little bit of the mid nonsense cleared out. Chepo, big damage combined with Alec, not enough to find the kill, but enough to inch forward. West Coast in the, well, I'll check myself. They were until that great kill from Stu, now back to even.
I mean, they've done what they needed to do. A lot of this map's being broken up, whether it be from the bow mines or from that supply drop coming down from Ruffs. Luffy's going to throw down a nice little super here, throw that hedge down and block off a portion of this map. Alec did go aggressive for that power-up, and he falls because of it. Brings that super back once more with the gadget. Luffy going to throw it down this right side.
Beep.
Stop Chepo from moving. He's going to get pinched in, and it's a 3v1.
Charles over here, man, just dodging everything. I find Stu play fun to watch. Not enough to get the kill onto Alec there. Luffy with the long-range shot. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Just a hair to the left, and we're in a 1-0 game. Unfortunately for Vanguard and their fans, it was a hair to the right. And now we got to rabbit our way home. 60 seconds on the clock, scoreless after all that.
In comes the slow, and Shine's going to clean up nicely. Chepo should grab the ball here. Doesn't have those sandbags as we saw those meteors raining down a little bit earlier. No defensive measure against that Stu, but in comes Alec, gets some shots on. Charles not able to cycle his super too effectively, and Alec has his. The ability to jump in and either get a pass-through or a solo play for Alex there.
Shine's here in the mid. Can't go in too low. Jump in aggressively is the wrong choice for Alec. Down the player goes. Right side, Charles in trouble. The bounces from Ruff can't find it. Shine, still here in the mid. Trying to deal. Respawn from Alec.
Shine has that power up as well, so always got a bit of a backup plan. Chepo picking his up as well. Always going to be good for overtime, and especially with the Sprout here, he's going to be struggling heavily. Gets some heavy connections onto it from Chepo as well. He gets that super, able to throw down a power up, but Alex there, he's on the mine, and he's taken down Shine all alone in a 1v3, but the ball is nowhere to be seen, and they can't do anything with it.
Overtime looming on the horizon. Charles going to be able to walk away from the ball and find certain death? Oof. Not sure if that was the play. Now it's a 2-on-3. Frixie throws the wall. Now Alec inching forward. This is a dangerous game here, Trav.
Mines replaced. Alec with his jump as well. Needs to try and pick out a target, but doesn't want to leave a massive opening along the back line. Alec now looking for Sprout, sees all three of them in the middle, gets a good connection on both. Charles and Frixie, they fall down. Chepo uses his super. He's going to give it to Shine, power him up once more, but he's already powered up. I just realized that Shine was even trying to collect it. He didn't even know himself. The mine is going to connect, though, and that's a complete waste of that power up and a reset for him.
Unfortunate. And we got 17 on the clock. Vanguard in an aggressive position. Chepo going down even more so. Big pass, big shot, big win. Luffy takes it at OT. That's going to be game number 1 for the red side. Vanguard sniffing victory.
I mean, there's just no explanation as to how that's happened. The amount of control it looked like West Coast were having throughout that entire overtime, it was pretty much usually Vanguard being in their third of the map, but just one misstep, one step onto a mine and it all changes.
Right back into it, game number 2. Charles, the scorer of last one, starts us off hot in this one. Colonel stepping forward. Luffy kills Shine, and so that will prevent West Coast from stepping forward again, because Chepo does find a kill on the right lane. But it ain't nobody's business. And Shine's able to pick it up and center the ball one more time.
He's going to be pinched in now, no wall in hand. Now it gets the super, but being brought down as well. Shine trying to bait out these mines, make sure he doesn't get caught off by one this time. And Chepo with his power up, trying to do a little bit of a pinch in here with Shine, but not able to do so just yet. Charles aggressing and no sandbags because he's using the other gadget.
Fluffy pushing forward, unanswered. But the ball will just come on right on back. Team's fishing for supers at the moment. Fluffy gonna lock Shine out, like this play. So the Sprout, not the #1 pick. It's really hard to make this stuff kind of work. But I've seen positive stuff out of the Sprout. And listen, I'm the Sprout apologist here, but I acknowledge that it's a little rough to make work. That said, Luffy's doing it.
Well, we're just going to disregard this power up top and place another one in the area of Shine here. Some good takedowns come in. Alex still got his super. The slow's there. He jumps in, not into the best position, but he's looking for a pass through. The mines are there to kind of prevent it a little bit longer. Chepo going to walk onto one and get stunned. The ball's not being brought forward just yet, but they didn't really have the opportunity there anyway.
It was so infinitely small. Wall breaks. Sprout's better, baby. Big defense coming out of Vanguard. And just like that, they make sure they don't get scored against for once. Can't do it again, homie. 1-0 to West Coast.
They delay it as well, and I'd have loved to see Luffy throw down a super there and block that goal, because that was obviously trying to waste down time, not BM. But, you know, even a defense of that part would be cool, yeah. Luffy's going to get jumped in on, though, by Alec, and those mines are going to pop. Frixie getting some shots onto him. Charles can't do much at this point. Looks like West Coast are going to even this one out and bring it back to 1-1 in Brawl.
I think so. You know, it's always so funny watching the hesitation there, because, like, at this level of competition, every second counts, and I will tell you that the teams are, they're not BMing. They're absolutely doing, but also it feels good to just stand in front of the enemy's net and be like, hey, yo,
GG.
I'm just sitting here, dude. Okay, you spawned, got it in. So now because of that, the 1-0 goal is good. We find ourselves in the rubber match one more time. First kill, again, goes to Charles. I think Charles has gotten first blood every single game of Raw Ball.
Yeah, I mean, look at his aggressive plays as well. Caught out in a tough situation now, though. Shine and Alec is going to try and pinch him. Luffy can't quite connect any shots. Shine's damage gear was activated there as well, but not enough to be able to assist with that kill. Now they're pushing forward. Shine should be respawning in just a second, but with the two of them here, they might be able to force it in. Here comes the turret, though. But mines are there. He baits one of them out and the shot through. Waste of a turret and a goal for Vanguard.
Nice play there from Vanguard. Intelligent stuff, and also sometimes you see these teams kind of swinging for the fences where they don't touch the ball until it's a team wipe. This ability to move up the field from Vanguard was really intelligent, and because of that, they found themselves in position with a smaller window of opportunity than usual.
Charles sitting in this speed zone, nice and comfortable, just not taking any shots, doesn't want to feed any super. Salty Barrel goes down, but it should be cleaned up pretty quickly. He's just waiting this one out, and nobody can push for this power-up either that Chepo's thrown down. Obviously, it's for the wall break, but they still want it, and they're not in a position to be able to get it. Chepo pushing forward now. Frixie doesn't fall just yet, but there's no pinch to assist him, and they can just leave him. This is a 3v2 if they just leave him up top, but now he comes back and he tries to get a pinch, and Shine trying to provide one.
Ball here, left lane. Alec, not really concerned about Luffy. Or the ball, for that matter. It is 1-0, so Vanguard don't have to score a second one. All they got to do is chill. And Shine and friends are trying to make sure they can't do that. Alec jumps in, takes down the Sprout player. Chepo alive as well. Now, Vanguard have respawned, so this won't be an easy goal, but it will put the ball on the enemy 10-yard line, so to speak. West Coast here. Forgive me, Trav, for my football. But West Coast here in the driver's seat. Can they find the goal in the next 21?
Well, they're going to need a break, and there it is. Chepo has that in hand. Would have been useful when the ball was in front of the goal. But now mines are on top of the ball in the corner. Alex going to jump in. She'll bring down Frixie, but the wall's there as well. These mines actually might bait the wall and break it out, but now Charles in a position to not be able to help. Massive wall from Luffy comes in. The defense is there, but this should be a goal anyway. They should clean up Charles, and someone's going to need to walk through this. The wall's...
Sprout! Sprout! Woo! Build that wall, baby. Sprout coming out. This is why I say, ain't no brawler do what Sprout does. And they're laughing about it too.
I mean, maybe I was wrong to say, you know, I don't like it, because it saved a couple of games here. And I don't know if that's a celebration with the animal or pet or whatever it was.
Bring back the cat. Bring back the cat. He can't hear me. Oh, we want to see the cat, Mr. Vanguard, but we see the victory this time around. Great stuff for sure. Again, I mean, just literally, there is no. When we talk about any other brawler, there are brawlers that are similar. There are brawlers that can do a little bit of what Stu does, do a little bit of what Lola, do a little bit of what Bell does. Ain't nobody does this like Sprout. This is a different game. But nobody can build a wall. Just, you shall not pass. You shall not score. You shall not win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good thing to have as well. You know, in a position like that where you can defend a goal, and he almost defended another goal in the previous game with the same thing as well, but they were managing to force it in. This time, though, they hold on and Vanguard take the win in this set. Not the massive amount of difference in terms of statistics here. You know, damage looking pretty similar, although Vanguard seemed like they were raining down a lot more, to be honest.
Yes, it really did seem like that. But as we discussed earlier, number 2, very important. And now we're tied up. We've got the best of 3 now in front of us. Essentially, a brand new set of matches to go ahead and be played. A little brain lag there. But as we take a look towards West Coast and Vanguard, now is where we kind of sit back and go, all right, Bob, who has the advantage? And I think both of these teams are kind of coming in. Neither team has the momentum. I think both these squads, we are now equilibriumed, if you allow me to create an adverb. It seems like we've just returned to homeostasis.
I mean, I don't know. I think West Coast were looking very good in that Brawl Ball set regardless of losing. You know, in those closing seconds, they probably should have forced it in, you know, and that should have been a goal and the game flipped. But Vanguard just managed to hold on, and you saw how happy they were. They're going to be coming into this game with some great mentality, and as you know, you said, that is the kind of the mindset that comes along with that second set.
M's selection here. I love to see M's. I think that M's play is very different from a lot of other brawlers. You'll notice that I like the oddball selections, right? Sprout, I think, is the most normal brawler that I love. I love the M's and the Ambers because you have to play them differently than you play other characters. You can't just come out and hit your shots, so to speak. The way M's comes through, Amber's literally the one with the flamethrower, I get it. But you have to sort of like flamethrower your way. You pick spots as opposing to pick brawlers, and that allows you to maintain map control. So when we look at Gem Grab, I guess specifically Hot Potato, this M's first pick, it's unconventional, but I like it.
Yeah, you see, with the bans, they're shaping up for quite a tank-heavy meta, to be honest, and them taking that M's is pretty much the last tank counter available.
Sure.
And therefore, they might be able to add a couple of tanks to their ranks when they get these next two picks coming to them. Ruff's being the first pick for Vanguard, it's going to provide some power-ups when those tanks do come down. They're going to be feeding a lot, and obviously he's got the wall break ability as well. Bo, going to add to that, has the mines and the ability to break walls too, so they're kind of preparing themselves for these tanks to come down.
Bo's also just like one of my favorite selections for just like, we need a DPSer, bro, and then Bo comes through. You can amp him up for sure, obviously, with the Dogman. But I look at Bo, and he's just one of the stronger, straight DPS guys. I like where he sits at right now in the grand scheme of things. Carl selected here.
I was gonna say, well, that's something that slipped through the bands and my mind. You know, like
yeah.
I think like that should have been one of Vanguard's picks, to be honest with you. But maybe it slipped their minds too.
Yeah, I think us sitting here, we weren't thinking. Oh, whoops, we forgot about Curl. Vanguard. I think they said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Ruffs is there as well. He can't really run sandbags because of the Carl's ability to pierce through them. Same with Ems. They add a tank as their last pick, picking up the BB.
Do you like her?
I mean, I love a bit of BB, to be honest, and they don't have that many counters to it. You know, when she gets that shield up and running, batting stance, it's going to take so many shots for Ruffs to bring her down in that time. You're going to have a couple of swipes on yourself and you're going to be taken down.
She seems so wildly out of left field. She seems so wildly like, I just don't see a lot of BB. Am I wrong here? Is BB more meta than I'm giving her credit for?
I mean, I don't know, but there's the Primo.
All right, so we want to talk about off meta.
Disregard the meta at this point. I mean, Primo is going to be a really good tank to bring in, and especially against the BB. You know, you got the suplex to throw her over your shoulder when she comes in with that swing. You can just throw her and it resets it and finish her off that way. Feeds super really nicely. But against an Ems, she's going to be very controlling when it comes to tanks, and using that super, slowing them down, also with the friend zoner as well to knock them back. It's going to be difficult to do a lot unless you kind of stay away from her as much as you can. At
the same time, Primo, who's Carl, dude? Like, Primo is going to jump on Carl, and so let's see how it works out. Chepo, right side, BB, and then, well, BB's going, all right, it's just going to be tank on tank up top. Got it. It's almost like they agreed to this beforehand. Forget the lanes, just fight me at the flagpole, bro. BB get a couple of smacks out. PS, this is Heist, so we've got to keep an eye on the box. Big damage coming out from West Coast onto Vanguard, as it's 11% and counting, pretty much just by BB alone. Now the door open here from Alec, and Charles jumping towards Shine. An awkward one, but gets the kill.
Yeah, you see towards Shine because he didn't really land on him at all and just allowed him to stay up for so much longer. Alex already rained down so much damage and Chepo's winning that matchup, which he shouldn't as well. Damage gear's activated. A nice little spin on the safe would have gone a long way there for Alec, but at this point they don't need to risk anything. They can just hold that, wait for the next one, and Charles has got to go for damage at some point. And if they can just hold him back and do this last 22% without any repercussions as they go into.
Man, I've had a lot of brain lag. I thought we were jumping into gem grab. Now the BB choice makes a lot more sense with the bubblegum bounce and the Heist box, and yeah. I've embarrassed myself enough as is. 22% here, and West Coast significantly in the lead. Alex spinning to win. And the right side tank battle going the way of Charles. A nice look there for the big man. Still a minute to go, so while the game is significantly in the hands of West Coast, a couple of slips and slides, and Vanguard could wind up on the good side. Here comes the damage out of the red team, 53%. They gotta go now.
Well, more mines on the safe, and he's using tripwire as well, so he can pop those at any time. They've almost got the lead back. Shine gets the slow down onto the Primo, but he's got his jump in hand. He can't escape, and now the aggression comes up. Alec using that flying hook down the left-hand side. Chepo aggressing down mid. They can't quite do the damage just yet. He gets his super. That's another bit of damage on safe. In come the Carl shots, and he's still there as well. Not being stopped yet. Chepo coming in to follow up, and that should be game. Although a massive comeback from Vanguard almost happened.
Wow. Big plays here coming out from West Coast. But again, you know, I just brain lagged. I was like, why go the BB? But the amount of damage you can get from a good bounce of that super, big stuff coming out from West Coast. They do exactly what they need to get done. The Vanguard, the Primo pick just left a lot to be desired, to be honest with you. Did not see the connections that we need to see in order to find the dubs. Chepo, on the other hand, this is the tank player you want to, well, this is the tank player that's winding up more successful despite that super.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a better one comes in there, but he did miss the bow along the way as well. Primo's still alive, and they've left him there. Shine just coming up with damage, which might be a better option. In comes that super and the power-up, laying on the floor from Frixie, but Charles is there on the pitch. He gets the two. They're still heavily down on damage, though, but he's back on the safe, but two people are going to be respawning into him, and he should go down.
I like how they were just like, it's just a Primo. You can stay on the box, no problem.
Yeah, almost got the two-piece there. Shine and Alec did fall very low, but Primo not quite able to do just that. Alex still sitting pretty safe down this left-hand side now. They've got pretty substantial damage lead as well, and if Charles comes in, Chepo should just be able to push down. He does do just that. The friend zone is going to be missed, and Charles rains down once more, gets the takedown and adding some damage to it now as well. Alex coming in, but the damage is still rolling in on the other side. Damage gear activated and adds another couple of 900 damages to the safe. But now there's someone defending. He cleans up once again, but there's BB adding more damage.
Clean up, aisle 3. This is the best we've seen out of Primo. Charles has been playing a lot better game 2 than we saw in game 1. However, it might not be enough. Vanguard's Heist box hanging on for dear life, and here comes Carl. Geology sure does rock. It's a 2-0 here for West Coast. They find themselves in the driver's seat, and they're not stopping anytime soon. This is real clean stuff out of WC.
Definitely looks good for them, and we were saying, you know, the second set, it's important. You get momentum back in your favor and you even it out, but West Coast, they're having absolutely none of that. They want it back for themselves. And they're probably going to want to finish out right here as well. Nobody wants to see a set number 5, well, at least some of the viewers might, but if you're playing, they're going to be heavily against it.
Where's the cat? That's what I'm going to be asking every time we show Vanguard. I just want to see the cat. In fact, the removal of the cat might be why they're losing. They haven't won since homie removed the cat from the frame. I'm just saying we are a pet positive broadcast here. That's what the P stands for in SPS. No, it's not. Snapdragon or something, but you know, it's actually Pro. But you know, I still like the pets. Great stuff coming out of West Coast to seal this deal. Heist in the rear view. Love to see that. Ooh, actually a little surprising here, seeing Vanguard with all the positive stats. West Coast was just able to kind of sneak on through and find the damage.
I mean, this is kind of the story of SPS with Heist, to be honest. When we see these statistics, which is rare we do, you know, with a lot of Heist, the kills, the damage, it's just never relevant.
Sure.
It's all about that damage onto safe, and, you know, all of their damage was focused on the safe. And, you know, you can add an extra 100,000 to that that's been damaged on the safe in comparison to Vanguard, who did do a decent, substantial amount of damage, but it just wasn't quite enough.
I mean, it's always, always, always about the stuff after the stuff. The kills are only what allows you to open the door to find your Brawl Ball goal, your step on the hot zone, your heist box kill, etc. Once we get to bounty and gem grab, even then, your kills are just a means to an end. But now it's time to duel with the Beatles. We'll see how this one goes down. Draft halfway there. 2 Squeak bands, a Sprout band. Makes sense to me, I feel.
Well, I mean, with the residue being thrown down from the Squeak, you got that ability to block off an entire choke point, and there's only 3 on this map, which people are going to be focusing down. Same as Sprout. The exact same story. Throw down that wall, and you're not going to be walking through it.
Stu's a character I also find that's important to ban out here, because Stu's a brawler that can do the work of 2 brawlers by himself. If you are on, you can just and open the door to the hot zone seemingly by yourself with just 1 or 2 shots from your teammates. And so I think that type of stuff have to be banned out. And so we're back to the classic tier list, baby. Carl, number 1.
I mean, Bonnie is still open, so we might be seeing, you know, another one of those top 3 brawls in the meta at the moment slide in, but Carl as a first pick is always going to be the best.
Got it.
West Coast picking that up early on, and that can near enough take any matchup on this map, but Bonnie is going to be one of those ones that he struggles against at range, but her, you know, how slow she is, and obviously she's got a decent amount of HP, but it's really tough against these kind of mobile brawlers like Carl to get you super up and running.
Lou selected here. I just don't trust him. He's got an untrustworthy face, always winking and stuff. No, seriously, Lou, we see Lou very, very rarely. I think we've only seen 3 Lou selections through the entirety of our 3 weeks here at the SPS. Why does Vanguard go Lou here?
I mean, you know, I'm an EU man myself, and this is a very, very NA pick. You don't see this very often at all.
I mean, you don't see it often here.
I'll say I've seen people play it on like Canal Grande and stuff like that. And it just surprises me every single time. But, you know, Hot Zone, it's got a place in the meta. You're able to just cover that and press your gadget, and you're pretty much stunning people left, right, and center. Spike, though, going to be what West Coast add to their roster of brawlers and Bo to finish things off. And I'm loving the way that's shaping up. But you've always got to be looking at Vanguard. They've got the Bonnie, who's got this incredible ability to pop off. And if Lou can establish super after super after super, it's going to be tough to even get any percentage.
This is, I'm waiting to see what Vanguard select here, but I think it's going to have to be something wild in order for me to really, really like it more than the West Coast squad. I think that this is, so one, I come from classic MOBAs, so I appreciate a well-balanced draft. We have DPS, we have tanky DPS, and we have control. I love what West Coast have here. Very, very, very standard. Vanguard, on the other hand, they got some long-range stuff. I don't hate this draft, Trav, but straight up and down, I just prefer what West Coast have. I think that they are the team that needs to play default, and Vanguard have to pull something extra out in order to find the dub.
I think that is the case as well. They really need to stay away from this Lou, just not feed the supers.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if that's just going to be cycling and cycling, you're not going to be having a fun time at all on the side of West Coast. And there's definitely a possibility to do that, because they've got enough range in their comp to be able to avoid a lot of these shots. And with it playing mid as well, Spike can just peek this over and over again, try to get some shots in, and when the takedown eventually comes in, that's where you step on and play aggressive.
So here's our game. West Coast, the standard draft, so to speak, on the bottom side. Vanguard with the Lou in that mid lane, like you said, trying to deal. Frixie on the Bonnie here in the right lane. I guess that's where you're gonna put her, but instead, here comes the flying hook, and Bonnie responds with a jump in. Cute play down south of the cactus. Not gonna be enough. Vanguard Gaming on the good side of things, 28%, almost 30%, and count.
I would have much preferred that flying hook directly onto Luffy and guaranteeing themselves a takedown there, because at the end of the day, if you're going into a Bonnie and you know she's close to super, she's going to get away from you. Mine's being popped now and Luffy's going to fall low. One shot from Alec will finish it off. Doesn't get the super down in time either. Frixie's going to fall, and now the control established back into West Coast hands, but Chefo's marked and he's low. He's brought to his knees and sent back to sport.
This is going to be the hard part for Vanguard, I think. If Vanguard was able to stick it and stay on the point, that's what they're looking for. The retake is tough, But honestly, Alec is kind of helping Vanguard out here, being as aggressive as he is. Frixie down low, gonna dodge out with nonsense out of Spike. Because of that, Vanguard Gaming own this point. Trav, I get what Alec was trying to do, but I think it backfired, and Vanguard are on the upper hand again.
I mean, he just needed to aggress for the kill and move on, to be honest with you. He just didn't. He stood there, waited, tried to play slowly, but at this point, when you're playing slowly, they're going to be getting percentage, and they don't care if you're holding one person back if they're playing the objective. Mine's thrown down once more. Frixie still alive, though, and he's sitting pretty healthy, too, and then now it does fall down. Chepo's going to get traded out as well, but Shine has this damage gear activated, but still not looking too good. The stun's there. Alec finishes that one off, but 15% to finish off, and they've got some tanky Brawl.
Yeah, this is now West Coast. They have a very small window of opportunity. That said, Vanguard are kind of just ants marching one by one. Hurrah, hurrah. Y'all have a team. Y'all should group up and look for the 3-on-3 push. Instead, it's been a 1-on-1. Carl goes a little too deep. Now we've got 91 and counting, but it's Vanguard taking over. In comes Alec to try and deal with the flying hook. Last kill should be good, and West Coast take it, but just barely.
How do you even let that happen as Vanguard, though? You have so much control, such a big lead. Body jumps in, gets a kill. And still, there's just nobody there to collect this hot zone or help him out. As you said, it's just a one-by-one push, and it's just not working.
That was communication breakdown, straight up and down. I'm obviously not in their team speak or whatever, but like, nobody was talking. That's what happened there. Vanguard coulda, shoulda, woulda. I think that was their game to win, to be honest with you, bro. And because of that, West Coast won away from taking the match. Once again, we see Vanguard step forward first on the point, 24%. Once again, we see West Coast answer back, deal damage, and step on the point. They're now almost at 20 themselves.
Frixie just going to jump in, and you know that the HP that you have when you're in your body form translates into the Clive form, and he still jumps in and gets wiped off the map so fast. Chepo's low here, though. Doesn't actually get use of the life plant there. It stays up, and he doesn't get the 1,000 HP off it. Shine going to fall down as well, and now back to Vanguard, as they're the ones sitting on the zone.
Good aggression coming out here from Vanguard. Charles goes deep with the bell, not her ideal position, but the idea was there, and it makes room for his teammates. 40% for the red team, and going up. Shine wants to continue that trend, puts Frixie down. Now it's West Coast that steps onto the midpoint. Chepo helping out, putting Luffy, see you later, Lou, tied West Coast with the lead change.
I mean, that's just more, that's more difficult team play there from them. One of them baits the mine, the other walks onto it, trying to bait it as well, and he gets hit by it. In comes the jump from Frixie, gets the kill. Alex still there on the zone, though, and not getting hit by this. Makes a shot forward, hits the shot backward. They got a 20% lead, but it's closing down slowly as Vanguard now established control once more. Replacing those mines stops it from hitting Luffy, and they're already gone. They're already baited out.
That said, it did cause a little bit of movement towards the back end, and that might be enough for West Coast to shove up towards mid. Alec looking for an opportunity. Big damage onto the right lane. Chepo needs to combine, but he's a spike, so he doesn't have that on demand. That said, Luffy falls, Chepo's good, and everyone's dead but the cactus.
I mean, I don't like the way this is looking still. Luffy's coming in with the super, throws it directly onto the zone. Alex going to walk on, try guarantee himself some percentage, but he's skating. Now he's dashing forward with the flying hook. He gets the takedown, but traded out. Shine's the only one alive. 3v1. Damage gear's activated as well. Luffy falls low, but the mines are there. Charles walks onto it, doesn't get stunned, managed to bait it out. They take the lead, and now 3v3 back in the mid. But they've got full control on Vanguard, and the percentage is rising.
It's rising slowly. Alec needs to get involved, and he knows it. Has the super available. Tosses one out, doesn't have the movement ability. Here comes the 3 red team. They coalesce on the point, and we're going to a game 3.
West Coast looking to finish this one out here, then still remain on that match point, but Vanguard closing it down and trying to take it to the 5th set. And honestly, it's not looking too out of focus at the moment. They're in a very good position to do this. They looked incredible towards the early and late portions of the game, but it's the mid game they struggle.
Which makes sense. You look at their draft, and that kind of, it really just is kind of up to West Coast to make those mistakes or not. And if they don't, then Vanguard are invited to the victory. And if West Coast stick their footing, then, well, not so much. I think a lot of it comes down to Alec and his ability to be aggressive but metered. So you get the kill, you get a follow-up kill potentially, but his teammates die. Woe is them.
No help there for Alec in the mid. He does have a flying hook though. Connection onto Chepo and the bounce goes onto Alec, resetting those heals. That super coming across from the left as well. Charles throws that out, doesn't connect it, but he goes back to the spawn regardless. Mine's going to be baited out now. Luffy's getting hit pretty hard by the spike. Shine gets the take on the left. Frixie falling low, but Alex swoops in. Chepo's still alive here as well. He's got the potential to get this kill, but he can't. Frixie jumps over that shot, just survives, and now the lead is widening heavily.
So Chepo found a lot of damage against Luffy, but I don't like the usage of that slow. I find it a little bit wasted. You're bringing the utility, Alec bringing the pain. Vanguard sometimes seem to deliver themselves to the enemy here, Trav. That was a blunder, I will say flat out.
I mean, they fall in the mid-game as well. They started off really well, but now that super's coming down. That's going to be huge. Down goes Alec. Frixie trying to follow up with another one onto Chepo, but he gets himself taken down anyway. Chepo's still alive, but he is marked up, and Charles in a great position to punish him for that. Alec, flying hug in hand. Mine's behind Charles as well. Needs to try and go aggressive, but down comes another super, and he's chaining them like nobody's business.
Look at Alec again, being the aggressor. Top side, comes right back in the mid. Obviously slowed and froze, but the follow-up from Shine won't be enough. And Vanguard maintain position, they maintain their stance. And we're going to a match 5, or excuse me, a set 5. We're going the distance. We are going for speed.
Well, set number 5 is going to be the one deciding it now, and Vanguard looking very good. Early and late game. Sketchy in the middle, and that's where West Coast took advantage of them, but taking advantage of them wasn't enough. They bounced back really heavily and throw down Lu Super after Lu Super, and that's what gets the control back.
Wild. I think that West Coast made a number of mistakes to find themselves in a position to lose, but ultimately their loss came from Vanguard playing their comp well. Does that make sense?
It does. It does indeed. I mean, you know, they played well themselves. I feel like the positioning could have been a little bit better. Off the start, they're double mid. And I'm just not sure how much I like that. I prefer just a much more aggressive flying hook down one of the sides, whether that be on Bell, whether it be on, you know, straight through the mid onto a Luffy or something like that. Try establish control of one of these lanes and then pinch in. He was just doubling up with Chepo in the mid majority of the time, and there wasn't really much lane establishment.
I felt that Chepo kind of, that right there is where I want to see spike utility. Right there in the mid, on the point, we saw Lu do it. Chepo seemed to kind of not find the right home for that slow field. So because of that, and a number of other victory conditions, Vanguard Gaming bring us all the way, not quite home, but like one step away, sort of like when you recognize your hometown, you find your shop nearby, and you know that it's just going to be a couple of more minutes till you're home. That's where Vanguard finds themselves as they gear up to get ready for a set number 5. So looking down this one, Trav, I think that if we take a look at the last 4 games, I think West Coast had some momentum towards the middle of the set and might have lost it after this dub here from Vanguard. I think Vanguard picked the weird stuff, came through and was like, this is our identity. And whenever you do that, you feel good playing your own game.
Well, I mean, this is probably not the map that they wanted to see as the decider. Minecart Madness, too many variables for a set number 5 between these two close-net teams in terms of skill.
I love it.
I mean, I love it. It's great from a viewer's point of view and a caster's point of view. So much stuff happening. But from the players, they just don't like it.
Manage the variance, my friend. That's what we say in card games. Yes, it's part of the game. But you just gotta deal. Maybe even use it to your advantage. You ever see Sprout shove someone into a minecart? Love that. Right off the bat, though, it'll be Bonnie.
Well, I'm seeing Carl slipping through once again and not being first picked. It should be one of West.
Wow.
It should be on West Coast radar when it comes to these first 2 for them. I'd like them to pick up something quite central, but also down the lane as well, or possibly just waiting into the later portions of the draft to pick up a mid and go for 2 very solid lanes and establishing that early on. I'd be very surprised if one of them was not Carl.
I like throwers here as well. You never know when you're going to be stuck behind that minecart. This is, I am not a big Grom fan, but this is, I think Grom kind of shines on Minecart Madness. Stu, I'm never going to be mad at the Stu pick. You're just Stu, dude. So like, thumbs up. West Coast though, next 2 brawlers, what are you thinking?
One of them's got to be Carl, I think. Just having two lanes as a Stu and a Carl, I think you can't go wrong with that, really. Probably one of the best setups you can get. But after that, for West Coast, you know, the mid, maybe like an 8-bit or something like that, now that we've got Bell banned out the way as well, same with Penny. They've gone for a Gene mid, and they're still leaving Carl. They're leaving Carl open. Might want to go for, you know, a Colette last pick or something like that, because that would be really smart, actually. Having Bonnie and Carl on the same team and then sliding the Colette in as their last pick would be, it would be really something.
Which at this point, West Coast, that is the plan. Like West Coast at this point are planning for the enemy to pick Carl. This isn't an oopsie daisy. They're making sure this is a deliberate choice not to go Carl. So option over to Vanguard. They've got to find 2 selections here. One will be the Max. Do you play into this? Do you go Carl?
I don't know. I mean, with the Max, it can be good against anything. You speed up a Carl, he goes aggressive, gets some damage in, it's solid. But I just don't know if you can really play the Carl knowing that they possibly might have this last pick as a Colette, and even at that, with Stu's mobility, he can still dodge a lot of these Carl shots anyway when he starts chaining them. So I think it's a tough pick to have, but they've just got to go for something a little bit more safe.
Timer ticking down here. Vanguard go for the Lola, which Lola on Minecart Madness can be fun. You can toss your ego over the tracks. Here comes the minecart. You can still actually shoot. It's kind of a cute little shot there. Don't know if it's going to win the game, but it absolutely is an interaction you got to keep in mind here. So last selection, Carl's on the table. I mean, West Coast could just pick it. I wouldn't be too mad at it. Obviously, it's not perfect, but I don't think it's perfectly countered either. And so selection here for West Coast. Something that teams up with a Gene is obviously a good look, and there's the Colette you were asking for a while ago.
You see, I was asking for the Colette because I thought they were going to have the Carl.
In response to the Carl, right?
But I mean, I guess they're just going to throw it down the Bonnie lane and hope that it'll do work. I mean, when Lola gets this ego, it's going to be really tough to play a Colette, so they've got to get these lanes right, and the matchup's perfect, or it could go terribly wrong. I think the Carl would have just been much more safe.
It almost seems like they it seems like somebody else made this draft. And they were like, all right, boys, once you pick these 2, they're going to pick a Carl, and then in order to get the Carl, you're going to go ahead and pick the Colette. It's all going to work out. And they wrote down like half of those notes. Like, all right, we'll just pick these guys. We're good. We'll see how it works out. And the first minecart is out, and the first gems are out as well. West Coast with control of the mid and the gem point. 1 in hand, 1 on the floor. There's 2 on the floor now, theoretically belonging to West Coast. But Luffy with a good kill here is going to come through and try to collect all 3. And they'll do so. Max on the 3rd.
I mean, they had all the control in the world and no gems came of it. Now, it's going to be Vanguard on top of things. Luffy with 2 and the Max sitting on 3. So they're in a good position. Shefo has this pull though. Still got the phase shifter. They're going to have a jump to be able to avoid it. They've got a lot of countermeasures to this pull. Even, you know, that ego on the side of Lola. But this minecart is just deciding everything right now. They get it. It's going to be their side of things. And if they don't, then they're going to be pushing off.
Stuck in the middle. West Coast honestly don't mind. 3 gems still on the floor. And West Coast are going to pick it up this time. Last time they kind of waited a little bit too long to bank. So now it's 5-2. Vanguard Gaming, not in a great position here, but a good kill. Ooh, here comes the jump in. Misses on Chepo, falling down. Luffy alive, but they won't pick up the gems. The teammates will. And a big swing as Vanguard have 9 in the bucket.
I mean, Chepo's using Vengeful Spirits. He didn't even have any left anyway, so there was no lamp blowout to prevent that kind of play, which I think is just so monumental when it comes to gem grab. You need that prevention. In they come now, though. Alec with a good super does miss it, though. Chepo has his pull in hand, but they're all hiding behind an ego. He can't get a hold of anybody. They don't get the reset. The pull misses as well. The reset's there, though. They've got the reset back. No gems are going to be in mid. They're going to be able to even this one out until they get about 4 resets. But at this point, they're looking to retrieve those gems, but it's just not looking possible.
Stu's stuck there, gets hit by the mine. Frixie on the other hand. Ooh! Oh, let him know, homie. Let him know, Frixie. Sheesh, we hear you all the way over here, bro. Vanguard Gaming, who for my money, has been on the back foot almost all set. I think they have been trailing either on the scoreboard, momentum, or all, or both. Now have the upper hand, 1 away from match point, and honestly, Trav, they looked like the better team in that gem grab game.
I mean, they're feeling nasty about it as well. They're going to just spin it on the when it's not finished. The biggest karma ever would be for West Coast to just come back and win this one. I'm not writing them off whatsoever. I feel like with this early minecart, if they can maintain control, unlike they could last time, then they're in a great position to just take this one all the way. And, you know, Chepo, he needs to be a little bit more careful of Luffy jumping in.
Yeah.
The same thing's going to happen again.
Not writing West Coast off early just yet, but I think Vanguard are in a better position they have been since whenever we started this set, man. Like, that set, you gotta do it, boys. 6, 7 gems here for West Coast. We'll see how lucky they can be here as Trixie from the left-hand side finds an angle. Won't find a kill. Right side, Shine, there's a pull. That's what the team wanted to do to begin with. And West Coast are getting their composition in line. I think this is what West Coast wanted to do from the jump in game 1 and just couldn't, their tires weren't gripping, so to speak.
9 gems now, 1 on the other side of things. They do manage to start things off. Shine with the 1. It is split. They can get a reset quite nicely jumping in. He doesn't have that lamp blowout, as I said in the last game, so Luffy can jump directly on these and they're not going to be able to avoid it. Frixie coming in. This could be devastating for West Coast. He falls low. In comes the jump. They fall down. The turnaround, but Alex there. He's up top. Can't get his super just yet, though, as there is an ego tanking. Now he should be able to pick it up sometime soon. Get some shots off. Frixie is there. The reset on Frixie is enough. They only need to get him down. They should do just that. Nice. They do. And up top as well, he gets some damage. Pulls missed. Actually, did they just provide a gem with Alec being in the spawn?
What? Oh my goodness. That was a blunder from West Coast. Shine is deep. Vanguard have to count down from 3, 2, 1. Match point goes to Vanguard. They beat West Coast. And yeah, that just happened.
He got too caught up in trying to turn around the turnaround.
Yep.
They had his teammate, nice and simple. Get him taken down, reset the countdown, and Alec provides, I think it was 3 gems straight into their spawn by trying to prevent that turnaround.
Oh man, you know, I'm always gonna love player cams and stuff, but like this, you know, out there talking through their game real quick, but it was very clear that Alec just kind of got caught up in the moment there, found himself behind enemy lines, and then once the like plague brain goes off and the Exynos brain comes back, you're like, oh no, I oopsed real bad. Let's take another look at this set real quick. West Coast winds up being on the bad side of things, and Vanguard really impressively finds the dub, and they felt confident about it, as you can see them spinning in game number 1.
And they backed it up in game number 2 as well. I mean, it all came from this turnaround. You see, you know what is going to happen as soon as you see this scenario. Alec knows he's got to go up. I think he picks up a couple of gems from mid on his way through. There you go.
That's what it is.
He collects them. They take a person down with 3 gems at the bottom left, but then he's caught out being in their spawn. Can't turn around, can't get out, and 3 brawlers running straight into his face. And that brings it back.
40 gems just about for Vanguard Gaming. And yeah, you know, looking at that one, absolutely. That was really a rough break for West Coast. I think West Coast was the better team 95% of this set. And Vanguard comes through at the end, and they're just able to just smack them up and find the gems towards the end. The end, they win the last one. Great stuff coming up from Vanguard. That's a victory they're going to celebrate.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw in those statistics as well, you know, 25 gems picked up and 23 dropped from West Coast. They looked on top of definitely the second game and looked good in the first, but it's just turnarounds, and you see it because they're only able to cling on to 2 gems in the differentiation between those 2 games. So, I mean, it was just never looking good when those gems drop.
Not looking good on the field, but looking great here in Burbank. We've got more Brawl Stars coming at you. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, But most of all, you're willing to be first for 'em. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get.
And there goes the battle. A nice 5-game set for all you brawlers out there. But Vanguard, they charge ahead, and the sun sets on the West Coast here. Look at that. Vanguard Gaming, number 2. What? That's right, Stamina. Well, they lost earlier against Tribe Gaming, and then they lost again, folks. A 2L day here for STMN. Unfortunately, for them and their fans, they fall down. They'll be at number 3, and Vanguard finds themselves at numero 2. Welcome back to the seated area here. I'm F. Dot, and here's Trav. We just casted the game. Now we're over here, and Trav, that was an interesting one. A lot of different things going on.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I really just wanted to focus down on that end play, though. That last game of Gem Grab, the massive turnaround. And also, what I'd say as well, those standings are so close. 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. That is some serious storylines building up right there, though. But the storyline of this game was that West Coast can't hold on to gems, apparently. Turn around in game 1, turn around in game 2. And there's a massive one at that. Countdown starts. Shine unable to do too much here. Chepo can't quite hold on to these gems in the last few closing seconds. He can throw out some heals with those magic buffs to Shine, but now in comes Frixie, in comes Luffy, and down go the gems back into their hands. The takedown's there. You see Alec, he's up top. He picks up a gem. I don't know if it's by accident or something like that, but Frixie is not able to stay up. But they get that takedown, but Alec up top, he goes down as well, provides the 1 gem needed, and that finishes off the countdown for them. Vanguard Gaming start the countdown with 15 seconds left. And that should be the game, as they just can't get a reset.
Really, really close back and forth matches here today. I mean, yet another one going the distance. Fantastic performance out of those two teams, but we still have more games right around the corner, ready to go. 2 more left on the night. And the next one is one that we actually referenced earlier in the show when we were able to talk with Chazmac, because this time it's Raconic versus Chazmac.
Well, here is the roster of Raconic, Gatsby, Alyanis, and Nathan. The roster that Toast said himself made him nervous. He's nervous about this game, and you can't blame him. It's such an influential one, not so much for Raconic, but definitely in the hands of Chazmac. It's one that they need to win if you want. Well, if you weren't in the stream earlier, Chazmac are so close to be able to, well, not so close. If they win these next 2 games, they should be able to make playoffs. Tribe is their last one, and Raconic is the one they're facing right now, and Raconic have just been cut short so many times, and it's really sad to see.
Yeah, Raconic is one of those teams that always puts on the show, I feel like. They're always making great picks, great decisions, but always just a little bit short. And now Chazmac must win situation again for them, of course, here. It's going to be an exciting one for sure.
Well, their opponents, the team we were talking about, the one who needs to win it all. Chazmac, Minwoong, Toast, and Fade going to be the players playing. And they've definitely lived up to their expectations today, at least. In past game weeks, 0-3, and they had a bit of a tough week 1 as well. But today, they've shown up and they've played some very good Brawl Stars. Hoping to see them actually do so again, as I would love to see them in a showdown against Tribe, just trying to get to those challenge finals.
Oh yeah, definitely, that would be very exciting. And this matchup, definitely not going to be an easy one for them, knowing, hey, Raconic, what they're capable of. Their drafts are always, I'm always like impressed by them.
Good set, good set.
But really looking forward to this, knowing what's at stake for Chazmac right now.
It's nice to hear some vocals on the replays as well.
Nice.
Lukey Bear getting pretty hyped up. Well, nice. That one was pretty short and simple, but the rest of them.
Set 5, baby.
Yeah. It's nice to hear these vocals over them, showing how thrilled they are about bringing things to a set number 5. But it's just going to be a long road for Chazmac. Toast is nervous about it. That could affect his gameplay, could affect his team's mentality. And it's not something you usually admit to before going into a competitive game, that you are nervous to face an opponent, because they're going to take advantage of that and they're going to want to be bringing it home. Pretty even statistics across the board, to be honest.
Yeah, it just goes to show this is throughout the whole 3 weeks right here with the stats. 2 very evenly matched teams, which from what we've seen, their performance, it makes sense. Raconic, what they're capable of, Chazmac. Very evenly matched teams, even though I feel like Chazmac is the favorite here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be another headbanger. Now, chat, this is typically the time where I ask for your opinion on how this matchup is going to play out. But we're doing something a little bit different here. We're going to be shaking things up. This time, I want you to do exclamation point survey in the chat, okay? Because we want to know what you guys think of the show. And for anyone who participates, you'll be entered in for a chance to win a prize. I'm not going to tell you what that prize is, but it's going to be cool. All right, so exclamation point survey in chat, free stuff, everybody loves it. Let us know your thoughts on how things have been going. And while you do that, we'll get the next matchup ready to go, because picks and bans are underway.
Well, as the picks and bans start, I'm going to have to pull my phone out and get that survey done, to be honest. Get myself into win some prizes and rate myself as a 10 out of 10 caster as well along the way. I think that's the way I'd go about it. But Kaboom Canyon, to start things off, and the draft has been well underway. Colette, Crow, and Bonnie banned out for Chazmac. Raconic are going to be banning out Penny, Lola, and Crow. Picks of Bell and 8-Bit so far, and Raconic have gone already finished comp, Daryl, B, and Gale.
Yeah, Chazmac already expected that with the B first pick, knowing, hey, they're probably going to go with the Gale, Daryl. That's why I like the Bell plus 8-Bit picks, good counters against that, and then Lou as the final pick. I'm guessing they kind of ran out of options for long-range 10 counters, right, to Daryl and Gale. But here's the thing, though. Chazmac has shown that they're capable of doing this. They played Lou before on a map like this, Patchy with the Lou, and they won in a matchup like this. So history, looking back at history, this is something Chazmac is comfortable with. They've won before, and they're they're confident that they can do it again.
Well, someone's going to need to take the mantle of Patchy on Alu because I don't believe he'll be playing. Looking at those face cams, Moon will be taking that up and already mid-control in the hands of Raconic purely because that launch pad straight into mid puts so much pressure on, and 8-bit versus B is not going to be the lane you want to be on.
Yeah, my main concern is Chasmac doesn't have a wall breaker. In fact, there's no wall breaker at all in this matchup. So if you're 8-bit, you're going to need that turret behind that mid wall here. And you're going to need control because they're going to just constantly impose themselves, pressure you with that launch pad. So even if you get that kill right there, what they're all going to do, respawn back, use the launch pad, get ever closer to getting a super and just constantly just pressure. So in order for Chasmac to overcome that, they're going to need to turn the motor. I'm not a big fan of that placement. I think it was a misplaced turret right there over the wall rather than behind it.
I mean, it's working. It's working so far. They're jumping in and they're getting absolutely melted. It's now established and the damage is going to start rolling down too. 17% already being done. Yeah. Chasmac and Raconic, regardless of the control they had at the start, it now means nothing because Chasmac, they pop those gadgets, get loads of damage per one when it comes to Fade shooting at that safe, and they just can't combat it.
Yeah, and here's where Lou is just so good. So that Daryl just can't do anything. Roll in, boom, drop it, freeze, bang, and best of all, get your super back, recycle. Constantly, you can do that all day with Lou right here, and it's just gonna shut down Raconic. It totally is it's also a total confidence killer when being able to do something like that.
Yeah, Minwoo super in hand once again. Now a bit of a better placed 8-bit turret this time. He walks over that Bell Mine and he gets taken out by Minwoo though. In comes the super down that mid trying to trap them off, and he knows that Aliani's down this right hand side now who tries to take down this turret, but they've established themselves in mid once more. The roll is there. He's gonna go for Fade, but he actually can't TP. He's got no cheat cartridge, but they get the takedown anyway.
Yeah, trying to roll into an 8-bit is a lot of DPS to overcome. Now you also have this pretty big deficit, over 60% that you have to overcome, and you only got 20 seconds left, especially with these, 10 counters. It's just going to be hard, and your Daryl targeted. We can safely say this is in the bag of Chasmac Gaming here.
Yeah, couldn't have really been a better start for Chasmac, and I definitely underestimated this Lou pick a little bit because when he rolls in and gets destroyed like that, you know you're in for a good time playing that brawler against the Daryl, because Raconic, they've got 10% and they have so much control at the start, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, I just love Lou's rechain ability with his Gyro Syrup gadget. Just drop your super, boom, Gyro Syrup, activate, gadget, boom, get 2 hits, you freeze that brawler, you get your super back, and it's an easy kill. So that's what makes Lou such a great counter to any tank brawlers here. So again, you got to establish control. If you're Raconic, your best opportunity is early game pressure. You got to heal up if you're Daryl. You got to try to avoid getting shot at. And that's what Gatsby's doing. Great job in doing that. Got his super. Another thing is, you lost your opportunity there. You got to get a kill here to equalize a 2v2. Wait for your teammate to get back and play with the launch pad as well.
Ball comes in. Should be stunned out in just a second, but Lou misses a fair few shots, and now a bit of damage comes in. 1 or 2 shots from the B only amounts to 4%, but Raconic, they're holding the middle a little bit better this time. Aliani's with the super as well. Knockback, not really so much avail as he just gets taken out and gets no cycle from it.
Yeah, that Gale super did pretty much nothing. You just push him back for a bit, but not really what you want. Mid-1 has his super ready as well when he needs it. So it's going a little aggressive, which is, it's fine, because it did trade off the kill. Nice use of the Gyro Syrup again with the Lou super, encapsulate the mid area, forcing Daryl to rethink about jumping in there as well. Best of all, you got your Lou super ready in hand as well. Fade in a great position with that range, plus that the Daigaji where he just disperse so much damage at once. It's just so hard to overcome sometimes.
Nice combo play from Gatsby and the Gale though, as they get the stun off and a couple of kills come in from the roll, but now they're still not able to get too much. Daryl's going to jump back in, Minwoo's going to place down a super and he should be stunned. That 8-bit turret does go down, but nothing that Fade can't re-establish now that he does have it once again. Gatsby close to being stunned as well, but not able to do so just yet. And they are up. They don't need damage, but they also need to stop their opponents from getting damage, which could be pretty accessible with a Daryl super if they do misplace their loot.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. When you're like frozen that much, when you're frozen 50%, hypothermia, star power reduces your damage significantly. Something we don't often talk about, but it's always there. It makes things easier if you're in your teammate. Right here, Chasmac is playing it very safe here. Just going to quickly get rid of that. Daryl just blockade the whole right zone, and then just going to do it right there. Only took 10% damage, and they didn't even have to play this one aggressively.
Well, that was the most long and boring heist game I've ever seen. We go all of the distance down to 0 seconds and 15% collective damage done across both saves. 5% on one, 10% on the other, and that just shows how strongly in control they were. They knew they didn't even have to get damage. They could just wait it out, play it slow, and then when they lost control, it didn't matter anyway, because they could just defend the whole time. B didn't throw any shots forward, didn't even get into the range of the turret a lot of the time because it was just pure melting when he landed.
Yeah, the first game was it was just too easy for Chasmac, getting so much damage at the start and such a large lead. Second game, Rakonic did a better job cleaning that mess up, just being more aggressive, using that mid position and just pushing him back. Chasmac definitely played that one, I feel like, a little too safe. It was only a 5% differential, but at the same time, they were definitely in control again.
Yeah, well, talking about in control. 124,000 damage and 30 kills in comparison to 9 kills and 58,000 damage. That just goes to show how much, in control of the game they were. They just got kill after kill after kill, raining down 124,000 damage.
Yeah, it's tough. If you're a Daryl, what do?
Yeah.
Every time you roll in, there's a loot waiting for you. Every time you roll either a lane, you got a bell target on you. You got 8-bit with his power booster, 30% more damage for your team. There's just not much you can do.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the strategy that they went with. I honestly expected Daryl and Gale to do a little bit more, but I didn't realize the power of Gale, and they've enlightened me. Not the power of Lou. The power of Lou on that map. They've enlightened me and made sure that I know that is a strong brawler to watch out for in the future of Brawl Stars tournaments on that map.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially in a matchup like that. First pick B pretty much gave away what you were trying to pick, what you were trying to build around there with the Gale and Daryl. I just didn't like the Gale and Daryl pick, mainly because you're picking it after 8-bit plus Bell. You're putting yourself in a disadvantage there. I just don't like what Rakonic was thinking there, even if Gale plus Daryl is such a strong combo on that map.
Well, Golem Gulch and the bans are in. Don't want to be seeing any Colette. No Colette or Fang or Bo this time.
Yeah.
And the same with Rakonic. They're going to get rid of Bonnie,
what that tells
Janet,
us?
and G.
You know what that tells us? Most likely Chasmac first pick Carl, because hey, you get rid of those OP brawlers Rakonic's doing. They're trying to dare you to pick Carl, and Chasmac's one step ahead. They know, hey, these guys probably want to dare us to pick Carl. So how about we get rid of those Carl counters, get rid of Colette, and there it is. There's the Carl first pick, and now Rakonic's in a situation where, like, hey, we can't pick Colette anymore. Our plan was to have them pick Carl first pick, but now we're just one less key brawler counter to Carl here, right? So what do we do?
There isn't really much they can do. They might be forced to play Gale or something like that a little bit later on down the line, but I'm sure they'll be intrigued to see what Chasmac add to theirs after they've picked 2 as well.
Worst thing is you also banned Jean, right? You could have used Jean there as well. Could have been a good pick. But you're forced to go with Bell here. Now other pick, you have to pick something that's not weak to Carl, and your options are just so heavily limited right now. You go with Rico, which obviously is not a Carl counter. Sure, he can hold his own, but it just goes to show what the Chasmac just did to you right there. Just force you to go with these conventional brawlers that are not really counters to Carl.
Yeah, even if they do have Carl, but no, if they just go a normal comp, not something that Carl completely, devastatingly counters, they're always going to have a chance. That's the thing, they just need to play it right. And I think a brawler like Rico could really, add to that dynamic. The same with Bell. Obviously going to be able to outrange Carl, but they're just going to be cautious about when it comes in. Pam, going to be the next pick from Chasmac, and I do like it.
Yeah, because right now, if you're Chasmac, this is what you're thinking. You're thinking, hey, their final pick is most likely going to be like a Daryl or a Gale to counter our Carl. So we got to pick brawlers that are good against that, right? And that's where Pam comes in. Pam's good against Daryl, good against Gale, and great against late game. We know Pam has a high win rate, underrated brawler that's super good in late game situations and knockouts. I really like that pick. It's a great pick, and then they also go with a Tick, a smart pick there as well. Tick would be great against these low, fragile brawlers, Rico and Bell, especially late game, forcing Rakonic to now pick something bulky, which isn't gonna fare well against the Pam and Carl. So brilliantly done right there by Chazmak.
Yes, it really is a great draft from Chazmak, and it's all stemmed down to just Carl being left open. And I'm surprised Carl was left open. You don't think that Rakonic could have just banned out Bonnie, Janet, and Carl instead of the Jean? And
No,
I'd be a lot more scared of a Carl than I would a Jean on a map like this.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like I'm not even Janet on the map like this, just a range advantage. Like I would be more afraid of Carl for sure. So they're gonna go with Brock, which obviously is not a great pick, but they figured, hey, you know, let's try to destroy these walls. So Tick isn't as hard to deal with, but at the same time, we know Tick doesn't sometimes need walls. He's got the range, and when you pick a Brock against bulky brawlers like Pam and then Carl, which also counters you, it's a tough matchup. It's a winnable matchup still, because if you hit your shots with Brock, you change your super, you get a really good super, you could do a lot with that, but definitely not the matchup that Rakonic wants.
Well, I'm liking the look of Chazmak so far throughout their first set, complete dominance. And this set, I'm liking the draft quite a lot. Gatsby going to throw out a gadget early on, get some walls down. Not really the most influential walls in the game, though, to be honest. And he's going to be looking to try and do that over and over again with these rocket fuels. Break as much of the map as possible, but it's not going to really assist too much, I don't think.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna assist too much, but their plan is let's get rid of these walls. So for late game situations, Tam's not gonna have a great turret placement. Fade's in trouble. He's super low. I can't believe he actually managed to stay alive right there. Great aggression by Toast to be aware of that, but still got double teamed. And now Chazmak in a difficult situation right now. They gotta work to get their supers ready for the next round here.
Yeah, especially because it's a Tick along with the Pam, and you don't have that much burst damage. Some shots coming through from the Rico, but unable to get much done. Minwoo just going to walk into the gas, go down by that. As now only Aliani's has his super, to be fair, but I don't think both Bell and Brock are going to be too far off.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Toast, you are a Carl. You can overpower these brawlers with your flying hook. I feel like he should have done it a little earlier and not go after the Rico lane, and that's why he's going to go to the right side. Eliana's just popping off, just insane with the Rico, and that is definitely going to secure a win for them. Easy peasy for Rakonic.
That was genuinely some of the most disgusting Rico supers I've ever seen. That's like 3 in the space of about 10 seconds coming out of him there. 1, 2, gets 2 of them down, and then Carl comes aggressive and he just takes him down as well.
Just insane. We look at the draft, we see Chazmak, hey, you got the control comp, you got a Tick against their matchup, yet you allow these pop-off moments from Rico, from Brock, something you really don't want.
Well, Chazmak definitely needs to improve on their performance from that last game, because it's going to be pretty influential. If they lose this one, it brings it back to 1-1, and it's going to be a difficult position for them to continue their dominance through. Toast has this damage gear activated. Aliani's does fall low, but has a bounce castle in hand. The ability to heal up is always going to be good for him, and Toast just has to heal up the organic way. Yeah,
definitely. A lot better. I like them spreading out right here, but Fade putting himself in the situation where he's going to get double teamed. And Rakonic just going to capitalize on that, being able to quickly take him out. And again, in this 2v2 situation, obviously, it's just way too difficult for Chazmak to overcome. 2v1 now? Yeah, okay. But still, Minwoo 1v2 as a Tick is almost impossible in this situation. As Rakonic is just going to quickly capitalize.
Nice reverse polarity there as well. Does actually make the connection on the trick shot. Now, it's only 1 round between Rakonic and this set number 3. And the set number 3 is going to be 1-1 if it continues like this. Super comes out from Rico up top. Can't really see it, but Carl is going to be the one who is victorious in that matchup. Little super comes out from Pam just to keep her alive. I'm not really the biggest fan of it, but at the same time, you know, a girl's got to live.
Yeah, I definitely like the adjustment right there by Toast, knowing, hey, I'm a Carl. I got flying hook. I got so much health. I got my super. I'm going to just fly in on that Rico and take him out, because that's what you got to do sometimes when you have the best brawler, right? And now you put yourself and your team in the 3v2. And this is where, hey, we want Fade to get his super. It's okay to play this one passive. We want our Tick super, but most importantly, we want our Pam super as well. So let's take our time here. Reconnaissance already got their supers.
Yeah, so therefore as well, it doesn't matter if they really feed too much. Toast can soak up some damage and try and get that breakaway play that he needs. Still got some flying ups in hand, but he's going to want that for that last round, should I say. Nathan, the only one remaining, and Faye trying to work for his super desperately. Can't get enough connections, doesn't manage to do it, but both Minwoo and Toast have theirs in hand.
Yeah, definitely. So definitely signs of life for Chazmac right here. All they gotta do is get this next game. This Rico lane has really been troubling for them. But if Toast, if he can do the same thing again, he does it. But I'm not sure about it. I feel like it was a little too aggressive right there by Toast, because we know Allianz is not gonna make the same mistake twice. You just can't expect that on the other side. You lose your PAM so quickly because of that pinch, and it just looked like Faye didn't learn his lesson the first time. Now you're again put in this 2v3 situation. Toast doing a great job. As I said that, never mind.
The caster's curse, dash the caster's curse. They get the takedown. Raconic in the 3v1. Minwoo should fall, and they bring back the set into their hands, making it 1-1 against Chazmac. This one is not going to be a sweep. You're going to be seeing at least 4 sets, and rightly so, as Raconic deserve these kind of plays.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Allianz with the Rico on the lane, just crazy every single time right there. Toast had him one time, but overall they just didn't have an answer. And then Fade putting himself in that situation where you just get pinched by the Bell and Brock multiple times. Just some things that you just got outplayed in. Raconic didn't, I don't think we'd say they'd had a comp that basically countered. No, it's all just outplay, outscale, and they're just deserving of a victory here by Raconic.
I mean, Fade was just being way too risky. He saw it time and time again. Putting himself directly in between a Brock and a Bell, it's just never going to work out for you like that.
Here's the thing though, Fade he's an aggro type player. He loves the high risk plays. Well, not high risk, but more of an aggression type of player. And Pam doesn't avoid, she's the opposite of it. She's more of a passive control brawler. So it's definitely out of style for him. And maybe we could excuse him for that. But looking at the stats, you can see Raconic just fully in control of this game. So much more damage. That disparity is too heavy, which is rare to see in a comp where you have a thrower such as Tig that you can just play passively, safely. We just didn't see that from Chazmac.
Yeah, I mean, Chazmac just did not look good at all, and you said it. I don't think they had the better comp. I don't think anything like that. They probably had the superior one, if anything, if they just played it properly. Carl needs to go aggressive at certain points. Pam not putting himself in tough spots. And Minwoo, he played well. Don't get me wrong. Minwoo was pretty much always the last one alive, which is, as a tick, probably what he should be.
Yeah, you should be.
But at the same time, you know, his teammates just not there for him. And it's always going to be a difficult thing when you're the last one standing round and round again and your teammates just aren't learning.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like maybe something that they want to practice more on a comp like this, definitely different for Goldom Gulch. As we're headed into double swoosh map with lots of bushes and heading into the bans here. We know Chazmac, they love the aggressive type brawlers on the lanes here. They love Gene. They've been very successful with that and looking like Gene is available on hand right now, as well as Bonnie. If I'm looking at it here, I would definitely take Gene with my first pick, and that's what Chazmac's gonna do. They're gonna take the Gene with their first pick. Definitely what they wanted, I feel like.
I mean, I think that's what any team would want with those specific bans. And you know, they've banned out Carl, which is usually a brawler you want to pick up as a first team, but you know, Carl into a Gene. You've got the lamp blowout, you've got the pull. It's a difficult matchup. It's not one you want to be taken, and especially if you pair it with Vision Gear, it's a really, really solid brawl here, possibly even the best brawler on the map. The turnaround capability is always there as well, if your team is behind, which with Gene they rarely are, I feel.
I think a lot of teams are learning, hey, if we have first pick, let's ban Carl rather than leave him open to pick Carl first pick, because there's just too many counters. A lot of teams are learning now, hey, Carl, super powerful brawler in the meta, one of the best. At the same time, he's got key counters, right? We don't see this from OP brawlers. We're just finally starting to see a brawler where, you know, Carl just so good against 90% of the brawlers, but there's that 10% pool that do counter you, and you don't want to put yourself in that hole, and that's what Chazmac's doing right now. Banning out, hey, let's not take Carl like we did last game. Let's just ban him out outright so we can take Gene safely. And the other team, Max and Amber, great picks. Amber is always an underrated brawler here, but always a safe pick. Just so good against so many matchups here. Limits your brawler pool as well. So I like it.
Yeah, and obviously you got the ability to burn up the bush, which is always kind of one of the main things you want on this map. Just totally get rid of that and just ensure that you're going to have an open, dominant lane. Bonnie being picked though, and I really do like that.
Yeah, Bonnie, you definitely want Bonnie in this matchup right here, especially against Amber. You just don't have the best options with the final pick, but they're going to go with Colette, which they had to, is the thing, because you don't want to run into a tank, right? When you already have Jean and Bonnie that are not the best against the tank, and you don't want to give them an Ashe plus a Max with the speed. But if I'm Arconic, what am I looking here? I'm questioning whether I want to go with the tank, but at the same time, I'm also thinking maybe not the worst thing, because if I go like an Ashe, I can use the rats, the super, to block Colette. But hey, they're gonna play it safe. They're gonna go with Lola, which is a great pick. Lola into Bonnie, and Colette is always a safe lane matchup for them.
I think that's a really good last pick, to be honest. Lola's just so diverse and able to take pretty much any lane you put her on, no matter what the map, really. But I'm still liking Chazmax comp quite a lot. The Bonnie into the Amber, I feel like you can hold that lane quite successfully. And then when you get your jump, the turnaround's there as well. And the same with the Jean. You know, if you are losing, which is rare you are with those kind of brawlers on your team, you can bring it back really easily.
At the same time, I'm also really liking the Max by Arconic with that speed boost, aggression. You can do so much. They always have a way to win, a win condition. So both teams, I feel like, are pretty equally matched in this comp here. But Toast is a great Jean player, and with that vision gear that he's definitely playing with the Jean, does give you an advantage with that additional vision here, allowing you to 2v1.
Well, we'd like to give a big shout out to our partners in Snapdragon Elite Gaming as well. To be able to have this gameplay on your screen, they're a massive necessary part of that, and we're always very thankful for the gameplay they allow us to put on and for you guys to watch at home. Back into the gameplay though, Toast and Minwoo able to make some really solid moves. Fade over this right side, picking up his super as well, and able to slice through Gatsby's ego here if he does want to, which he does. Get some shots on as well. Trying to push around the side, Gotcha Gadget being popped and keeping his health topped off really nicely, whilst Toast picks up the pick.
Yeah, and remember, with Toast vision gear on this Jean, every time he's hitting you with just a little damage, it makes you visible. And that makes it much easier for your teammates because they know where your position is. Risky pull by Toast right there, but he knows, hey, I got a 8-3 gem lead here. Even if I miss this, even if I gamble this, it doesn't hurt me too much. And at the same time, great double team right here by Fade, who can obviously pierce through that Lola ego. Another great super by Fade, and also able to hold on to just some gems, pop his heal gadget. He's gonna go down, but it's actually for the better. So, yeah, he's got the gems in his hand right now, and this allows both his teammates to be aggressive. Minwoo's also got his super, so he can just jump in whenever he wants here.
Yeah, the Gene pull's still there as well, and obviously only 6 seconds on the clock, so there's no chance of a comeback here, even if Aliani pops that speed solo and tries to push up. Chazmac definitely looking a lot better than in the previous set in this one, returning to their form of set number 1. Bringing home the first game of gem grab, and convincingly so as well. Not only was there some great plays from both of the lanes there, but how consistent Toast was on that Gene as well was really nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like the vision gear came in super handy there, the ability to give you vision to double team. And that's what we've seen, the assistance of your mid player to help your lane win their lane.
Yeah, well, taking a few shots down the sides here. Gatsby trying to avoid those shots. You know how influential they are into winning the lane. They just sitting patiently. He knows when his opportunity arises, and they'll take advantage of it when it does.
Oh yeah, for sure. And not just that, the vision gear from Toast, he knows the position of that Lola every time Toast hits the Lola. So it just makes it easier. So right there, Lola got hit. Fade knows where the Lola is. Gonna move up, try to get some hits. Unable to do so. Toast, he's getting ever closer to his super as well.
Minwoo over the left side was doing a great job, brought down his lane and brought Aliani's low too. Now, get back to square one, picking up the third gem. And Minwoo has his super as well, makes a connection, and so does Fade a couple of times. Gatsby starts to aggress, in comes the jump from Minwoo, can't quite get the trade. And the ego and freeze frame over the right-hand side, put it in a lot of work.
I feel like if you were Minwoo right there, I would have jumped the Max right after she used her gadget. It would have been an easier target for him. Toad's gonna go down with the gems, but luckily for him, placed in the safe position. Fade gonna hit the wall, unfortunately, with the super pop tech heal gadget. Unable to win that matchup. A bunch of misplays by Chazmak right now, giving Raconic some sense of life here as Toast risks another pull, which I'm not really sure, because if you're a Max, you could have also dashed away with your gadget.
I mean, that was very optimistic. Very optimistic indeed. And Minwoo going to be forced onto all the gems here as they don't want to split across these players. And honestly, it's not too bad. He just can't aggress with that super as much as he'd want to. He's got to stay in this Bonnie form, the tankier form. Nathan being scouted out now by Toast, and the damage gear obviously, the vision gear obviously keeping him visible quite a lot. Toast has his pull once again, but can't quite get into a position just yet to force his opponents into a bit of a flurry.
Yeah, that gem pickup by Minwoo was huge, preventing a 7-10 gem deficit and giving his team signs of life here, having that 10 gem. But it's not over yet. They still need, if they can secure the next gem, which is gonna pop next to Raconic right there. There it is. Minwoo's gonna go for it. And a big super bites. Fade just popping off with the kills. His teammates are super excited for him right now.
Was that 3? I think Fade just got 3 kills, and I mean, Minwoo's just going to jump into their spawn and end the game mid-air, but wow, what a play from Fade. That was absolutely phenomenal. 3-piece for the team to bring home the win, and even if they picked up that gem, it wasn't completely over at that point because, you know, there were still possibilities of a comeback from Raconic, but they just put it to bed straight away with Fade Colette plays, and that is why the Brawlers picked on this map.
Oh yeah, for sure. Man, Colette just showing you just how strong she is in this current meta. Not only as this, you know, powerful Carl counter, great counter against tanks, and her ability to just versatility with this new healing gadget. She's become a terrifying brawler in this meta.
It really has, and I feel like it's only a matter of time until it sneaks into a few other regions. It's very rare you see Colette across a few regions, and it's just so prominent in North America that it seems like it's going to spread fairly soon, especially with some of the matchups that it brings to the table. I mean, it puts you in such a good position, having those supers and being able to take down brawlers like Carl, and clearly like the lanes he was up against here, because it seemed like a breeze for him.
Yeah, the thing about Colette is with that new healing gadget, she pretty much has no counter other than just walls just limiting her. 1v1 situations, you're just gonna have a hard time. Just check out the gems held by Chazmak here, just insane. Or Raconic, 16 health, but also dropped 16. Just showing you Chazmak in control of this matchup.
They didn't even manage to hold on to a singular gem.
Oh, man.
Every gem they picked up was dropped. I mean, Chazmak picked up 55 and only dropped 21, so it's not a bad ratio all in all for them over there, but it's a disappointing set, really, for Raconic.
That's why I kind of feel like Max as a gem carrier just is overrated in the sense that when you play a Max as your gem carrier, you're forcing your team to go aggro, right? And when you go aggressive like that, you put yourself in risky situations where you're going to drop them. Max doesn't have those capabilities that other mid brawlers like Jhin. You got the pull ability, win condition. If you're a Penny, you got a mortar to assist you. You got a salty barrel gadget to assist you. The bow, you got mines to stun support lanes with. You got a lot of that. But Max is all about just constant dispersal of damage, which isn't really that much DPS wise, and just aggression, just with speed. Anyways, moving into beach ball here. Chazmak gonna ban Carl, Squeak, and Janet, most likely telling us maybe but with the Janet first ban, most likely Raconic's gonna get first pick here, as they're gonna go with the Ruffs, Penny, and Max ban, going with Stu as their pick. But this does mean Crow's on the table. It's a good counter brawler to any speed matchup, such as Stu.
Yeah, and obviously they have a follow-up pick as well after that, so they can pair it with something quite nice. And we saw, I think it was Alec playing Crow on this map earlier, and it didn't work out too well for him. And I think that was against the Stu as well, but he did have the Sprout lane against him. The Crow is selected though for Chazmak, and as you said, you know, it's really good against these kind of mobile, fast-paced brawls. With Max out of the way, Stu pretty much being the only other one who has this kind of mobility with the click of his fingers is a solid pick to take.
Yeah, not just that, Stu also can go with that speed gadget, so you have to be worried about that. Hey, This map, you got a big layer of wall at the mid. You can just put these turrets behind, these gadgets behind, right? So you got to be concerned about that if you're Chazmag. They're gonna go to Lola, a great pick right there, especially against Stu. You know, you can use the ego to block off his shots sometimes. Good pick as well there, and not just that. You want to pick a brawler like Lola after a Crow because you don't want to give the enemy Lola to counter your Crow. So you got to take those into account, and that's why I like the Lola pick here.
Yeah, I think that's solid as well. You know, you've got a lot of the ability to tank that Stu shots and prevent him from getting super when you get that ego freeze frame as well, and the DPS is huge. Kind of going to be taking Rico as their next pick, and I think down those lanes it can be quite influential when you get some bouncing shots around, and it's pretty easy to take your lane, but I think when it comes to assisting your teammates, it might become a little bit more difficult.
Oh yeah, definitely. Rico on this map, the lane very strong, but you need mid assistance. You need range here if you're Reconic. Your options are definitely getting limited right now against the Crow and Lola. I would go Jesse just so you know. Against this matchup, spawners would be great against Crow. You got a mid wall as well, but they're gonna go. Here's the thing: the Gene pick against that matchup. Gene's not a bad pick, but it's risky, especially on Brawl Ball, Beach Ball. You got Lola to block, I guess, but I was thinking Jesse would have been a great pick against, you know, just shutting down Crow. You got walls, and then Lola as well if she drops her ego.
You know, Jesse, it might be good against the Brawlers, but I think in the meta, especially when they've still got a pick left, it might be a little bit difficult to take that. Boat being that last pick though, and I kind of really do like that, to be honest. I'd have expected to be possibly even picked as one of the earlier Brawls in this draft, just how strong it is. The mines, obviously, putting the goal face can be really influential, break up that map, all in all as well. No place to put the speed zones, no place for a Rico to hide. It could be really good.
Oh yeah, definitely. And just the mines, open up the layers of walls, preventing you from scoring. It just opens up those opportunities for your team. So I like it. There's a gadget placement knowing, hey, Reconic has no wall breaker. They just can't do anything with my totem here. I'm just going to get free supers. Eliana is taking advantage, just going super aggro against the Crow as well. Meaning, hey, if you're a Crow, where's your super? Where's your gadget at? You got to be popping that slowdown. Can't be shy with that.
Oh, clearly he has been pretty shy with it. And honestly, you know, if you use it on a singular brawler, you need to guarantee that kill, because otherwise it can be a little bit of a waste if you don't place it onto multiple of those opponents.
But even with a singular brawler, if you can slow it down to 2v1, it's going to give your team quick control. And right here, they've been pushed back. There's a slowdown, but I feel like it's a waste. At that point, you don't really need slow. That was more of a panic play there. Gatsby could go for the pull, so Toast got to be careful, especially with Stu getting closer to Gatsby here for the assistance. Gatsby still holding on to that super, which is a smart thing to do, knowing, hey, if I'm holding on to it, this is going to prevent Chazming from just advancing.
Yeah, I love the way Toast was just taking that lane and, you know, being able to put up a fight against Nathan without even putting himself at risk. That was really nice, but now he's put himself at risk and he gets taken down. Bowmine's coming in that mid, trying to take down the speed zone. Avoids it for now. That second mine being popped, and the third one going to be breaking up the map, and he gets stunned as well. Tries to go for the pull. They can't even finish him off though, and Aliani's is going to clean up Fade once more. Still fairly low though. But Aliani's in just too much of a good position for them to be able to make any counter plays.
Yeah, Nathan did not connect on that Rico super. There's a Toast gadget, but I placed it behind. Oh wow, not what he wanted there. Crow's super just going to poison them for a bit, but definitely misplays going left and right on both teams here as we're moving in. Bowmine's placed at the mid position. It's going to prevent Gatsby from retreating. Nathan in control of the right lane. Most likely we're going to be heading into overtime here.
Yeah, I mean, if Fade still has some of those slows left when overtime hits, it can be massive for those players. Aliani's going to get the trade out onto him though. 15 seconds on the clock. Toast has his super. Minmoon doesn't just yet. Gatsby needs to make use of his, but obviously can't pull. I believe Minmoon shouldn't be using Tripwire, I don't think. And the pull's missed. He wastes it before overtime hits. Fade has his jump, has a slow in hand. Tries to get a few shots off to bring that down. Minmoon throws his mines aggressively towards the Gene, stopping him in his tracks for a bit, but Fade can't get any heals off when this Gene's shooting him.
Yeah, I did not like that Jin super. Even if it connected, guess what? You get the Crow, but you lose your super. You lose an opportunity to super kick that ball. I would have liked Gatsby being more patient there. Did get his super back here, but now you're the team being pushed back here. And in overtime, you don't want to be that team. You don't want to be the team that gets pushed back. There's a slowdown, unfortunately, only connected on a single brawler Rico, but it might be enough here. As Chazmac, they just gotta be aggressive right now. They are aggressive, and there it is. Fade with the finish. Getting it done, finally.
I don't know how Chazmac have managed to win that, but in the end, they managed it anyway. It was kind of just death, respawn, death, respawn, death, respawn, just cycling that respawn until the overtime hit where they could take these opportunities against the Rico, against the Gene with not too, obviously you can keep them low, but not massive amounts of damage at long range.
Yeah, I don't expect Elianis to win this left lane as quickly as he did that first game. Fade, as he knows, is keeping his distance right here, not even giving this to a single hit, exactly what you want to do. On the right side, Toad's going to be taken out, 2v1 by Gatsby and Nathan. On the left side, Elianis too aggressive, and Fade taking it there. Best of all, Fade close to getting his super. He's just 1 or 2 hits away. And there it is, he's got his super, and not only that, he's got all 3 of his slow gadgets. So they're looking good, very optimistic. Midwin's got his super, which if I were him, I'd be placing it next to those mid walls and opening that mid up. There it is, there's a bow placement. Mine's looking really good. He's probably gonna, okay. I like the patience, I like what Fade did there. Jump in on the Rico, it's a 3v1. They gotta capitalize here, you gotta capitalize here, you gotta score, you gotta pass to Toast. You know Gene wants to push you back, but great pass, great awareness. Nice finish by Fade.
Yeah, Gatsby's, I'm losing the word for it. he just didn't knock back in time. That's pretty much what I'm going to be saying. It's reaction time. There you go. I'll get it out eventually. My brain's clearly not just working as well as it usually is today. Reaction time was not on point with that gadget. The pass came through and he couldn't knock back. So Chazmac are ahead, and if it stays this way, with a minute left, they are going to be winning this game 3-1, but now Raconic start to aggress. They're looking in a good position. Nathan with his super, Gatsby with his, Alyani's picking up his as well. Gassy should be coming in quite handy, but Minwoo over his left-hand side. Not only he's just not shooting, and still he's managed to keep them back. In comes the pull, and great super from Nathan. They clean up a Fade, looking to try and grab this ball, can't quite yet do it. Gatsby coming through, picks up the ball, forces it in, and it's all Nathan to make that happen, really.
Yeah, Toast was basically daring him to use the pull, but Toast used his super a bit too late, so he lost, not only allowed the goal, but he also lost his Lola super right there. Fade, though, if you're Fade, you're optimistic here because you still have 2 more slowdowns, at least 2 more slowdowns left with your Crow as you're heading into overtime here, which is definitely a good sign if you're Chazmac here.
Well, Gatsby hit a few times and Alyani's low, but Toast in a bad position again. Fade's here, he gets the double slow off, and he might be able to get a good jump in too. Bounce Castle's still there though, but the walls are about to drop, so we won't be able to use it. Alyani's pushing aggressively, Fade jumps back. Surprised he didn't just grab the ball and try going on a more aggressive play, but he is taken out, traded, and now it's all down to overtime.
Yeah, panic situation right there, you gotta clean that up, and I think Fade still has 1 more slowdown. Toast using his super with his ego, almost at 200 health, but here it is, 3v2. Elian's gonna have to go aggressive. He's gonna kick it to the side here. Nice cleanup by Raconic, just holding on just for a bit longer, as Elian is gonna get back here. Fade does have his super. He could jump the Rico, but just not the time yet. Waiting for Elian to lose his immunity, and now we should expect Fade to jump in at any moment here. Oh no! He just waited too long. He just waited too long. I think he should have just jumped in and just hope for the best of it, but allowed the Rico to just get too much value. Now the jump is just too late. It's just too late, as we're gonna have to head into another game.
Yeah, that really wasn't it from Fade, I will say. You know, he saw the opportunity to jump, and there were several times to do that beforehand. Might have had no gadgets left, but just getting in, getting the damage down, and preventing your teammates from being shot, allowing them to push into a position to rain down the damage when they're all stuck in that goal mouth is where you're going to be scoring goals, and those are the opportunities you need to be creating for your team as the Crow.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, Fade, again, playing it safe on the left side, exactly what you want to do against Stu, as Elian does get the hit, gets the speed, and so forces you to be a little more passive, especially when you have a bow. Not the best matchup against a Stu that's rushing in on you. Toast has to be careful as well. Another mismatch on the right side against the Rico. It's a tough lane to overcome. Nice assistance by Minwon to open up the right side walls. And there's other wall open up. So it's an open area now for Toast, who's also going to get pushed back by Gatsby, who's already got his pull ready.
Gatsby just sitting behind this wall now. Knows he has that bow totem though, which will be able to tank it. Toast unable to do too much at the moment. Rico pushing him back heavily. Super comes in and he gets the takedown. Nathan possibly in a position to pop a bouncy castle. But pull miss once more. Fade still has the super, but the knockback's there. Minwoo gets a shot off. Alyanis doesn't get it yet. But Toast can't get enough DPS down to take out Gatsby. He slots it in, and it's looking good for Iconic.
Yeah, definitely. This is what I want, though. I want the Crow on the Rico rather than have it on the Stu side. Even though it's a winnable matchup, it's just Toast has been struggling way too much against the Rico. Now that you have the Crow super, you have the option to jump in on the Crow Alyanis on the left side. Still doing a really good job with this too, especially with Toast not having his super to do anything, forcing them back. Whoa, that was a good attempt. Had Nathan been more aggressive there with his Rico, but Fade being a little more aggressive just to take out the Rico. They're running out of time, 40 seconds. They need to equalize this game.
I mean, I'm looking at this one singular remaining mine, or maybe two. I'm not sure if there's another one underneath that speed turret that we can't see. But it could be quite dangerous.
There is.
The mine's being thrown forward, though, and Nathan falls low. He is stunned as well. Not stunned, slowed down. Pass comes through, it is to Toast. Knockback still there for Gatsby, and they need more than one player shooting him right now. They don't get it. The pass is across is there, though, and this should be a walk-in. Nobody with a knockback is respawning. Yeah. And Minwoo forces it in, makes the score 1-1 with 15 seconds on the clock. Overtime is going to be what decides this.
Okay, so Fade does have his super ready for overtime here. Toast, he's got to be careful. So this is a tough matchup, but now that he has his Lola super, can't be shy with it. I would just use it. There it is. He got also baited the pull of Jean, which was huge. Fade's got his super, but remember what happened last time. He waited a little too long, took too much damage. He's got to heal up, and if I'm Fade, I'm going to just jump in this opportunity. Try to take out the Rico, or, you know, just try to weaken it to the point where my teammates can help.
Does need to be healthy enough to try and make this play, though, and now he is. He goes forward. Nathan is his prime target. Takes him down. Damage gear activated as well. Gatsby, the only one remaining in the 3v1 situation. Minwoo has that shot. The knockback's baited out. Toast is going to slot this one in, and that is going to be Chazmac winning this game 3-1. Raconic falls short once again, and Chazmac add to their tally. And only Tribe Gaming next week stands between them and those challenge finals.
Yeah, huge win right there. Definitely needed that Fade Crow jump coming in clutch, getting the kill on Rico that time, getting it done. Good job by them, because they're now up against the top team, Tribe, next week, who are undefeated, 4-0.
It'd be a real storyline to make the finals by beating Tribe and making them so they aren't undefeated anymore. Because Tribe being undefeated could, well, I mean, technically they could still lose this next matchup, which I believe they are going to be playing in against Vanguard.
Here's the other thing, though, the other story. Raconic pushed Tribe to the final say, and now you defeat a team that almost pulled an upset on Tribe. Maybe, hey, you're feeling a little more confident. Like, if we can do it, if Raconic can, you know, if they were able to do something like that, why can't we?
That is true. I mean, they didn't quite finish it off, but Chazmac will be hoping to do so. And looking beautiful during this game as well. There was multiple times where a few plays should have been made, especially by the Crow, as you mentioned a few times, jumping forward and opening up some space for the rest of his team. But at the end of the day, a win's a win, and they're not going to matter how it happened. 95,000 damage in comparison to 84,000. Wow. Not much healing in comparison to their opponents, but they didn't really need it.
Kind of surprising, because when you have a Crow, it kind of prevents you from healing as effectively when you're poisoned. So pretty surprising. And Crow also, his poison does reduce your heal by 40%. So being able to heal that much in your Raconic just goes to show how passive they were, how, you know, how much they were taking their time. But then they also had the Gene Magic Puffs in hand as well. So that probably helped weigh in with the heals.
Bit of everything, really, to be honest. Thinking, you know, the damage from Crow, which should stop them from healing, but then obviously that Gene star power should help them heal, and that's why those statistics kind of lay out the way.
You know what? People are gonna hate on me once I say, but I still think Raconic there should have won Jesse against against the Crow Lola Bo comp right there. I felt like Jesse would have been better than Gene there.
I'd love to see it. If you'd have called a Jesse and they'd actually drafted it, then I would have loved to see that, because it's just something so unorthodox, and it might be good against the comp, but I just feel like how far out of the meta it is at the moment, it might be a little hard to put yourselves in a position to select that.
I've seen what Reply Totem are able to do with their Jesse in Euro. They've been killing it there.
Fair point. I mean, you know, Reply Totem love those unorthodox drafts. When Penny wasn't good, they'd play Penny. When Jesse's not good, they'll play Jesse.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they'll pull something a little bit random out. But at the end of the day, Chazmac Gaming, regardless of what draft their opponents brought to the table, did win it 3-1. And we'll be back with one singular more game, Tribe versus Vanguard, after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, 'cause
Yeah, welcome back, baby. We got one more. But first, let's reflect. Chazmac chasing the finals. They're not quite finished, but they are more than on their way. Let's take a snapshot of the league so far. Tribe Gaming Well, they are looking cute, feeling cute. 4-0 for the boys out of North America. Vanguard chopping at their heels, though, with Stamina losing off-screen today, putting them in the 3rd place. So taking a look at everybody here, I think we are surprised at some, interested in others, and some of us just looking hot. How you doing, Ash?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. We got 5 teams with 3 wins each. That's huge for every single team coming into the next one, the next challenge next week. Every game is just going to be so important.
That's what we're looking for. I mean, that's what we get excited for. Sometimes when you kind of know how it's going to go, like yawn. But this time around, some of our top teams were underperforming. Now they get an opportunity to kind of crank it up and bring the good stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's been a redemption tour for Chazmac today. Just getting those 2 wins, much needed wins, one step closer, because they're going to need to beat Tribe next week if they want to qualify, have that chance to qualify with all these teams looking equally strong.
Well, we've seen a lot of the teams kind of dig deep into the playbook, find some unconventional strategies, and so far you've done a great job of sort of breaking that down, so I think you have another one for us.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at Chazmac here. Final 60 seconds, what they had to have done to win this game because they were unable to do so in that second matchup of this Brawl Ball set. Midwing's gonna quickly get that goal, tie things up 1-1, much needed right here as this game is about to head to overtime. Now this is where things get critical. If you're a Fade, you have your Crow Super. Previously, you failed to use that Crow Super on time, but this time you've learned your lesson. You know you have to be assertive. You know you gotta go for that Rico, because that's your best brawler to jump in on. Nice Lola ego use of Toast to prevent getting pulled there. But if you're Fade, heal up. 1668, take your time a bit. There, 3, 2, 1, and now go for the jump in just a bit.
3, 2, 1.
You know he's being patient, being calculated here. There we go, healed up to full, and now he goes for the jump. That's what you want to do with Crow. You want to take your time, but you always want to heal up. That's your best opportunity to get the kill, stay alive. Pass the Toast, and there you go. With the finish. That's how you get it done.
That's a big point there. You talked about Crow, but you could take that and run with it when it comes down to characters like Bonnie as well. Anytime you're going to jump right on in, make sure you got some health. I think Trav and I were casting earlier where we saw a low health Kai jump in,
Panic.
die, and there's that's it. You're dead. So definitely got a way to beat and find yourself. And that's how you find yourself on the good side of the highlight reel like Fade does here. Great stuff, Ash.
Oh, thank you.
Always.
I think we have an interview.
Do we?
I think so.
I think so. We do. Look at that. And guess who's with it? It's Toast and Glitter Explosion.
Thanks, guys. You are both correct. I do have an interview. We get to chat with Toast yet again, and I am very excited to have you back on. Now, I won't keep you as long this time, but first of all, you said earlier you were nervous to go into this matchup. Are you feeling nervous now? Because that looked pretty good.
Yeah, I was very nervous for that match. That was a very, very important match to keep our hopes of qualifying alive. So very happy that we could pull that off. And I mean, they're a great team. I think it's tough for them having to play a match right before this. They had a tough loss to Vatra. So I think playing after losing is obviously very hard. And we played after one. So that was obviously a big advantage going into the match. But we also scrimmed their maps a lot. We were ready for them. We knew they were a great team. And I think we executed it pretty well. And I'm very happy with how it went.
Yeah, you had said earlier that you guys had really put a lot of focus into kind of the prep for this matchup. It definitely paid off, but now you are 2 of your 3 matchups down. You've won both. Now looking forward to next week, I mean, don't give any specific strategies away or anything, but what does that prep kind of look like knowing that it all boils down to that last matchup?
Well, we know we face Tribe. Obviously, that's the biggest challenge there is in Brawl Stars, but I mean, we faced Tribe so many times throughout the past 2 years where it's just we know what they do, we know what they're good at, and they know what we're good at and what we're going to do. So it's a matter of us drafting well, us executing our plan well. I know we're fully capable of beating them, but I also know they're amazing players, and it'll be very, very hard to do it. That we'll all have to bring out our best performance and really just – we only have 1 match next week, which is a good thing because last week we had 3 matches, so it's hard to practice, but this week we can just – really focus on just getting ready for Tribe, and we'll definitely need all that practice.
I love the confidence. Now, before I let you go, obviously you guys are a really good example of how to kind of keep your mental right, bouncing back from last week. You've mentioned it a couple times now to this week. So any advice for aspiring pros who might be considering trying to make their path into the Brawl Stars scene?
I mean, it's just when we lost last week, obviously we're all very, very disappointed. But for me, I was just like, you know, like you just got to keep grinding. I played more, like I played so much to prepare for last week, and I played even more this week. When you lose, you just have to keep grinding, and eventually opportunities will come to you if you just keep improving and getting better. At the end of the day, this is just one tournament. There's a bunch of tournaments, and just getting better and improving as a team is probably the most important thing. Nothing else matters more than that.
Absolutely. I love it. Well, thank you for jumping on yet again. Congratulations on an incredibly successful day to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much.
Every single time. Gives such a good interview. Love being able to chat with Toast again. And they have been performing under pressure, to say the least. So next week's going to be huge for Chazmac.
I mean, it doesn't get any more difficult than that in the North American region. You know, having to come today, win 2 in a row to even have your chances alive, and then having to come back next week again and have to face off the best the region has to offer to even have a chance at qualifying for those finals.
Yeah. And we've been talking about him a lot. Who Chazmac has to go up against next week for that final matchup. Our last game of the day is going to be between Tribe and Vanguard.
Tribe Gaming in 8, the roster we're talking about. Zulan, Tyrant, and Ezlivi with Corey on the bench for quite some time now. Probably won't be seeing him today, but possibly in the interview afterwards. All of them on camera, looking very beautiful and serious and ready to face off against their opponents.
Yeah, coming into this matchup 4-0, haven't lost a single matchup just yet. Maybe we'll see a change tonight here versus Vanguard. Do you think they can pull an upset here against the best team in NA?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think there's always a possibility of Tribe being upset, because we saw Raconic almost do it, but with a few mishaps here and there, they weren't able to. And Raconic aren't, forgive me for saying this, but they're not the best team in the region. They're not a team you expect to upset them. So a team that could upset them can upset them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Vanguard, they do have very capable players. They have great players. Luffy, Killer, Barhaz. Like, these guys are all capable, very capable players. I think they have the potential, but it's gonna be tough. Charles, of course, Frixie. These guys have amazing chemistry.
Yeah, they really are something. Vanguard definitely looking very good at the moment, and they might have taken one loss, I think 1 or 2 losses. I think one loss throughout this phase. They're sitting at number 2 at the moment, just underneath Tribe. So this is the battle between 1 and 2 in SPS at the moment in terms of standings.
Wow.
So it's quite a big game to decide who takes that step further, or even Vanguard taking that top spot.
Wow, that's a really good point right there, because if Vanguard can pull an upset here, they could take the top spot, which is insane to think about. But if they do lose, they do drop to, I guess, 3rd or 4th place. So definitely a very important matchup for them. I feel like if they do get this win, it kind of clinches them into the Final 4, right?
Yeah, well, stats don't really get much better than Tribes, to be honest with you. 6.34 and only 5.72 deaths. Don't get too many supers, but I feel like they just don't play a lot of Stu, to be honest with you. You don't see like vast amounts of Stu coming out of Tribe, which is where those averages really, skyrocket.
And I think a lot of teams are aware of that, so they try to force Tribe into picking that Stu, which we've been seeing a lot today.
Yeah.
All right, chat. You heard everything our casters had to say. Once again, though, we want to hear what you have to say about this show. ! Survey in chat. Please do that. Fill out that questionnaire and let us know how you think everything has been going. And, of course, that will enter you in to win a prize. And everybody loves to get free things. But our final matchup of the day, ready to go. Let's get things underway with Tribe versus Vanguard.
Tribe Gaming versus Vanguard, then Ash. Who have you got coming out on top of this one?
Is that a question?
It's a question that I'm asking you.
I mean, I would have to go with the team that's undefeated. Tribe definitely are the favorites here in this matchup. Vanguard, surprising that they're going to be banning Ash, knowing, hey, I know Tribe, I know Zulem does like that Ash pick. At the same time, it also kind of limits me to use an Ash, which would have been great here in a call matchup, right? But if you're Vanguard, you got the next 2 picks, you're going to go with Jean, and you definitely need another brawler that can handle Carl, especially when you're going to give the best brawler on this map, Carl, as a first pick to the best team. It's pretty, that's pretty risky.
I mean, Jean's a good return pick. It's about as good as you can get on this map against Carl. Bonnie going to be the second pick for Vanguard, which I do actually really like as well. You know, you can't really go wrong with a Bonnie. The range, the aggression that she can provide as well. It's just a real good all-round brawler on this map. But
I still would have banged Carl though. Why would you give Carl? Because Carl, still a great matchup for him against Jean and Bonnie. If you're Tribe, you're looking at a brawler like Bell, because you know Jean would want to clump up with his teammates often to utilize the magic post. So Bell doesn't seem illogical there, but they're going to go with Squeak because we know it's especially for them with his Levy and just how good he is with his Squeak. And just Squeak overall, just a great brawler on a brawler with any close junctions like Canal Grande. But with their final pick, I definitely have my eyes on Bell here. But let's see if that's what they go with.
I feel like it does have to be something with a little bit more range, to be honest with you. With Carl and Squeak, obviously you have that mid-range prowess, but against like Jean and Bonnie, who are going to be, obviously it's side-to-side combat, so they're going to have that extra range over you and be able to reach you a little bit further. Go with the Gale. I suppose it's good for when the Bonnie jumps in, you're going to have that knockback and the ability to push her away from you, but in my eyes, I don't know if it's the best pick.
Yeah, I feel like they went with it knowing, hey, we got Squeak, we got Carl. These are 2 brawlers, not the best against tanks, and they might, you know, they might go with the tank here with the final pick. So going with the Gale, we can safeguard that, prevent them from going with the tank. But Vanguard, that's a really nice pick. I like the Surge pick. Great against Carl, great against Gale, pretty good against Squeak, especially once you get him upgraded. I like it. I really like the Surge pick here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to avoid providing Surge with upgrades on a map like this because it is, at the end of the day, a close-range map when you get into that mid-section, the bushy area. 3 shots and he's level 2, and then when he's level 2, it makes it really easy to get level 3 with that increased movement speed, and there's even the possibility of a gadget coming out where he's going to have a temporary upgrade.
Yeah, and if you're Carl, you just don't have too many options to go rush in because you don't want to get jumped in by a Surge, or you don't want to get pushed back by Jean. Charles is going to be really aggressive on the right side, which is risky against the Gale and Carl, but at the same time, you don't want them to quickly get control over that zone. Frixie gonna get slowed down for a bit. He's got to be careful. Luffy needs to work on getting his hits to upgrade his Surge, because Surge is very vulnerable when he's at his first stage. You gotta get his upgrade. The biggest thing, the most imperative thing for any Surge is to get that first upgrade.
Yeah, well, they do have quite a lot of supers across the board on the side of Tribe, and Blue Star in hand, obviously, as well. Charles getting slowed down by that residue, and once again, he's just showing himself over and over, but it doesn't matter, because they can't reach him in a situation like that. They're all kind of mid-range brawlers. So there goes Frix, he gets the pull, and the knockbacks onto Luffy, tries to get the trade that way, and the flying hook out. Great play from Tyrant, but Zulan did fall low, they can't quite finish him off.
You know, I won't be surprised if Luffy here is unable to get a single... I would not be surprised to see Luffy not get a single upgrade this entire game. Because, like I said, once you fail to get that first upgrade, if you're not assertive enough at the start, it just becomes so difficult. Because you're just going to get abused. So there it is. There's that super. Does take advantage of Zulan. Got a little careless there. But still, deficit cutting down to 5 stars now. And you do have Tribe backed up. So it's not the end of the story for Vanguard here.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the clock now, and they are pretty much heavily in spawn. They've got this twisted down now, but that's not going to stop Luffy from taking some shots towards Zulan. Doesn't use his jump aggressively, stays passive. Charles unable to move too much, but the takedown's there. They're still in the lead, though. 3 stars in it. Luffy uses that gadget. I think it just runs out before he could make any use of it. The knockback's there, and that should tie things off and allow Tribe Gaming to take this one as a win. 14 stars with the Blue Star in hand against the 9 of Vanguard, and a great start for Tribe.
Yeah, a good comeback effort by Vanguard right there, but just too late. Too much of a deficit to overcome at the end there. They just got to clean it up at the start. I feel like their Surge needs to be very assertive. Sometimes you got to take risks just to get that upgrade, because if you're slowed, you're just going to get bullied. And right now, that's what we're seeing by Luffy. Even though he goes down, he got the upgrade. That's what he needed. And teammates able to get a couple hit kills, great pull by Fritzy. It's what he's known for. Just his amazing Gene plays.
Yeah, Luffy hit and hit again. Uses that upgrade skill level 3 though in the extended range. Will be helping him out quite a lot in this matchup. Considering against 3 mid-range brawls, this is actually the most influential thing that could have happened in this game. At least for Luffy. Now, Zulan still has the knockback. They're only up by the blue star, so any takedown will massively turn the game. Residue being placed down by his Livy and Charles being pushed back. All 3 members of Tribe pushing down this left-hand side now. Charles picks up his super, but can't really pair it with anything just yet, and if he jumps in, he should be taken down.
Ooh, a little too early with that pull with the Gene, and Charles forced to jump back, not what he wants, especially when you also have a deficit of, well, being able to get a kill right there. That's good. That's a 1 star. So if you're Vanguard, you're looking for that 1 kill. Get that 1 kill, you got the lead. Luffy's in stage 3. Charles gonna revert back to his tank form here, which is you have to with that additional range. But Vanguard's objective right now, get the single kill.
Yeah, you can't really stay as clumped up as Tribe were when he does manage to get this level 4, and the bounce shots coming off that are going to be very dangerous if he does connect them, especially when they're all kind of grouped like this. Residue was placed in the middle as Livy trying to follow it with a few shots. We're getting a pinch down from the bottom now from the Surge. Zulan has that knockback and wants to surprise them with it. Hasn't really shot in a while, so not sure if they know he's got super. Another Residue being placed down stops them from pushing through, but they're still trying to do just that. Shot until Luffy connects from Livy, but his heals are reset. Super comes out and 7 seconds on the clock, the knockback's there, Luffy goes down. In comes the jump though, and that might be the turnaround they need. The turnaround was there, but no, it's flipped back in their favor as Tyrant turns down, takes down Charles and brings Tribe the set.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it was coordinated well enough. The moment Zulan used his push with the super was the moment Charles, that was the window of opportunity for him to jump in. But he waited a little too long. Waited until his teammate died and then jumped in and then got 3v1. So that's something, coordination is just so imperative. Like, you want to jump in at the same time. One of your teammates gets pushed back, or if your Surge jumps in, you want to jump in with your Bonnie right at that moment when Gale uses his super. That's your window of opportunity. Just a missed opportunity by Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, they did momentarily bring it back. It was blue star in favor of Vanguard until the trade happened.
Yeah.
That is kind of all down to the fact that
so like right here, Luffy has his super, but just couldn't use it on time, and then Charles jumps in too late after Luffy had already died.
Still could have been very dangerous though if they'd been able to get a bit more burst damage on those explosive shots, then it definitely could have been a different story for Tribe. And obviously it's worth jumping in at the end of the game there to try and flip it. Tribe Gaming with 29 stars gathered and 20 dropped, whereas obviously 20 kills for the side of Vanguard and 27. Are going to be dropped for them. So a bit of a tough game for Vanguard in the end of things. Tribe bringing that one home quite nicely towards the end, and it's a disappointing loss when it was so close to being in your hands in those closing seconds, but couldn't last out the timer.
That was definitely close. I like the adjustments made by Vanguard, Luffy especially with his Surge, getting those upgrades. That first game, it took him pretty much 3/4 of the game to get his first upgrade. So it's a good adjustment, but also a good learning opportunity, right? A lot of times, this is what comes down to it. It's just teams learning, hey, these are the adjustments we can make. But for future reference, next time we're in a matchup like this and I'm Surge, I'm not going to play passive like that. I'm going to just from the get-go do this, and that's how I'm going to play Surge. And I feel like teams have played Tribe the best when they play this faster pace, riskier pace, where you're just more assertive rather than just play in Tribe's hand where you're just so passive.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams are kind of tricked into that false sense of security of, you know, we can beat Tribe by playing their game, and it's just not the case. You've got to, leave your comfort zone and try riskier things, riskier drafts, riskier plays, because Tribe, mechanically strong, great team, and their synergy is absolutely incredible. You're not going to crack it by doing the norm. They know how you usually play. You have to switch it up. And looking at this map and bans now, we're up with Julian Beetles on hot zone next. Tribe with the 3 best brawlers banned. Vanguard going to come back with Lola, Squeak, and Penny. So we have got a bit of a 6-ban game.
I don't like the Penny ban, because here's the thing. You got first pick, which kind of is obvious here. You want Penny first pick. So why ban Penny? You're forced to go to Stu, but now, Tribe has Crow in their hands, and 100% they're going to take Crow here, I feel like. With their one of their next 2 picks. I don't really understand the Penny ban. considering that's definitely a key first pick that you could have picked. And then you also go with Stu rather than a safer brawler such as Crow.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like Stu here anyway, you know, with the ability to put down a speed zone, or even, you know, if you need to switch things up and break up the map, then breakthrough is always a good option as well. Like if they select a Sprout or something like that, you can have the walls broken. They choose to take Bell, going to send that down one of the lanes, I would imagine, to really try and play the range game down those lanes and not more of a tankier route by just forcing everybody onto that zone. And obviously they have another pick following up from this. You suggested Crow, and you know I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, in Tribe, they're always known for their first pick always to be a versatile, safe pick, and that's what Bell is. Not the most empowering brawler, but definitely a safe pick. And there's the Crow pick to couple Bell with, and it also limits a lot of options for Vanguard. You can't go aggro brawlers anymore. You're gonna get slowed down. You're gonna get Bell target on you. So you're thinking of brawlers. Hey, again, I'm gonna call out Jesse here, man. Jesse with Penny, man. You saw our Apply Totem we're doing to beating, especially on the map like Dueling Beetles, how they utilize Jesse in a matchup like this with Penny Band and the opposing team using Crow. It works.
I mean, I think Dueling Beetles is a better map to use it on than Beach Ball is, put it that way. Amber's going to be that next pick, though, from Vanguard. And against the Crow and Bell,
like
it's not really what I'd go for.
Yeah, it's as if, hey, if you're going to pick Amber, Tribe would still pick Crow and Bell on you. So it's not a brawler that I'm not sure why you would pick against that matchup. Amber overall, don't get me wrong, solid brawler, but it felt like Vanguard were just, you know, just couldn't think of a better option there. And then Lou as well. Lou, don't get me wrong, another great brawler overall on this map, but do you really want to pick a Lou against a Bell who has more range, against a mechanically advanced team such as Tribe? You want to pick a Lou against a Crow, which, you know, Crow can just slow down your entire team, just can abuse them. Do you really want to do that is the thing. Why not a spawner like Jesse?
Someone just needs to play Jesse just for Ash's sanity here, to be honest with you. Even Tribe just pick it now just to shut him up. But yeah, I mean, they've gone with a bow. And I think Bow's pretty solid. They're keeping that range game back in their favor, and honestly, you know, I kind of do like it. I think Tribe's comp's looking very good right now.
Yeah, Bow is super strong in closed maps, Dueling Beetles, very strong. Obviously, the only thing here questionable is Bow against Stu, but when you have a Crow with the slowdown, Bow is just going to be so powerful. I feel like this is an easy matchup for Tribe. I'll be surprised if they lose a matchup like this.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they do go 2 sets up right now, because they've been looking very good throughout that first set, and yet again they've come out the back of it with another good draft, and Vanguard kind of on the other side of the spectrum with not a bad draft, but just against their opponent's comp. It's just not really what you'd expect.
It's Stu against Crow, Bell against Lou, Bow against Amber. It's like every lane Tribe has the upper hand here. But it is a deficit that Vanguard would have to overcome here and see if they can, right? One thing we do know, Tribe, they got to get those bow mines to open those walls, and already Tyrant showing capable of doing that.
Yeah, Bowman's pretty early on. Definitely had the help of that turret that he does bring to the table. Charles able to get some shots forward, but this Lutu is really what I'm looking at over here. Luffy gets slowed down. Nobody's able to connect any shots onto him. Charles was slowed as well, but still, there's no backup for him whatsoever. And Eslevy's just going to walk onto it for the most random reason ever. I couldn't even explain why he did that instead of just waiting out and not feeding any of that back.
Yeah, that's a misplay you almost never ever see Tribe make. He just walks into it without realizing, hey, I'm about to get frozen here. Not just that, you also charge Luffy's super. So we know Luffy just, there you go, you got his super back. That's the best thing. Gets his super back. If you're Tyrant, you got to get away from that zone. At the same time, they're not too worried if you're Tribe. It's only a 33% to 19% differential. Those mines gonna come in handy. Zulon does have his Crow super to use, which I think he could have used it on Brixie to exchange kills. About being passive, and Vanguard looks to be in control of this game so far, especially with Luffy. Again, getting closer to getting his super back.
I mean, this is dangerous. I mean, Zulon's just got to try and make a play for it, because otherwise it's just not going to happen. In comes the jump. He tries to make it, but Brixie's there to clean him up, and he lands directly on him, and it doesn't really do too much. 80% to 22 now, and although Vanguard didn't look too strong coming out of the blocks, now they're thriving.
Yeah, just too much passiveness I'm surprised Zulon just waited with his code for that long before using it, especially waiting until his teammate had died. Vanguard in full control of this match. Surprising result. If I'm Tribe, or like knowing Tribe, they're gonna turn it up. That's something they always do every time whenever they, you know, it's a loss. They speed things up. Now, if you're Vanguard, you gotta understand that. You gotta play at their pace now, because this is what Tribe is gonna do. They're gonna come out guns a-blazing as they normally do after a loss.
Yeah, well, Frixie down the side again, trying to make some plays. Has that oil on the floor, should be gaining his super because of it, and now agresses with the use of his gadget, increasing his speed. Misses that super though, which isn't something that I would usually see. Blue super already been collected as well, and nothing in this game makes sense to me.
No, Luffy is going crazy. You gotta give a lot of credit to Luffy and his Lu, just overpowering the Bell, which you should, like, it's a matchup. If you're a Bell, you shouldn't be losing against. You just have the range advantage, and that's what we're seeing as Levy now do, starting to hit those shots, and there you go, being able to win that matchup against Lu. Charles gonna have that bolt hit his turf for a bit, but you gotta be careful. You don't want to give Lu his super. As I'm saying that, there's that super. He's gonna freeze as Levy. Fortunate for him, he's able to escape in. Best of all, Zulan also has his Crow super in hand, looking much better for Tribe now.
Yeah, they're starting to bring this percentage back. Frixie baiting out those bow mines and taking a lot of time to do it as well. Luffy's low. Speed zone placed, but Zulan still here, sitting with some gadgets in hand as well, as Livy's going to place another one, but getting hit pretty hard. In he comes, but Zulan burned down very low, and as Livy's low as well, speed zone's still there. Oil on the floor from the Amber, but Charles taking some heavy fire, and Tribe are actually ahead right now.
Yeah, and there's another Lu super. It's definitely surprising to see Lu get this many supers against a mismatch of just not having the range, but he's hitting so many shots. Luffy just crazy, going crazy with that Lu right now. And again, he's most likely closer to getting another super as well. Charles doing a great job with his Stu, just being a pest basically, doing his best to distract. We know Luffy, again, with his Lu, pretty close to getting his super. We know Frixie can encapsulate the right side with his super. He's gonna burn it, although a missed opportunity with the super there. They do still have the lead. Charles, last one standing. He's gotta get, there it is. Quick takedown by Tribe, which you don't want to see if you're Vanguard, because in a map like this, you don't want to lose control, even with a lead. Luffy does have his Lu super, push him back out of that mid zone.
No mines come down, and that should slow them down long enough for this thing to be waited out, but the time is ticking down, and if they don't get on soon, it's going to be dangerous. In comes the Crow jump from Zulan, but once he uses it aggressively, it doesn't work. Tyrant going to be burning as well, but Eslivy might be able to clutch this one up. Doesn't get the takedowns, and Vanguard take home this set, even after we ruthlessly ripped their draft to shreds.
That is pretty crazy. Tribe had everything they wanted there in that draft. Got the Crow, got the range advantage, yet, man, Luffy was on another level with the Lu. It's just, I guess it's just showing us what Lu's capable of, especially in this region in North America. Just how successful a lot of these players are having or are being able to play. And it just goes to show how great they are as well. I gotta just commend Luffy for that, just how well he was able to play Lu, how many supers he was able to get in a mismatch like this. And then, of course, Charles commanding the mid position against Zulan, who was a Crow, matchup advantage. Right, and of course Frixie holding his lane against Tyrant. Another head-to-head matchup where Bo should most of the time have the advantage against an Amber on the lane here with the DPS and range.
I don't know. I just feel like as Livy was the main, problem. Not in a bad way, but he shouldn't be losing this lane against Luffy, and never mind feeding that many supers. And a lot of the time supers weren't directly on the mid, which means his teammates could still play their lanes 1v1. But when they're trying to do that, and they've got a Lu pushing up aggressively down this left-hand lane, they've got to divert a few shots, and therefore they lose their ammo, and their lanes are going to be dropped as a result of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think another thing is like Luffy constantly shooting at the mid position as well, catching Zulan off guard. I just have to just give so much praise to Luffy for that, just how well he played that Lu, showing us what Lu's capable of.
Yeah, well, Vanguard staying in this one, then making it 1-1 against Tribe Gaming NA after such a promising first set from Tribe. Vanguard, against all odds and against mine and Ash's clearly deluded draft knowledge.
Wow.
They managed to win the second set, making it 1-1. Bell's Rock is up next.
Here's the other point we've been making, though, is like we kind of went against the point we were making as well. It's like, hey, you got to go unconventional. You got to try something different. And it worked out. It blew our mind with the draft, and it worked out against Tribe. So I guess this is what you got to do. You just got to be unconventional with your drafts. Play with things Tribe aren't comfortable with. Maybe they never scrimmed against such a mismatch like that in their books, right? And so it caught them off guard. So stuff like that can definitely, I feel like, upset Tribe. First pick, Piper. Obviously a great brawler on Bell's Rock, but at the same time, if I'm Vanguard, again, I'm gonna go unconventional, pick these high HP brawlers that can take advantage of Piper.
Wouldn't that just be conventional then?
What if I go like a Frank, say? That's unconventional. But I probably wouldn't pick Frank this early. I do have last pick, so my okay, yeah, I mean, you got to go with Sprout just because of how dominant it is. But at the same time, you got to understand, hey, if I'm going to go Sprout and I ban Tick, that means I put Grum as an option for Tribe, which, you know, they could go, or they could go with the wall break option of going like a Brock, right? So if I'm Vanguard, I'm going to couple Sprout with brawlers that are not snipeable by Piper. So I'm looking at high health brawlers. And I'm going to be surprised if they don't take that route. If they take brawlers like, there it is, that's a good pick. Bonnie, obviously, high health, tank form, is exactly what you want. But at the same time, you also want brawlers that can also help your Sprout as well. If, you know, like a brawler such as, say, Leon or Mortis tries to rush in on you. But the good thing is, they got last pick.
They do indeed. Tribe now have these next two picks to go along with their Piper first pick, and the Piper first pick's never really going to be a bad one, is it? Because if something counters it, you can compensate for that, and there it is. There's the wall break. They're just going to try and demolish everything on the map and take advantage of Bonnie's slow movement speed and Sprout's lack of walls when it's broken down. They might take a loss early on in one of the early rounds, but after that, they should thrive.
Yeah, and now if you're a Tribe, you got to be concerned of a brawler such as, aggro brawler such as Fang. That's what I'm looking at. Top brawler right now, if I'm Vanguard. Fang, Fang, Fang. I want to see Fang if Tribe here with the last pick doesn't pick a brawler like Gale. I think Tribe is just too smart, and they're going to definitely pick a brawler like, definitely a brawler that can counteract something like that. But they're going to know. They're going to be like, hey, Fang's going to be a problem for us. We either take Fang, or we got to pick counters to Fang. So they decided, let's just take Fang, because Fang is great against Sprout, good against Bonnie. And now, if you're Vanguard, that makes it harder for you. Because you know you had the Fang that you wanted against Piper and Brock, but now you can't, because they took it.
It's tough to say what this last pick is going to be for Vanguard, and you know, it's going to be difficult to defend against this Fang as well.
I feel like if I'm going to be disappointed, I'm disappointed still. I was like, I'm going to be disappointed if they go Gale, but I'm still disappointed they went with the B. B's going to be good against Fang, don't get me wrong. Not the best matchup against Brock and Piper, but overall, it's definitely much better than the Gale. So no, I'm okay with that. I'm more optimistic with B than going with the Gale to counter a Fang matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like the B. It's just, it's going to have to be on that Fang lane, because other than that, it's going to be really struggling.
And here's the thing, Tribe always finds a way to play the matchup. They're going to try to have that Fang on the Sprout lane. That's going to be their objective. They're going to try to have, obviously, Brock open up as many walls as he can. But Frixie already, as you can see, on the Piper side, which you don't want. You want Frixie on the Fang side. How does this Tribe always manage to do this? How do they always get the matchup that they want? Is mind-boggling to me. How do teams not have that?
It's called genuine pure luck of choosing the side off the start, I think.
Oh,
but
man.
They've got that Brock super nice and early on to break up a little bit of this map. Frixie's going to be falling low against Zulan, and Brock super still there. Tyrant trying to regress, and it still remains a 3v3. It's not really in favor of enemy at the moment, but the majority of the control is in Tribe's hands.
Yeah, and oh, okay, trade of kill. I was gonna say Piper opening those walls, not the worst thing, because you do have a B which thrives when walls are down. And Charles, I think he's one hit away from getting his super here as well, and this is what he's trying to do, trying to aggressively get that final hit. There it is. He got the kill, got the 2v1. Looking good for Vanguard, but the worst thing here is walls are, you're losing walls, but on the positive, you got your super, and then you can recycle it with your gadgets many times as you want.
Yeah, well, Fang has the super as well, so that's something they have to be quite precautious about. Throwing this forward and they try to block him in. Charles doesn't quite manage to do it though, and that could be a bit of an issue now. He's going to have to use another gadget to bring this wall back, and obviously it's not too sad to have to do that, but...
No, he didn't do it!
He didn't manage to...
What?
Oh, that's pure pain for Charles.
Oh no, he didn't recycle it! But, on the bright side, they do have them pushed back. They do have Tribe pushed back here. Frixie does have his charge shot. Aggressive play by Bonnie trading a 1v1. Not sure if that's what you want, but nice job by Charles to clean that up.
Oh.
Doesn't even need to trap him in, but there it is. Got it done. Well, so first we were questioning why did he not get his super back with Sprout, but it still worked out, being able to push them back to the spawn.
Well, Tribe in a difficult position here now then. They are officially behind against Vanguard, which isn't something you'd expect to be saying. Especially, you know, Tyrant just hasn't really been able to do anything whatsoever. We've seen some hits from Eslivi that didn't really lead to kills, some hits from Piper that didn't lead to kills, but Tyrant's just been put out to dry.
Yeah, just a bit too passive, not making the risky plays that he should be. But I think he's going to do so. This is where, you know, Tribe is just so well known for their adjustments. And I think Tyrant already realizes that. He realized, oh, I didn't play my best that first game. I'm going to be more assertive this time. I'm going to make those aggressive plays, make some risky plays as well. Sometimes it's what you got to do. You just speed things up and you take risks.
Yeah, well, Charles throwing out some shots now. The walls are still up. Zulan looking for the break, but he almost goes down. 660 HP and he survives. Jump comes in though.
Whoa.
Fang Super tries to compensate for it. He goes across but not able to get the connections, and he's put himself in a really bad spot there. 3v1. As Livy doesn't want to be feeding, he's trying to run towards the gas. Makes it there, and no further shots connect. So doesn't feed, has his own super. But
yeah.
Fang's doing it.
Best of all, Tyrant screwed up with his Fang. He used his super, he panicked, and he lost it. Now he has to work for it again. He's got to get those hits back. Already he's got it though, he's very fortunate. But right now I want to see Tyrant be assertive. Go for the Bonnie. You can beat the Bonnie 1v1, you can stun her. But I'm not sure why Tyrant's not being assertive enough to do so. He's afraid that Bonnie might be close to getting her super, jump in on my teammate, but at this point, I want to see Tyrant be taking those chances, because the longer you wait, the longer you give that opportunity. See, now you gave Luffy his super. He's got his super ready now. But knowing Tribe, they like playing at this pace. They like playing control, they like playing safe. They don't want to hit the panic button at any moment. Luffy knows he just needs to keep that Brock low, and then he's going to jump in. Unfortunate for him, he missed that jump on the Brock. Forced his team in a bad position, and now Tribe definitely should be able to clean this up. Yeah, there's a double team against Sprout. So we're going to head into another game.
See it broken up as well. So Charles with no supers really going to struggle in the early game. Going to have to stay near Frixie, and something like that. If Tyrant's able to get his super and aggress those two brawlers, obviously they've still got Malay, putting Molasses down from Frixie, but...
Yeah, but here's the other questionable thing though. Why are you not, if you're Bonnie, why are you not on the Piper? If you're B, why are you not on the Fang? Those are the matchups you want. Bonnie struggles against high HP brawlers. She's a great counter to Piper, but I'm not sure why Vanguard doesn't take advantage of that.
Tough call, but they're choosing not to. Luffy now getting pinched in a little bit, but no shots are going to be connected from Eslivi. There goes the 1k shot, and Frixie collects his 3k jump away available from Piper, but they are pinned in spawn. Tyrant has his super, sees the opposite side, but if he dashes into that 3k, that's going to be devastating for him.
Yeah, here's the thing, if you're Charles, oh no, you're so close!
Oh, the stun!
Oh, fortunate for him, that Fang moved into B, which actually works out better for them. But now Fang cycling back his super. That's gonna do it. Big error, big misplay by Luffy right there with his Sprout. He got too close to his teammate. You gotta keep an ample amount of distance. You gotta be at least 7 tiles away from your teammate. Because if you're not, that Fang super is gonna chain onto you. And that's what Tyrant waited for that opportune moment to do.
I mean, Tyrant made up for past mistakes now. He might have missed a couple of supers, but in that one, it was all him really able to get kills and get people low and assist his teammates in getting some of their own. So really solid plays from him in that one. And
yeah, again, I'm just questioning this. Why are you, if you're B, why are you not on the Fang? You got an open area on the left side as well. But if you're Luffy and you're Bonnie, why are you not on Piper? Why not play the matchup to your advantage?
Tyrant trying to push down this left-hand side. In comes the pinch from Zulan, bringing him low. Charles still low as well. Luffy brought down even further by a singular shot from Eslivy connecting. They're able to heal up, but now they are pinned pretty heavily in spawn. Charles is the kind of brawler you want in a position like this, but obviously not preferable, but it is the one who you would want there to get out, and they do manage to successfully get out. In comes the wall break from Eslivy though, and Luffy's going to pop his gadget, but not really get a lot out of it, other than a couple of Brock shots, actually. Got the jump, and in goes Tyrant.
Oh,
The
he got
double
the double
takedowns
kick.
there, but the trade from Frixie, they come out on top, and Vanguard take the first round.
Okay, come on, B, go to the Fang side. I still don't know why he doesn't do it. Why go against a Piper in a mismatch, right? Why not take the Fang as a B? Why not go for the counter, right? But fortunate for Vanguard, they still have the upper hand. Charles does have his super, which I think he's gonna need to place down soon. He can cycle it with his gadgets as well. I think if I were him, I would just do it right now because you don't want to get pushed back into your spawn in this situation.
Yeah, Luffy pops that gadget, has that mobility speed increased. Does
Oh,
manage
no,
to
Charles
heal
gotta be
fully as
careful.
well.
Because Tyrant can just now burst right in. Gotta be careful against that.
Frixie getting
No,
hit pretty
I'm not
hard.
sure why
In comes
Frixie did
Tyrant
that.
there, the takedown's there, but he's locked in. Charles
Oh.
following up with another couple of shots. Is Livy throwing a super out though? Did break the front wall, and Charles actually almost went down there to the gas. In come the
There
pinches
is
now, and
no
Luffy
way.
brought low. The shots from Eslivy connect, and Luffy should be taken down. And if he managed to clutch this one up, I'd be extremely surprised. But it's brought back to 1-1 as Tribe Gaming secure that round.
Again.
Charles has a super, but Tribe Gaming should have a couple along the way too.
Again, come on. Why B not on the Fang? I'm still questioning that. And I still don't understand it. Why not try to switch it up, right? Why not get the matchup advantage that you want? I guess Frixie's just that confident with the Piper, but again, you gotta think of your teammate, Luffy, right here, who's, you know, Bonnie is a slow brawler, and when you have a slow brawler, what does that mean when you're a Fang? Easy to hit your shots from a distance. Get your super easier. But if you're up against a B, more mobility, harder to get those hits. So again, Charles, gonna need to drop those walls, even though Brock has the super. I feel like he's just being too passive, especially considering he's got gadgets to recycle his super.
Yeah, Luffy's got his super as well. Frixie of this right side trying to combat the Piper once more. In comes that super from Charles, and no supers there just yet from Tyrant. Needs to make another couple of connections to get in an aggressive position like this, but Luffy does have the ability to go in. Tyrant falls low, not able to have another follow-up shot, but in he comes now. Gets the shot of the stuns there, but no follow-ups at all. Zulan gets the trade, and Vanguard come out on top of all of that, and they take the second set.
That is crazy to me that they got it, but it's still questionable. You had Sprout on Fang. They got so lucky Tyrant didn't connect those shots early and got his super, because he would have definitely capitalized on that Sprout matchup. It just worked out for Vanguard that they were able to be able to dodge those shots and prevent that. And now they're in control with the 2-1. I'm just speechless right now.
I mean, this is the battle for the top of the leaderboard. I think if Vanguard win this, they go to the top. So it's a real big position for them to be in, and securing these kind of games against such big teams like Tribe is going to put you in a very good position, whether that be through momentum and going into further matches, or just out plain right in terms of games won, because that's going to be what you need to make it to those challenge finals. And you don't expect to be beating teams like Tribe, so it's good to have these ones under your belt.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ah man, it's been a questionable game for me, definitely. Vanguard coming on top. Again, Sprout, the team that picks Sprout on this map wins. And this is a commonality we always see, is like the team that manages to get Sprout, even if it seems like a mismatch, even when they got wall breakers, it always seems like the Sprout comes in handy and always wins.
A very close set, and honestly the stats don't back up how close it was. It's kind of flip, flip, flip.
Yeah.
Tribe get more damage, Vanguard get more heals and supers, and manage to bring it home. I mean, you know, a lot of those supers are from, you know, recycling them with Sprout, and there was a couple of times where he did miss those gadgets, and it didn't actually cost him in the end, but it could have done.
Oh yeah, definitely. Surprising result, to say the least, but Vanguard having the upper hand. Surprising draft, surprising gameplay. B on the Piper side, Bonnie on the Fang side. I'm still questioning that. I'm still gonna question it. But it worked out. It worked out. I can't say anything more than that.
Yeah, as many times as Ash was questioning it, eventually it worked, and that's what matters. They obviously got the first set by doing it, and that's why they were so reluctant to, the first game, should I say. That's why they were so reluctant to switch things up, but, I mean, maybe it would have been even faster doing it like that, but they were pretty confident, it seems anyway. Kaboom Canyon is going to be the wrap up next on Heist, and we've seen, you know, Tribe Gaming in past weeks really loving this Daryl Gale strategy, pairing it with a Nanny quite commonly as well. So, surprised to see none of those brawlers out of the way. Vanguard going to be banning out B, Bell, and Crow. Tribe going to get rid of Colette, Janet, and Carl.
Here's the risky thing. This tells us what? Vanguard most likely has first pick, but when you have first pick, you know Tribe likes the Gale Daryl combo. Why would you bang brawlers that are effective against it? Because if you go first pick, it's gonna be risky to pick one of those brawlers first. Like if you pick a Daryl first or a Gale first, those are risky first picks, and then Tribe can couple that up with a bunch of counters like Lou that we've seen was very effective. So they're gonna go with Bonnie instead with their first pick, which is obviously a great first pick brawler on the table, especially with Colette off. B, you don't have to worry about. But again, like we said, Tribe, I wouldn't be surprised if they go with the Gale and Daryl here. Or maybe even go with Gale, but not Daryl. Force the opposing team, not Daryl. Go with Lola and then go with a Gale. Go with a Daryl and then have the enemy team take I guess, Gale with Bonnie and something else less effective.
I mean, it's all complex drafting, but Lola has been picked for Tribe. Got another pick to come up along with it, whether it be Gale or something similar to that. I would actually love to see it, because it still leaves up the possibility of Daryl being that last pick. Max is going to be the pick, though, and choosing to go a lot more aggressive than what Tribe usually do.
It's questionable to me, because now Gale-Daryl combo is in the hands of Vanguard, and Daryl kind of thrives against in the matchup like this against Alola, Max. You just don't have the defense against a combination like that. So I'm gonna be very surprised if Vanguard doesn't take advantage of this. Even though Lou's still on the table, you don't have the DPS overall. I would still, you know, put my money on the Gale Daryl, but surprising to see that they go with 8-bit and then they go with Lou. Okay, surprising picks, but I guess
it's just not going to be as strong when you know you're not against the Gale Daryl. That's kind of why Lou's been picked in that previous game, and I'm not sure if they've kind of like tricked themselves into thinking that it might be good against everything. It genuinely might be, but I feel like it was specialized to combat what was at hand, and what was at hand was the Gale Daryl, and it's just not what Tribe have at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And then Tribe going with Piper, which I feel like at that point they kind of run out of time to like decide on the brawler. So Piper I feel like is not the best matchup against a Bonnie or 8-bit high health brawlers tank form. It's just gonna be hard to snipe them. So if you're Piper, you definitely want the Lou lane. You have the snappy sniping, and we know how good of a Piper player Zulan is, or even Corey if he's playing. But no, he's not. Zulan is obviously gonna be on the Piper most likely here. You really have to trust on that. But in terms of draft, I actually like Vanguard's chances here.
Yeah, well, starting things off with quite a lot of range on the lanes on both sides. Got the Piper, the Max going a bit more aggressively and taking some heavy fire from both Lou and 8-bit, but Les Livy hitting hard and he's connecting lots of shots. Frixie going to fall to him as well. Charles the only one remaining in full control in the hands of Tribe, and that might have been a massive over jump backwards, and not sure why he jumped so far because they have control anyway and there's really no need.
Can't forget about Livy as well, one of the best Piper players in the region as well, just popping off right now with his Piper, getting those key hits, and this is what you want if you're Piper. You gotta play with super confidence, and it's exactly like through the wall right there to get that hit. Zulan taken down, but if you're Vanguard, you're never out of the picture here, especially when you have a high health DPS comp like this with 8-bit. Always have a shot. And we know Charles most likely running extra credit star power. I mean gadget.
I mean, he is running a different star power than usual as well. He's not got boosted booster on, and that's going to mean he's not going to be speedy when he gets into the turret positions, and I think that can maybe be a little bit of an issue when you get control of this mid. You don't have the speed to be able to avoid some more Piper shots.
Yeah, but at the same time, I like this gadget as well. It gives you more power, 50% and more range for your teammates, more support. So it can definitely work out. Luffy though, he's thinking whether he should go for the safe damage or go for control. Good decision to hold control, because now you also have Frixie with his Bonnie, can just easily jump in on any of these brawlers and just go in on the safe here. Kind of a passive placement of the 8-bit turret. I'm not a big fan of it, because it's just too out of range to take advantage against the enemy team here, who are obviously just going to play defensive.
Yeah, around 35 seconds on the clock is all that remains, but Frixie gets a nice connection there onto Tyrant, gets the takedown, but easily traded out by both Zulan and Neslevy. Coming in with the pinch, Charles going to fall down as well, and Chi Cartridge wasn't there, didn't TP back. So.
Here's the other thing I don't like is Frixie just, he's holding on to this Bonnie Super for over a minute now. Just use it. Just use it, because you're running out of time. You should have used it about 30 seconds ago, and now with this much health, you're probably never going to be able to even use it now. You use it there, it's pointless, they're just time's up. Coming into the next game from Vanguard, I want to see you play more aggressive, more assertive. Don't be questioning whether to use your super or not, or being afraid, oh, Tribe is going to be one step ahead, because you really needed to be assertive. You had your 8-bit super, Tribe. You had your Bonnie super. Yet you play defensive when you're down 30%. Why?
I mean, I think at that point, where he needed to use it to go towards the safe to get the damage, and you know, Piper had the jump away, so couldn't use it aggressively to get a kill and then establish control that way. So it was just a really tough decision to make in the time, and the nerds got the better of him and wasn't able to make the best decision. Tribe once again dominating position.
A lot faster pace by Tribe already, and you can see what Zudan, just a demon on the max, speeding things up. I like what I'm seeing from Frixie now. Not waiting to use that super, right? Finally getting to see some Bonnie plays.
Tyrant has that super again. Not going to place it and gets taken down because of it. Frixie falls as well.
It's fine though.
Speed down the right-hand side as Livy has that super as well. Has the ability to avoid someone or jump up aggressively to get some damage. Charles throwing out the extra credits and get some decent damage along with it. They are not quite in the lead, and Zulan is going to make that breakaway play, deal quite a lot of damage to their safe, and lengthen that lead just a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Levy again on top of things against Frixie. Multiple shots. Gotta be careful against that. Levy trying to quickly take that out. Missed shots, missed opportunity by Charles. He knows he should have not missed Piper behind that wall right there. But game still not out of the hands of Vanguard. They got plenty of time. They definitely have the DPS to make a comeback. If you're Frixie, you're looking at the left lane though. You want to jump in on that Lola maybe. At the same time, again, as Levy just popping off. Just not missing his shots with his Piper.
Yeah, well, he might not be missing, but he got hit pretty hard by Charles there. Plays another defensive turret. 45 seconds still on the clock, so they have the ability to come back still, but in goes the jump, and the jump away on the other side of things from Eslivy, and Max just outranging him that a little bit more, getting some damage in. Speed still available, but wants to stay passive. Heal up a little bit first, and then provide it to Tyrant. Shot comes through from Eslivy on the other side of things, wants to bring down that damage booster, and now only 30 seconds. They still need 24%. It's not out of the question, but it's going to be a difficult task.
Yeah, definitely not out of the question, especially if Charles can get his super. And there it is, there's a super. Time to capitalize, guys. Time to take advantage. Extra credits. Massive amount of damage. You got 14 seconds. Keep control. Good jump by the Bonnie by Frixie. And that is going to do it. That is how you win in Heist with this sort of composition. The whole game, 90% of the game, Tribe were in control. But Vanguard showing you why they drafted this comp and the potential that it has in late game situations like that.
Well, I mean, they're one game away from defeating the Titans of the region, and in a massive upset it would be if they do manage to do so, and they need another explosive play like that. They haven't received too much damage considering how in control Tribe were for the entirety of that game. To be able to come out at the end and deal a lot of damage is really a huge thing, and they need to do that once more. Yeah,
and the best adjustment that I think Frixie has learned is, hey, I gotta be aggressive. You saw that previous game, how many times he used his Bonnie super? I think he used it like 5 times. That first matchup, he didn't use it a single time. So that's the adjustment we're seeing. He's more careless, not careless, but more reckless with his Bonnie, but in a good way, where he's sacrificing himself. Like, here's the other thing you gotta understand about Bonnie is when you die with Bonnie, well, guess what happens after you use your super? You come back to your tank form. So you don't even have to get your super back to revert back to your tank form. You can just suicide. You can just jump in, die, and come back with your tank form.
Well, looks like Vanguard actually have a bit more control this time. freeze frames there, but he gets taken down. Luffy tries to place his super down the left-hand side, but a quick phase shifter from Zulan will put him in a better position. Down comes the break from Livy, breaking up the map and the grass a little bit more, allowing him to have a bit more of an open field to make these dangerous connections onto his opponents. But this time, Vanguard are looking very good and dealing lots of damage, getting the kills, and they've had good position. Now the damage, well, first shreds of damage starts to come down.
I want to see Frixie just jump, man. You're at 50. I just want you to do that. Yeah, exactly. Just do that. Get that damage. You're Charles. You are an 8-bit. You got the extra credit. You got that massive damage. Just do that. Just be aggressive. And now you got a big lead. If you're Vanguard, you are looking optimistic right now. If you're Tribe, you kind of back up right now because you know you got to get those damage going. You need control, and you're in good position. At the same time, Frixie, get your super, get that Bonnie super, be assertive. There it is. He died, but he got his super. That's a good thing. Even though they're gonna take some damage, Frixie's gonna come back. Now I want to see some assertive super right here. I want to see you just jump in forward, just jump in. There it is. They're just jumping forward and just be assertive. Force them to be on defense because you know you can checkmate them right now. Forcing them on defense and just taking that time off the clock to secure this win is exactly what they're gonna do. That distraction offered by Frixie, and now there it is, Trap. One of the biggest upsets in this Snapdragon Pro series. Vanguard Gaming overcoming the undefeated team, no longer undefeated, Tribe Gaming.
And I believe that means no longer at the top of the table either. Vanguard Gaming coming in strong into this one. You can see how devastated Tribe are. They're not used to losing at this point.
Yeah.
It's a new thing for them, and you can see a slight smirk on this guy's face here, only like the third of his face actually shown, but Charles keeping composed and not showing his happiness as much as some people would when defeating Tribe and putting yourself in a phenomenal position to qualify to these LAN finals coming up next month.
Man, yeah, they just look super happy right now, deserving of this matchup. Like, I felt like they had the draft in control. I really liked what they picked. As Levy was a demon on the Piper, wasn't missing. But this is where you gotta learn that lesson of, hey, Piper is a brawler where even if you hit every single shot, sometimes it's just not enough. And this right here, just showing you, it's hard to win because you got 8-bit with so much health. He's a tanky brawler. You got Bonnie, tank, too much health. It's just hard to overcome, even if you hit every single shot. And for Vanguard, they went with a more aggressive approach. They went with brawlers high DPS. They went with Bonnie that can just jump in. Frixie making the adjustment. That first game, he was just too shy to jump in, but not there anymore. Tribe with the more kills, more damage. But Vanguard, why they won? Objective. Heist is all about damage on the save. Get more damage than the enemy on the save, and that's how you win.
Exactly that. And 38 kills and 117,000 damage means nothing if you can't get damage on the safe. And that was the issue with them. If you can deal 117 damage to the players, you need to be dealing more when you get control of that map, and you need to get it onto the safe.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Just hanging out, waiting for you guys to finish all your amazing points. What a way to close out the day. I mean, I think everybody not necessarily thought, but there was a very real possibility that by the end of today, Tribe was going to be the only undefeated team after this week was done. And Vanguard had a lot to say about that. And it really just goes to show that even when we're having these incredible performances out of our top squads, no one is infallible, and that's why the competition here is so interesting as we take a look back at some of the highlights from the rest of this match.
Well, in this first set, we saw a great start for Tribe. A few sketchy games here and there, and that one where Charles did jump in and get the lead back in their favor, but then have it switched on him with only about 3 seconds left was quite good. Here it is, actually. Yeah. It's the replay for it. So 4 seconds, 3, they get the lead, then Tyrant turns it back round and manages to bring it home. And this was just a completely different story. We underestimated this draft hugely.
Yeah, Vanguard, you can see it, like the best time when they were in control or when they were playing it at their pace, a faster pace. They realized that bounty set, when that surge, right, with Luffy with the surge, too passive, didn't work out. But when he turned it up, had a better shot. Here, the same thing, Luffy. monster on the loop. He was in control of this whole game, getting that against the Bell matchup as well. Not having the range yet, you get every shot. You get your Lu supers, encapsulate this whole region with those supers. It's making it very difficult for Tribe.
Well, in this one, we saw pretty much more of the same, really. Some really solid plays from Vanguard, and, you know, to be honest, I underestimated the comp maybe a little bit. I thought Tyrant was going to be able to do that a little bit more than he did.
You know, one thing I've been seeing in these drafts, Tribe leaving Bonnie. And guess what happens every time they left Bonnie? They lost. How do you leave one of the strongest brawlers in the game open to the enemy, and then you lose to it every single time? If you're Tribe, you're probably hitting your head on that one.
It's a bit of a tough one to call. I hadn't noticed that trend until you've just said it now, and you're totally right. I mean, every time Bonnie was pretty much in play, they did lose. Tribe still sitting at the top, but their head-to-head against Vanguard is obviously not where they wanted to be. 4-1, 4-1. STMN, West Coast, Vatra, and Chazmak all on 3 wins, but Chazmak with another loss on top of that as well.
Yeah, I feel like Vanguard might be on the top here, because like if you're going to beat a team, when you're tied right here in this situation and you beat the other team, shouldn't you be at the top?
I mean, I don't know. I guess.
I thought that was a tiebreaker rule, but okay.
But under that, Raconic and obviously the real ones at the bottom still yet to win a game, sitting, I think it was 0-6, 0-6, 0-5, something like that.
Oh, man, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It's been a really tough and close competition here all 3 weeks so far, so we'll have to see how things shake out in the final week. But of course, I mentioned it earlier in the show, if you guys have any questions for Professor F. You can make sure that you submit them to the office hours over on Instagram at f.ny. All right, let him know your thoughts. If you have any questions, what things you might want to hear him talk about during first period, you've got one more week of opportunity to get those questions in, so make sure you use it. Now, of course, before we close out the show, I need to get some final thoughts from the two of you, because I think there were some unexpected results here today.
I mean, I think the most unexpected result of them all was that one right there.
Yeah.
And, you know, the one-off stream as well. It was STMN versus Vatra. I don't know the score, but Vatra obviously won. And that is, you know, a huge scoreline for them to take home. It kind of brings them on the level with all the rest of those teams in the middle of the pack. And I think that's going to be a really solid storyline to follow. Vatra not starting off as good as they'd hoped to. They lost against Tribe 3-0 in that first week off screen as well. And now they're bringing it back to the level everybody thinks they are.
Yeah, and not to mention the Stamina versus Tribe matchup earlier today as well. That was my favorite one. Just the brilliant mind games and chess play between these two behemoths of the team. Definitely my favorite day so far in this Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge.
Yeah, well, you guys absolutely crush it, as always, as did F. who's not up here with us right now. But that's a wrap on week 3. One more week remains in our Snapdragon Pro Series, and the standings are closer than ever. Next week is going to be an epic conclusion to all the storylines we've been following. So as always, huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next week for the conclusion of the challenge.